Kosuke opened his eyes on a grassy field. Confused and alone, he noticed unfamiliar surroundings. He surveyed the vast landscape stretching around him. No roads, buildings, or people appeared nearby. Kosuke heard his name spoken softly. Turning toward the voice, he found a mysterious woman. She welcomed him and revealed the garden's name with calm confidence. The woman extended her hand and asked Kosuke to follow. Though puzzled by her knowledge, he accepted, hoping to uncover the truth behind his arrival there. Their hands met, triggering sudden movement. Kosuke was transported into a grand structure. Shock crossed his face as a new chapter began before he could react. Inside the grand chamber, Elise presented Kosuke before Madame Asura. The Empress welcomed him warmly, praised Elise's efforts. Madame Asura extended her hand toward Kosuke. Startled by the gesture, he hesitated briefly. Trying to understand the situation, Madame Asura asked what the last thing Kosuke could remember was before arriving there. Knowing confusion, she requested a simple answer first, delaying further explanations temporarily. Kosuke reflected silently. Mentioning Elise triggered a reaction from Madame Asura, who listened carefully. He searched his memory for earlier events. Kosuke recalled being struck by a truck. Madame Asura confirmed his realization and revealed he had died, explaining the truth of his current existence. Madame Asura explained that Kosuke's soul had entered reincarnation. She sensed instability within him, brought him there temporarily, and granted power. Kosuke questioned his options, asking about reincarnation, summoning, and retaining memories. Madame Asura explained another world awaited him. After considering the choices, Kosuke made his decision. He respectfully requested summoning into another world, preferring an unfamiliar future over oblivion. Kosuke also wished to keep his memories. Impressed by his resolve, Madame Asura accepted, offering hospitality while preparations for summoning proceeded within the garden for him. 1 week passed peacefully during the wait. Kosuke examined a mysterious device, continuing his stay while anticipating the approaching summoning and whatever challenges awaited. As the summoning approached, Madame Asura offered a farewell gift. She bestowed mysterious power upon Kosuke's left eye and warned of unusual activity. Before departure, Madame Asura advised Kosuke that future outcomes would depend upon his choices. Carrying her guidance, he prepared himself. Kosuke thanked Madame Asura and Elise for their help. The summoning circle activated nearby, filling the area with energy as departure commenced. Transported across worlds, Kosuke emerged within fierce winds and swirling sand. Shielding his face, he struggled to understand the harsh environment surrounding him. A violent explosion erupted nearby, startling Kosuke, immediately spotting figures. He wondered if they were humans. Though evidence suggested otherwise, Kosuke rushed toward the disturbance. Despite danger nearby, a massive beast suddenly appeared before him. The monstrous bear roared and charged directly toward Kosuke. Caught off guard moments after arriving, he lacked time to escape or understand the threat. A powerful blast struck the beast before it reached him. Kosuke raised his arms instinctively, stunned by the sudden intervention unfolding nearby. 2 winged women stood near the fallen creature. Impressed by the swift victory, they observed the scene while confirming the monster's immediate defeat. Noticing Kosuke sitting among the dust, the winged women hurried toward him. Concern replaced caution as they checked whether the unexpected stranger remained unharmed. The winged girls reached Kosuke and confirmed he was unharmed. One immediately blamed the other for recklessness. The quarrel intensified unexpectedly. As the girls exchanged accusations, Kosuke found himself caught between them, growing increasingly confused by their unusual behavior. A third girl suddenly appeared and interrupted the dispute. Realizing the tension could escalate further, she stepped in and restored order. Aunt's calm returned. The winged girls explained an important truth: Madame Asura had created them specifically to serve as Kosuke's assistants and guides. Hearing this revelation, Kosuke finally understood their attention toward him. Though surprised by Madame Asura's arrangement, he accepted the explanation and listened carefully. Kosuke listened as 2 girls explained the tower's rules. With expectant expressions, both wished to accompany him, reacted with complete shock. He unable to understand why a choice was necessary. Sweat formed across his face as pressure settled on him. Unsure of the consequences, Kosuke compared the pair. Seeing no reason to reject either companion, he proposed keeping both beside him, hoping a simple answer existed. The suggestion immediately eased tensions. Both attendants accepted his decision, and Kosuke quietly relaxed. He had expected another argument. Before departing, the attendants requested names from Kosuke. Faced with another responsibility, he studied their appearances, noting golden and silver hair. Kosuke completed the naming task. The silver-haired attendant accepted Mitsuki, while the golden-haired attendant received Kohi. Both appeared pleased. Mitsuki and Kohi stepped closer, promising their support. Kneeling before Kosuke, they declared their service. Their respectful attitude showed acceptance of him. Watching their smiles, Kosuke felt relieved. The awkward introductions had ended peacefully. Seeing both attendants together, he gained confidence about traveling onward. Kosuke responded that he would rely on them instead. Standing beneath the open sky, the three shared a moment, establishing trust. Their journey began immediately. Mitsuki explained regional geography, while Kohi handled gathered materials through magic. Learning cities remained near coasts. Kosuke followed attentively. Kosuke suggested dividing tasks to secure supplies and shelter. Before plans could proceed, Mitsuki immediately claimed his side, while Kohi protested. Neither attendant wished to yield. Standing apart on the hillside, Mitsuki challenged Kohi directly, Kosuke expecting their rivalry to create trouble. The competition ended quickly. Both launched attacks simultaneously, but Kohi gained the advantage. Their clash settled the argument, without causing serious damage. Kohi proudly accompanied Kosuke, while Mitsuki accepted defeat with frustration. Continuing their discussion, Kosuke asked questions about distant lands beyond known regions. Mitsuki shared unusual knowledge about the world's structure. Unlike Earth, this realm stretched across a flat plain, leaving mysterious boundaries and unexplored areas. While gathering materials, Kohi returned and announced she had secured transportation. Kosuke expected an ordinary solution, making her confident declaration alarming. Kohi revealed a dragon waiting nearby. Kosuke stared in disbelief as she explained that dragons served as practical transportation across this world. Still doubtful, Kosuke imagined familiar vehicles instead. Kohi reassured him the dragon was completely tamed, presenting it proudly as their reliable mount. The dragon suddenly launched upward with tremendous force. Kosuke struggled to stay calm during the rapid ascent, while Kohi instructed him to relax. High above the landscape, Kosuke gazed across the vast terrain beneath them. Watching the dragon soar freely, he felt astonishment replace. While flying, Kosuke noticed the dragon responding to his words. The creature answered directly, leaving him stunned by the unexpected communication. He sensed the dragon's emotions through their connection. Realizing the bond was genuine, he understood the creature had fully accepted him. The dragon revealed the name it preferred. Hearing Kosuke call it, Kosuke observed their coordination and found the partnership unusually natural. Growing excited, Kosuke reacted strongly to Kosuke's attention. The dragon accelerated through the sky, while Mitsuki began worrying about its enthusiasm. Ku surged forward with renewed energy, ignoring caution, alarmed by the sudden speed. Mitsuki shouted for restraint while rushing toward Kosuke. Kosuke accidentally weakened his connection with Kosu while testing their bond. The dragon reacted immediately. Realizing the danger, Kosuke focused on restoring the link. The connection returned just in time. Kosu gained control during the dive and steadied his flight, preventing a serious accident. Curious about the unusual bond, Kohi questioned Mitsuki. Neither had heard of someone communicating and connecting with a dragon back. On stable ground, Kosuke calmly interacted with Kosu. Mitsuki reflected on the strange events, believing Kosuke might reveal possibilities nobody had imagined before. While traveling, Kohi processed fur taken from a defeated black bear. She explained its value in town, turning a recent hunt into useful income. Excited by the profit, Mitsuki eagerly hoped more monsters would appear. Kosuke quickly rejected the idea, surprised by how casually she discussed endless hunting. With supplies secured and expenses covered, the group prepared to continue forward. Their discussion ended, and attention shifted. A sudden pain struck Kosuke's left eye. He stopped walking immediately, sensing something unusual. The abrupt sensation confused him and alarmed both attendants. Strange symbols flooded Kosuke's vision as an unknown power activated. He staggered forward while Kohi and Mitsuki rushed toward him. Kosuke regained consciousness within the Garden of Eternal Spring and found Madame Asura waiting. She explained that his soul had been temporarily brought there. Asura revealed that the strange incident came from a gift she had given him earlier. Kosuke realized his left eye's power triggered. She explained the ability itself was not dangerous. The real problem came from Kosuke forcing excessive power through it. Embarrassed by her criticism, Kosuke complained about her change in attitude. Asura casually admitted she could read his thoughts and urged him. Asura clarified that Kosuke combined his eye's ability with divine power. Ignoring earlier warnings, he consumed enormous energy. Asura explained that divine power had begun settling within Kosuke's body. Because he lacked experience handling it, the sudden strain exceeded his limits. She scolded Kosuke for releasing too much power at once. Instead of controlling the flow carefully, he activated everything recklessly. Asura described a safer method. By gradually increasing divine power over time, Kosuke could strengthen his eye's limits. Before sending him back, Asura instructed Kosuke to release divine power slowly through his left eye. He listened carefully and memorized her guidance. Kosuke wakened beneath a tree and found Mitsuki supporting him anxiously. Relieved by his recovery, she stopped him from standing and resting. While recovering, Kosuke remained resting between his attendants. Remembering Asura's instructions, he carefully activated his left eye. A status window appeared before Kosuke. Studying the information, he noticed strange unknown entries connected to his race and divine abilities. Curious, Kosuke checked Kohi and Mitsuki as well. Their statuses identified them as his followers, revealing a connection he had not expected. Kosuke asked about the follower title. Kohi guessed it resulted from him naming them. Though neither attendant seemed completely certain about the reason, the group finally spotted a city ahead. As they approached, several dragons descended nearby, shaking the ground, and immediately drawing everyone's attention. Near the city, Kosuke left the dragons behind to avoid attention. While preparing to enter quietly, Mitsuki suddenly sensed trouble somewhere. Mitsuki informed Kosuke that a battle was underway nearby. Her serious expression revealed concern, prompting the group to investigate the disturbance. They discovered a caravan under attack by monsters. Outnumbered defenders struggled to protect the wagon, placing the travelers in a dangerous position. Kosuke decided to help. To avoid suspicion, he ordered Kohi and Mitsuki to hide their wings before moving toward the battlefield. Mitsuki quickly defeated the attackers and secured the area before explanations could begin. A frightened survivor demanded to know their identities. One attacker refused to stop and charged forward recklessly. Mitsuki moved instantly, striking him down before he could threaten anyone. Mitsuki's calm warning silenced the remaining fighters. Witnessing her overwhelming strength, the caravan guards hesitated. Stepping forward, Mitsuki ordered everyone to lower their weapons. Kosuke apologized for the confusion, while she reassured him the situation remained under control. Tension faded as both sides accepted peace. The guards relaxed, and Kosuke observed Mitsuki's actions, realizing she had resolved the conflict alone. The merchant leader introduced himself as Schmidt Anarchy and thanked them for the rescue. Discussing compensation, he explained Mitsuki directed him toward Kosuke. Schmidt studied Kosuke's reaction while explaining the reward. Kosuke clarified that Mitsuki had saved the caravan, believing gratitude should be directed elsewhere for the rescue instead. The merchant presented two requests. He offered transportation toward Ryuzan and proposed purchasing unusual materials discreetly, preventing others from tracing origins or learning their source locations. Kosuke worried the arrangement favored him excessively. Schmidt dismissed the concern, arguing the conditions were reasonable and created no difficulty for either side involved in trade. Acknowledging Kosuke's uncertainty about local values, Schmidt suggested continuing discussions inside the carriage. Remaining beside the road carried unnecessary risk during their ongoing negotiations and planning. Inside the carriage, Kosuke met Goze, commander of the guards. The veteran explained casualties changed nothing because their payment remained fixed for the entire escort mission. Inside the carriage, Kosuke agreed to show his goods. At his request, Kohi opened storage and prepared several materials. The displayed fur immediately shocked Schmidt and Goze. Recognizing it as black bear fur, they realized Kosuke possessed something unusually valuable and difficult. Schmidt explained that merchants coveted storage magic. He added that defeating black bears demonstrated exceptional ability because adventurers rarely reached their dangerous habitats. Examining a regional map, Kosuke learned black bears were common only in remote locations. Their strength mattered less than reaching those territories. Negotiations continued as Schmidt offered 2 large coins for the fur. Kosuke was stunned, discovering its value far exceeded his original expectations. Schmidt explained the fur's exceptional quality, suitable for armor and luxury clothing. It remained highly sought after. The discussion escalated when Kosuke revealed additional black bear fur. Schmidt and Goes reacted with disbelief, shocked by the quantity suddenly presented. Goes admitted his surprise, having expected only 1 bear's remains. Kosuke quietly prepared to reveal everything, leaving Schmidt increasingly astonished and curious. Mitsuki and Kuhi watched the exchange with amusement. Standing beside Kosuke, they observed the merchants struggle to process the scale of his resources. The negotiations eventually concluded, and the journey continued. Their caravan reached Ryuzan, where Kosuke finally arrived at the city he planned to explore. In Ryuzan, Schmidt finalized the deal. Lacking enough money immediately, he arranged payment later, while Kosuke agreed, and scheduled another meeting. With business settled, Kosuke and his companions searched for lodging. They entered a large inn and requested a room for their stay. The assigned room exceeded expectations. Kuhi excitedly admired the spacious interior and enormous bed, while Kosuke and Mitsuki inspected their temporary accommodations. Kosuke questioned why everyone shared one room. Kuhi saw no issue, while Mitsuki struggled to explain, creating an awkward yet harmless misunderstanding. Setting aside the discussion, the group left the inn. Mitsuki guided Kosuke toward the Ryuzan Public Guild, planning to explain its structure. At the guild, a receptionist explained the system. Kosuke learned about public and private guilds, party limits, and how requests form temporary groups. The explanation continued with rankings. Every request carried a rank requirement, and parties could only accept jobs matching their registered level. Kosuke received his guild card and registration details. With membership completed, Mitsuki suggested examining available requests and opportunities around the city. Standing before the quest board, Kosuke found numerous assignments. Rather than rushing immediately, he decided preparation and research were necessary beforehand. While discussing their plans, Mitsuki requested permission to investigate independently. She wanted additional information, believing it would help their future activities greatly. After leaving the guild, Mitsuki separated from the group to gather information. Kosuke and Kuhi headed toward their meeting with Schmidt as planned. Inside a busy building, Schmidt welcomed them warmly. He quickly approached the pair and invited them into a private room nearby. The merchant confirmed receiving the payment and thanked Kosuke. While sharing a meal, Kosuke asked whether market prices changed frequently across regions. Schmidt explained that supply and demand affected prices. Common materials stayed stable, but bringing excessive quantities could greatly reduce their value. Listening carefully, Kosuke learned more about trading. Schmidt used recent materials as examples, helping him understand how merchants managed profits carefully. While eating with Schmidt, Kosuke asked more questions about trading. He explained he only wanted to avoid damaging markets by selling excessive materials. Their discussion ended pleasantly, and Schmidt promised future help. Back at the inn, Kosuke planned to sort their purchases and rest. Mitsuki suddenly returned and wrapped herself around Kosuke. Exhausted from gathering information, she demanded a reward, leaving him completely surprised and embarrassed. Kuhi quickly scolded Mitsuki for teasing him. Mitsuki ignored the warning, made bold remarks, and turned the conversation increasingly awkward. The playful argument continued until Mitsuki admitted she only wanted to sleep beside her master. Kuhi blushed while Kosuke remained confused. Before long, both girls settled beside Kosuke in the large bed. As they peacefully fell asleep, he wondered how events became so strange. Kosuke and his companions trek through the rocky terrain, preparing for their next challenge ahead. A massive stone golem stands in their path. Kosuke readies himself for an intense battle. The golem charges, but Kosuke grins, confident that this fight will be easy for him. The goddess praises Kosuke for his rapid growth in strength, impressed by his quick improvement. Eren leaps into action, delivering a powerful strike to the golem, shattering its defenses. 2 weeks after registering their party, Kosuke and his companions march through the rocky terrain, ready for what lies ahead. A giant stone golem appears in their path, and Kosuke prepares to face it head-on, gripping his sword tightly. The golem charges forward, but Kosuke, unfazed, smiles confidently, convinced that this will be an easy victory. The goddess observes and comments on Kosuke's rapid progress, noting how quickly he's becoming stronger and more capable. Eren springs into action, delivering a devastating blow that shatters the golem, showing her own impressive abilities. The group celebrates their progress with a hearty cheer, raising their mugs in joyful camaraderie. Laughter fills the air as they discuss their rapid progression, with everyone feeling confident about their journey. The towering stone figures surrounding the land are explained, their significance slowly becoming clearer to Kosuke. A mysterious knight shares details about the towers, hinting that conquering them grants control over lands. As Kosuke absorbs the information, doubts begin to form regarding the difficulty of reaching and conquering the towers. Kosuke ponders the future, contemplating whether it's wise to ignore the looming challenges of the towers. He reflects on the difficulty of conquering a tower with just a small team of allies. The goddess speaks, expressing that Kosuke still wants to conquer a tower despite the challenges ahead. Mitsuki and Kuhi vow to support him, promising to give their all to help him succeed. Kosuke and his companions discuss which of the 7 towers they should target as their goal. 10 days after their decision, Kosuke thanks his companions, setting the tallest tower as their main goal. As they approach the towering structure, they marvel at the vast landscape, dragons assisting in their journey. Kosuke's team is cautious as they near the base of the immense tower, aware of the dangers. They spot the entrance to the tower in the distance, Kosuke eager yet cautious about the unknown. Seeing a threat approaching, Kosuke and his team prepare for action, ready to fight or retreat. Kosuke is excited, encouraging his companions as a dragon joins them, ready to explore further. Inside the tower, the group is amazed by the vast open space that stretches before them. As they discuss their next move, the team realizes they need a quicker way to ascend. A dragon prepares for flight, ready to help the group reach higher levels of the tower. Kosuke spots something interesting in the distance, noticing an unusual formation that could hold clues. The group discovers the teleportation portal, and Kosuke instructs someone to confirm its function. Upon confirmation, they realize the portal indeed leads to the 2nd floor of the tower. Their dragon successfully passes through the portal, and the group follows, entering the vast space above. Kosuke explains their progress, skipping multiple floors by riding on the dragon, avoiding ground battles. As they advance, they encounter monsters on the higher floors, but Mitsuki and Kuhi handle them. After passing through more floors, the group arrives on the 92nd floor with no issues. As they proceed, the dragon leads them deeper into the tower, warning them of danger ahead. Arriving on the 90th floor, Kosuke acknowledges the increasing difficulty, feeling uncertain about future challenges. Kosuke sends his companions back to wait outside while he pushes forward with his trusted dragon. Though they've faced no serious threats so far, Kosuke begins to doubt their chances of success. The battle seemed intense, but Kosuke finds the situation under control, much to his surprise. Their journey through the tower had been smooth, but something ominous now lurks ahead. At the 100th floor, the team stands before a door, unsure of what lies beyond. Upon entering, an eerie silence fills the air, with strange crystals glowing ominously in the darkness. Kosuke, sensing danger, stares at the glowing crystals. Something is terribly wrong here. The 3 crystals hold secrets about the tower's core. Kosuke examines their connection with the floors. A sudden announcement confirms the conquest of the tower, revealing a door leading to a decision. Kosuke's group arrives at a new threshold. A message offers the option to leave or stay. Unexpectedly, Asura's voice echoes through the air. Kosuke and his team prepare for the unknown. Kosuke faces a new challenge, a console that might hold the key to controlling the tower. Kosuke hesitates before touching the console, uncertain about accepting the role of manager. He questions whether it's really his place, but the others insist that he must do it. Mitsuki and Kuhi have no interest in becoming the manager themselves, leaving him the choice. They finally express that only Kosuke can become the manager, as they are his protectors. Kosuke steps forward, taking action. With determination, he places his hand on the console. The rumbling sound intensifies as Kosuke begins his registration as the ruler of the tower. The energy surges, indicating the official process of becoming the tower's ruler is underway. A roar interrupts the moment as a dragon emerges, its cry echoing through the air. Kosuke is instructed to register his name. He pauses before choosing a name for himself. With determination, he declares his new name, Amamiya. The registration process is now complete. The tower's presence shook the continent, marking the beginning of a new history for Asgard. The optimization was finished, and Kosuke was prompted to begin the tower management tutorial. Kosuke stared at the screen, hesitating before pressing the button to start the tutorial. After a lengthy lesson, he slumped in exhaustion, relieved that the tutorial had finally ended. Kosuke, still tired, received advice. Doing nothing would lead nowhere. Action was necessary to proceed. With a tired but determined expression, Kosuke carefully reviewed his notes, planning the next steps ahead. Kosuke's team suggested remodeling the floor for better living conditions, and he agreed to start. Reviewing the floor management interface, Kosuke began selecting new rooms to expand the space efficiently. With a soft whir, the installation of the rooms was completed, marking progress in the tower. Surprised, they gazed at the newly finished rooms, amazed by how quickly the construction was done. Kosuke proceeded to arrange furniture for each room, planning where to place living and dining spaces. The kitchen and study were meticulously arranged, sparkling with freshly added furniture and decorations. In the bedroom, the bed was perfectly made, showcasing a comfortable and neat space. The team explored the new space, excited about their shared living situation despite limited rooms. After setting up the kitchen, they gathered in the living room for a relaxing tea break. Kosuke, sipping his tea, pondered the next steps, while one member inquired about the crystal's power. Kosuke reviewed the divine power points used for managing the tower, calculating how many remained. As they gathered for tea, one of the team raised concerns about running out of points. Kosuke explored ways to replenish the power, discovering that nature, beings, and tower structures could help. Monsters on the lower floors, like slimes, were constantly fighting, providing a steady stream of power. After reviewing the summoning circle, they realized summoning slimes would be too inefficient to gather power. Kosuke, deep in thought, decided to use the summoning circle despite the previous doubts. The team realized that leveling up the tower might unlock more options for the summoning circle. Reviewing the information, Kosuke revealed that the tower's level influences the number of configurations available. As the tower leveled up, they learned that summoning circles and the monsters affected this process. Kosuke proposed involving others in the tower's expansion, expanding their options beyond just the current group. Kosuke activated the transfer gate, planning to bring in adventurers to subjugate monsters outside the tower. Realizing the need for housing, Kosuke considered building living spaces for the incoming people. The team decided to construct 10 houses on the 5th floor, saving divine power for later. Kosuke decided to summon 6 creatures for assistance, while also pondering more ways to improve. The tower management officially began, with Kosuke confidently taking the lead, leaving responsibilities to his team. The next day, 2 new adventurers arrived, kneeling as a sign of respect for Kosuke. Mitsuki explained the summoning class, clarifying that the summoned creatures were bound by a contract. Kosuke decided to build housing for those arriving, efficiently managing the divine power for construction. Realizing the need for more creatures, Kosuke acknowledged the necessity of adjusting plans for the summoning. The town on the 5th floor was completed, marking a new milestone in tower management. He notices monsters roaming near the town, suggesting action, but Mitsuki worries about time constraints. Mitsuki offers to take Ek and Wahid to the nearby town, Ryusen, to resolve the issue. They too discuss the adventurers' integration and the tower's future expansion with the transfer gate. A small misunderstanding occurs between Mitsuki and Eke, leading to some humorous tension with Kosuke. Kosuke is reminded of an important issue: Ek and Wahid's feedback about the tower's current appeal. He observes that monsters on lower floors are weak, with adventurers unlikely to visit the tower. Considering the situation, Kosuke wonders about the possibility of transferring floors with middle-class monsters. He finds a solution for floor exchanges but is shocked by the high cost required. Realizing the expense, Kosuke decides to pause the plan and reconsider alternatives for the future. After further thought, Kosuke settles on creating a transit line from the 5th floor. Kosuke plans the layout of the tower's transfer system, linking floors for efficient navigation. The transit lines between floors are completed, allowing better connectivity within the tower for adventurers. With the system in place, Kosuke examines the tower's map and prepares for future adjustments. Curious about the unused magical energy, Kosuke contemplates stopping the flow of power between floors. After making necessary adjustments, Kosuke takes a break, feeling satisfied with his progress on the tower. After building a bath, Kosuke enjoys the relaxing experience, appreciating the luxury of divine power. Relaxing in the bath, Kosuke enjoys the tranquility until he hears someone calling him. He hears the voice of a familiar person, and it turns out to be her. Surprised by the intrusion, Kosuke tries to calm the situation, assuring her it's fine. She confesses her feelings, feeling embarrassed about the situation, unsure if she's bothering him. Kosuke feels a growing tension, unable to avert his eyes as she stands too close. Hoping to diffuse the discomfort, Kosuke awkwardly changes the subject, mentioning dinner as a distraction. Her face reddens as she asks, unsure whether Kosuke views her in a more intimate light. In an unexpected moment, their proximity deepens, with both unsure of how to proceed. Later, she shyly gestures for him to approach, signaling a shift in their relationship's dynamic. Kosuke hesitates, unsure, as the girl questions if they're really ready for this moment. Despite her doubts, the girl reassures him, and they share an intimate, tender moment together. Their closeness deepens, and the tension between them grows as passion takes hold. Caught in the intensity of the moment, they give in to their emotions, overwhelmed by desire. Later, they lie together, exhausted but content, a new bond forming between them as they rest. Mitsuki steps through the door, greeted by Kosuke and others, marking the start of her return. Uncertainty clouds Mitsuki's expression as she nervously asks about Kosuke's preferences, feeling a little out of place. The tower reaches a new level, and Kosuke's attention is captured by the unexpected advancement. Kosuke notices a new notification, intrigued by the potential updates and what they might bring. A gray wolf summoning circle unlocks, offering Kosuke the ability to summon wolves for various purposes. Kosuke decides to summon gray wolves for the 5th floor, hoping they'll protect the town. With a flick of his hand, the wolves materialize, and Mitsuki expresses concern about their safety. He reassures everyone as the wolf obeys him, eager to show its loyalty and strength. Kosuke calls the wolf over, proving its worth with a playful demonstration of its obedience. The wolf's stats reveal its temporary title as Kosuke's familiar, marking a new bond formed. Kosuke is prompted to name the wolf he, a suggestion from Mitsuki about his familiars. Surrounded by affectionate wolves, Kosuke laughs, though he remarks on their over-enthusiastic attachment. Deciding to test his new control, Kosuke realizes he needs assistance before giving further commands. Kosuke watches as the wolves chase down goblins, proving their strength and obedience in battle. Tracking the goblins' movements, the wolves lead Kosuke and the team toward their hidden den. Kosuke commands the wolves to attack, his voice firm as they charge toward their target. Impressed by their coordination, Kosuke realizes the wolves' pack formation skill provides effective teamwork. After returning to the control room, Mitsuki and Kuhi summon new creatures, adding to their forces. Later, Kosuke, after his bath, reflects on Mitsuki's absence, unaware of her plans. Mitsuki, in a surprising outfit, catches Kosuke off guard, leaving him puzzled about her intentions. Mitsuki, dressed provocatively, approaches Kosuke, teasing him about what Kuhi shared regarding his preferences. Kosuke, feeling the tension rise, remains stunned as Mitsuki draws closer, her intentions unclear. In the aftermath, they share an intimate moment, their emotions fluctuating between desire and uncertainty. As the night ends, Kosuke and Mitsuki lie together, their connection deepening with quiet understanding. The next morning, the tower reaches a new level, surprising Kosuke as he reflects on recent events. Kosuke is concerned as only 5 wolves remain, wondering if they encountered another monster. Suddenly, a wolf howls, signaling something urgent. Kosuke and Mitsuki sense the approaching threat. Mitsuki and Kosuke notice unusual movements. Something's happening, and they're anxious about the situation's outcome. Kosuke realizes that the wolves have split into groups, hunting separately, displaying impressive coordination. Hai and Nana gain the leadership skill, showing their growing strength and importance to Kosuke's team. Kosuke realizes that the wolves have been fighting effectively, leveling up the tower after one night. Returning to the control floor, Kosuke and Mitsuki discuss increasing the wolf count for protection. Kosuke plans to divide the wolves into 2 groups, summoning more to safeguard the town. The wolves on the 7th floor will be housed in a barn, improving their self-sufficiency. He wants to understand the divine power gained from the wolves hunting, testing their limits. Kosuke commands the wolves to protect the floor, entrusting them with the task of guarding. Kuhi and Mitsuki argued about taking the wolves to Ryusen, but settled with rock, paper, scissors. Kosuke realized more rooms were necessary, especially with the new fox spirit summoning circle unlocked. Wanli, the fox spirit, happily dashed across the 8th floor, ready for new adventures. The fox spirits excitedly rushed toward Kosuke, who reassured them, "You're doing just fine." Kosuke placed a barn and pond for the fox spirits and summoned slimes for food. Kosuke, still in a daze, realized the shrine had been placed beside the barn unnoticed. He observed Wanli's skills, noting the fox spirit's magical abilities and his expectation for its growth. After a busy day, Kosuke and his companions relaxed, awaiting Kuhi's return and enjoying some comfort. With the base construction progressing, Kosuke discussed plans for the adventurer party and transfer gate. Kosuke acknowledged the cost of hiring guards and workers, but planned to cover expenses through monster hunting. After checking on the wolves, Kosuke discovered 2 had tragically lost their lives. While hunting, he needed to be reminded by Kosuke that offense should be balanced with strategic retreat. Gently patting the wolf's head, Kosuke comforted he, assuring her that everything would be all right. Kosuke spoke with Ichiyai, emphasizing the importance of remembering the fallen and striving to lead better. Surprised, Kosuke found his companions in the bath, offering to wash his back together. After a long day, Kosuke, surrounded by his companions, feels guilty for causing worry. As they offer their gratitude, Kosuke is caught off guard by their unexpected affection and kindness. In the comfort of a shared space, Kosuke and his companions share a quiet moment of intimacy. The atmosphere becomes more intimate as his companions express their feelings, asking for his care and attention. Later, in a peaceful moment of rest, they all fall asleep together, forming a bond of trust. 3 days later, Kosuke and his companions are surprised by intense vibrations coming from the tower. Kosuke learns that the vibrations are due to a new management function being activated, expanding control. Kosuke presents 2 major items, the World Tree's seedling and the Vermillion Castle, both requiring careful management. He explains his plan to entrust the management of certain floors to his companions, delegating responsibility. With the new management system in place, Kosuke prepares to transfer authority, ensuring smooth tower control. Kosuke and his companions discuss the challenge of maintaining the World Tree and the Vermillion Castle, requiring capable individuals. They realize that without proper care, both the castle and the tree will quickly decay. Mitsuki suggests consulting a World Tree expert, hoping to find someone who can properly care for it. Kosuke guesses that Mitsuki knows more about the situation but playfully avoids revealing the full truth. As they walk together, Kosuke inquires about the castle's progress, while Mitsuki hints at secrecy. Kosuke discovers a divine stone inside a shrine, which he places both in the control floor and pond. The properties of the pond's water change, becoming more powerful after the divine stone's addition. Curious about the effects on the creatures, Kosuke tests the divine water's influence on the foxes and wolves. Kosuke considers installing the divine stone on the 5th floor as well, to test its effects further. Back at the control floor, Kuhi has prepared everything for a summoning ritual. Ready after lunch, Kosuke questions the summoning process, noticing it took longer today than expected. Despite previous success, Kuhi explains that summoning higher-level beings requires more preparation, hence the delay compared to before. Kosuke wonders about summoning creatures of equal rank, but they agree experts are needed for the World Tree. At the 73rd floor, Kosuke and Kuhi observe the World Tree seedling, preparing it for growth. Kuhi enthusiastically accepts the task of caring for the World Tree, which will outgrow everything else. The summoning ceremony takes place with a powerful magic circle, and an emissary emerges. A figure appears, asking if the one who summoned them is the one who called them. An imposing high elf named Liston appeared, summoned by Kuhi to discuss a pressing request urgently. Standing beneath glowing leaves, Liston discovered the miracle, a World Tree seedling entrusted to his care. Examining the bark, he hesitated, questioning its origin, while others prepared to introduce their mysterious master. Kosuke calmly introduced himself as the tower's administrator, unsettling Liston with his strangely intense gaze. Entrusting leadership to Kuhi, Kosuke confirmed she held full authority over this domain and its future. Kosuke turned away calmly, while Kuhi escorted Liston forward, her expression unreadable beneath the sunlight. Watching Kosuke depart, Liston questioned Kuhi's loyalty, doubting such a human deserved her unwavering allegiance. Liston pressed further, confused by Kuhi's faith, unable to grasp her reason for serving Kosuke. Kuhi, enraged by the insult, unleashed her power, shaking the ground with pure magical force. Faced with overwhelming presence, Liston knelt in regret, acknowledging her authority and apologizing without resistance. Kuhi warned Liston sharply, granting forgiveness but making it clear she wouldn't tolerate another mistake. Rather than argue further, Liston accepted the lesson, acknowledging she must grow to understand Kuhi's judgment. Kuhi clarified Mitsuki's importance, declaring her an equal, and demanded Liston show proper respect next time. Elsewhere, Kuhi asked Kosuke about Liston's future, unsure if his leniency would cause further complications later. Without hesitation, Kosuke decided to trust Liston, believing her experience now would guide better actions ahead. Kosuke explained his decision, revealing he left to protect Mitsuki from escalating her overwhelming power. Hearing Mitsuki's approval, Kosuke relaxed, knowing her support silenced any remaining doubts within the group. Without warning, Mitsuki leaned forward and kissed Kosuke, catching him completely off guard and speechless. Smiling softly, Mitsuki thanked him in return, expressing her quiet appreciation through warm, sincere eyes. Back in the control room, Kosuke prepared castle plans, pondering suitable candidates for its management. On the 76th floor, they reached Vermilinear Castle, towering under the full moon's glow. As they explored inside, Kosuke admired the structure's grand halls, pillars, and intricately carved throne room. Down a corridor, an orb appeared ominous and glowing, drawing the group toward its magical presence. Kosuke confirmed the object's identity, the Vermilinear Jewel, an artifact now bound exclusively under his ownership. Behind him, Mitsuki's playful warning reminded Kosuke, contracts have limits, jokes included, especially with her watching. Kosuke transferred ownership of the Vermilinear Jewel to Mitsuki, formally assigning her command and authority. To strengthen the castle's defenses, Kosuke initiated a summoning, calling forth a mysterious emissary spirit. The summoned woman identified Mitsuki as her master, awaiting orders while assessing the situation's purpose. Before Mitsuki could respond, the emissary questioned the sacrifice, conjuring a storm above the castle. With a cold glare, Mitsuki warned him some jokes cross lines even among trusted contracts. Everyone froze in shock. Mitsuki's overwhelming presence caused fear to spread through the entire room. Mitsuki's stern words cut deep. Shrine nodded stiffly, now fully understanding her place in command. Lowering her head, Shrine apologized sincerely, and Mitsuki stepped back only at Kosuke's calm request. Shrine gracefully reintroduced herself as the vampire princess, expressing regret and formally acknowledging her new master. Though unintentional, Kosuke had summoned someone linked to the castle, stirring confusion about her surname. Kosuke identified the structure as Vermilinear Castle, surprising everyone with its historical significance and connection. Peering into the crystal orb, Shrine confirmed the castle's identity, her memories slowly resurfacing again. Seeing both the castle and jewel shocked her, doubt formed whether a human truly owned them. Mitsuki questioned Shrine's hesitation, declaring she would demonstrate Kosuke's strength to remove lingering disbelief instantly. Without hesitation, she summoned a blade and asked Kuhi's assistance, startling Shrine with swift resolve. Kuhi handed Kosuke a glass, requesting his blood, making him hesitate at her words. Reluctantly, Kosuke pierced his finger, flinched in pain, and allowed several drops to spill carefully. Everyone watched in silence as the blood trickled into the glass, startling Shrine with tension. Mitsuki insisted Shrine accept it, reminding her not to waste Kosuke's gesture of genuine trust. Though hesitant, Shrine raised the glass, met their eyes, and slowly sipped from the offering. As the blood took effect, Shrine trembled. Kosuke's power overwhelmed her entire body instantly. Now convinced, she smiled softly, acknowledged Kosuke's strength, and pledged loyalty by calling him master. While she looked stunned, Kosuke handed off responsibilities and prepared to return with Kuhi quietly. Despite protests, Kosuke insisted on leaving, fearing further chaos if he stayed in that castle. Mitsuki and Shrine watched the group depart, promising to guard the castle in their absence. Shrine's gaze lingered on Kosuke. Her behavior noticeably changed, stirring unease among the group. Later that night, Kosuke reflected quietly. Her intense stares made him feel hunted, not honored. Seeing Kuhi's outburst, Kosuke tried calming her down, but she stormed off in pure jealousy. Lying beside him, Kuhi confessed her worries, torn between affection and frustration toward his kindness. A month after securing the tower, Kosuke assigns Isnani to deploy the transport crystal. Though the base is complete, Kosuke worries about finishing his personal project in time. He presents a sealed box to Isnani and urges her to activate the crystal inside. The tool reveals Isnani's full status, exposing her race, abilities, and complete lack of special skills. Although Isnani finds it impressive, Kosuke doubts its usefulness and shuts the case in frustration. Kosuke attempted to create a personal display card, but could only stabilize its box projection. When Isnani offered to assist, Kosuke casually accepted, surprising her with unexpected approval. She cheerfully promised to help, rushing toward Ryusen while Kosuke reminded her about the gate. Upon reaching Ryusen, Izanani installed the transfer item, which activated successfully before the gathered party. Together, Kosuke, Mitsuki, and Kuhi looked ahead proudly. Standing before the now open dimensional transfer gate, Kosuke's team bowed respectfully, acknowledging his leadership and celebrating their recent achievement together. While thanking everyone, Kosuke reminded them the gate required official permission from a tower manager. Entrusting the base's care to his team, Kosuke prepared to return through the activated portal. Motivated by Kosuke's words, the group cheered loudly and renewed their determination to carry on. Elsewhere on the tower's 7th floor, a large wolf stirred restlessly, sensing movement from below. Kosuke guided the wolves from the 5th to 7th floor, preparing for future outside visitors. A message from the 73rd floor revealed the world tree was steadily taking strong root. Sarah and Zepar had already joined to help, easing the burden on Listen's duties. Despite managing fine alone, the High Elves welcomed new help to support the growing tree. Kosuke began questioning recruitment methods, wondering whether summoning people again was still the best option. Kosuke learned the elves at Kadroya Forest's ancient world tree might support them from outside. Despite the region's fierce winters and monster threats, elven groups continued their march through snowy wilderness. They had built a hidden settlement near the world tree, protected from the surrounding extreme climate. Listen hoped to request their cooperation, knowing their strength could support future tree expansion efforts. The elves might agree, as their current world tree was nearing the end of its function. Kosuke realized the world tree had lost sync, marking its completion and weakening magical stability. Everyone looked up in disbelief, stunned by how rapidly the world tree had expanded overhead. Kosuke approached cautiously with Listen's permission, intrigued by the mysterious light circling the massive trunk. The tree suddenly radiated intense light as Kosuke touched it, alarming his companions nearby. A fairy manifested from the tree, confirming an ancient elven legend of divine recognition. The fairy's appearance confirmed Kosuke's recognition, leaving everyone shocked by the legendary being's manifestation. Since the fairy showed no aggression, they agreed to observe its behavior instead of interfering. Meanwhile, the elves' village near the world tree remained peaceful under the falling snow. Their elder firmly objected to Kosuke's approach, declaring the world tree sacred and off-limits. While Kosuke met with village leaders, the elder stormed in, interrupting the diplomatic exchange abruptly. Confusion spread among the elves as the priestess's unexplained decision left everyone questioning intentions. Despite prior objections, the elder relented and granted Kosuke special access to the hidden sanctuary. Other elves protested in shock, but the elder firmly insisted on honoring the priestess's direct request. Gratefully, Kosuke followed the guards through the snowy village path leading toward the sacred chamber. Inside the sanctuary, Kosuke was stunned by the priestess's appearance. She wore traditional Japanese shrine attire. Cheryl introduced herself formally, while Kosuke clarified it was their decision to visit the sanctuary. She invited Elder Dolje to join and led the group deeper into the sacred hall. Gigantic tree roots stretched endlessly, impressing them with the world tree's scale and world-supporting presence. A radiant fairy descended, emitting the same mysterious light previously seen at Kosuke's tower. Without hesitation, Kosuke agreed to touch the tree's trunk, guided by the fairy's calm request. Kosuke placed his hand on the trunk, initiating a light-filled reaction from the world tree. Ancient knowledge transferred into Kosuke's mind as the fairy entrusted its legacy to another bearer. Her duty fulfilled, the fairy announced her end and the world tree's fading divine nature. Emotion stirred in the priestess and others as Kosuke respectfully made a final request aloud. Granting his wish, the fairy extended a sacred branch, offering it as a parting gift. Kosuke proposed the fairy reside in the branch to remain close to the chosen girl. He confirmed her continued existence through the branch, offering her a new purpose beyond fading. With gratitude, the fairy entrusted Cheryl to protect the future, her task now complete. Cheryl and the elders accepted the responsibility, pledging their full effort as the fairy dissolved. Smiling gently, Kosuke held the branch as the fairy entrusted her spirit into his care. After understanding the situation, the elves gathered to protect the new world tree together. Kosuke performed the ritual by placing his hand on the tree's sturdy trunk. Suddenly, the fairy transformed and floated gently, requesting a name to begin her new life. Kosuke named her Asena. Joyfully, she accepted it as the elves completed the branch planting. With a task in hand, Asena infused magic into the branch, making it grow. Magic surged around the three trees, swirling brightly as new life slowly began taking form again. The elves stood in silence, watching over the planted tree, hoping for its peaceful future. Sunlight pierced the sky. The young tree stretched upward, beginning its journey to thrive once more. Shrine summoned her loyal kin, restoring order while quietly preparing the ninth floor's throne room. With curiosity stirred, Shrine asked Kosuke if she too could access the mysterious control floor. Kosuke avoided her gaze, explaining new roles were needed while another handled the elven migration. Despite his caution, Shrine's presence unsettled him. The others teased her intense aura unsettled Kosuke. She approached boldly, claiming he misunderstood her nature, while Kosuke hid behind the nearest report. Shrine explained her nature calmly: blood was tradition, not survival, and she meant no threat. She clarified further, human blood was rare indulgence, never taken by force or desperation. After reassurance, Kosuke accepted her. Shrine embraced him warmly, startling everyone in the room. Kosuke froze as Shrine pressed closer. Her teasing words deepened his visible discomfort and confusion. Later, she described the fragile Igrids, a race resembling dolls, under her clan's direct protection. To ease the burden on upper floors, Kosuke considered inviting the Igrids for assistance. Encouraged by Shrine's enthusiasm, he agreed, prompting her to prepare for the invitation immediately. Despite lacking official approval, Shrine rushed forward. Both Igrids and elves soon joined their operations. Following the gate's activation at Amamiya Mansion, traffic to the tower increased dramatically each day. Adventurers learned valuable herbs were returning from the tower, fueling overnight rumors and growing interest. Due to overwhelming numbers, organizers asked unprepared participants to leave and return later properly equipped. Crowds grew restless near the gate, shouting demands, forcing staff to manage tensions carefully again. Inside, Schmidt returned unexpectedly, offering insight as rumors of treasure continued spreading among adventurers. He agreed to cooperate, requesting tower details before committing to any direct involvement or support. Before discussions deepened, Schmidt reunited with Zasan, who had already ventured into the mysterious tower. Schmidt confirmed Zasan had worked with him before and recently tried renting a base himself. Curious about the results, Schmidt asked about Zasan's rewards earned from within the tower. Zasan eagerly presented a massive sack, boasting confidently about the value of its contents. After inspecting the goods, Schmidt agreed to open a business using these gathered supplies. Upon closer look, nearly everything Zasan acquired consisted of rare, valuable, and trade-worthy materials. The successful material gathering encouraged Schmidt, who saw potential in transforming life across Ryusen permanently. Shortly after, Kosuke confirmed the first official store opened successfully on the 5th floor. Nana's fur turned brighter. A new divine title marked her as an evolving sacred familiar. Kosuke questioned Mitsuki about white wolves. She recalled snowy regions but knew little about divine beings. Meanwhile, Kosuke arrived at the elves' village where Lilith volunteered to guide him personally. An elf panicked upon seeing Nana. White wolves, historically, were considered their instinctive enemies. Kosuke visited to gather more information. A fairy explained white wolves represented the great god. Asera, the fairy, added that only a high elf would know the full truth. The high elf agreed to speak. He explained the legend's origin from a forgotten age. Back then, the god's form mirrored a towering white wolf, unlike any beast alive today. Kosuke realized fairies truly existed, raising hopes that the great god's legend might be real. While resting on the 8th floor, Kosuke reflected on divine origins and ongoing unanswered mysteries. Unexpectedly, Wanli's multiple tails caused surprise, drawing sudden attention from Kosuke and his companions. Revealed officially, Wanli's identity as a multi-tailed fox came with numerous specialized magical abilities. Kosuke questioned whether Wanli's enhanced powers, including telepathy, resulted from contact with divine energy. Mitsuki explained that telepathy required both sender and receiver to possess compatible magical capabilities. Reading a document, Kosuke suddenly understood the significance of Wanli needing a telepathy receiver. He called for Mitsuki immediately, urging everyone, including Wanli and Nana, to return with him. Inside the cluttered control room, Kosuke surprised Izanani, demanding answers related to magical communication. Kosuke explained that telepathy only functioned if a receiver existed, meaning someone had formed a bond. Izanani proposed a 2-box system, input and output, to convert telepathy data onto a card. Kosuke collaborated intensely, drawing complex formulas, while others observed his unusual excitement and quiet determination. After steady progress, the output system using cards was fully constructed and functional at last. Examining the results, Kosuke noted the design's simplicity but insisted function must remain unhindered. Though basic form worked fine, Kosuke aimed to refine its appearance for future use. Shrine suddenly appeared, catching Kosuke off guard while inspecting the card, pressing him unexpectedly close. With stern eyes, Shrine questioned Kosuke's obsession, proposing a card as compensation for the intrusion. Kosuke activated the machine, sliding the material in carefully, initiating the card creation process. As the card was processed, Shrine realized it revealed her detailed magical attributes instantly. Surprised, she called it divine, acknowledging Kosuke's craftsmanship while offering input about aesthetic enhancements. Shrine recommended the Igrid clan, known for living underground and skilled at intricate craftsmanship. Their exceptional handiwork exceeded dwarves, making them ideal for designing decorative enhancements on Kosuke's card. Before anyone could object, Shrine abruptly rushed off, declaring urgency in visiting the Igrid village. Upon arrival, Kosuke encountered the Igrid's hillside dwellings and prepared to introduce his project proposal. Though initially cautious, the Igrids listened carefully and soon expressed eager interest in collaborating together. The decorated card was proudly presented, drawing attention and admiration from the surrounding Igrid girls. Kosuke thanked the Igrids warmly, who expressed gratitude for their safe, peaceful underground home. Back at his office, he reflected on how the tower had become more alive. His thoughts wandered as he recalled the priestess's attire that reminded him of home. Suddenly, two girls entered in traditional clothing, leaving him flustered and unable to respond properly. The girls stepped forward in ritual robes, wondering if Kosuke still found them appealing. Caught off guard, Kosuke backed away slightly, unsure how to handle their direct presence. Impressed by his recent efforts, they gently offered comfort, drawing close to support Kosuke tonight. Kosuke considers forming a guild, contemplating the possibility of utilizing special cards to enhance their strength. He reviews his personal card, seeing the advantages of using his skills to create a unique guild. Merchants bustled through the fifth floor's marketplace as Schmidt quietly concluded his final transaction. A silver-haired butler approached, informing Schmidt that his presence was urgently requested by the tower's authority. Guided across the plaza, Schmidt was told the administrator awaited him beyond the grand entrance. The towering double doors creaked open slowly as Schmidt reached forward to enter without hesitation. Inside, Kosuke sat calmly with folded hands, observing Schmidt, while his maid stood silently behind. Schmidt's eyes widened in disbelief, recognizing the true identity of the person before him. Introduced by Wahid, Kosuke revealed himself as the tower's administrator, leaving Schmidt momentarily stunned. The maid acknowledged Schmidt's past efforts, praising Mitsuki's strength during a previous tower battle. Without hesitation, Kosuke proposed the idea of forming a new guild unlike any before. Crown would unite all professions under one symbol, changing how the tower's society functioned entirely. Kosuke presented a special item, prompting Schmidt's curiosity as he hesitantly examined the object. Schmidt received a large guild card capable of revealing detailed information about its owner's skills. Following instructions, Schmidt was guided to place his hand on a crystal for verification. A mechanism activated, and Kosuke invited Schmidt to view the now revealed results on the card. The displayed card confirmed Schmidt's identity and skills, officially marking him as a member of Crown. Kosuke envisioned the Crown card revolutionizing guild interactions and drawing skilled individuals toward them. Schmidt raised concerns about forgery, but Kosuke confidently assured the card's security was reliable. Kosuke's maid explained that magical ripples uniquely bind a person's power to their card. Schmidt learned the tool used divine power and erased tampered data if misuse was attempted. Realizing its uniqueness, Schmidt acknowledged the card as a divine tool crafted under Kosuke's authority. Schmidt questioned their intentions, suspicious of the reason behind revealing so much classified information. Kosuke explained his trust, offering Schmidt leadership over the entire merchant division within Crown. Hesitation filled Schmidt's expression as he clutched the card and contemplated the enormous responsibility offered. He understood leading meant gaining power but also becoming a target for outside guild threats. Though uncertain about confronting rival merchants, Schmidt slowly slid the card forward, signaling reluctant acceptance. Schmidt expressed interest but requested time while Kosuke mentioned special privileges tied to holding the card. Kosuke proposed lifting transfer gate tolls, easing burdens for merchants needing frequent travel between towns. With a firm tone, Kosuke offered free gate access, emphasizing the card's immense future value. Kosuke revealed an additional incentive: Schmidt could decide the next transfer gate's location if he agreed. Schmidt visualized a thriving hub, transforming the town into a strategic trade point across the continent. Schmidt realized the card's worth could skyrocket, envisioning their power in future merchant negotiations. Without hesitation, he accepted the offer, understanding the opportunity was far too valuable to refuse. The two sealed their partnership with a handshake, confirming their shared vision for Crown's future. Later that evening, Kosuke reflected quietly, content that everything had progressed just as he planned. As night settled in, Kosuke reclined peacefully, finally resting after a successful, eventful day. Mitsuki misunderstood Wahid's suggestion, proposing a slave, catching Kosuke completely off guard. After Schmidt's departure, Wahid proposed employing slaves to increase the workforce needed for guild operations. Wahid clarified the types of slaves available, requesting Kosuke's decision on whether to authorize usage. Kosuke agreed on the condition that all slaves receive fair treatment and necessary daily support. Concerned for Mitsuki, Kosuke softened. She suggested starting with 10 battle slaves to boost defense. While Kosuke prepared for sleep, Mitsuki unexpectedly offered herself, catching him completely off guard again. Kosuke and his companion arrived on the 8th floor, greeted by peaceful monsters and soft sunlight. Despite the calm, Kui leaned on Kosuke, exhausted after days tending the sacred world tree alone. A sudden burst of light revealed Asena, bound to Kosuke by a growing magical contract. Inviting smiles replaced confusion as Asena suggested exploring together, and Kosuke gladly accepted without hesitation. That afternoon, everyone shared bread and laughter beneath the trees, finally enjoying well-earned moments of peace. Kosuke observed the foxes closely, puzzled that their divine manipulation skill remained stuck at level 1. While Wanli enjoyed a treat, Kosuke formed a glowing orb infused with divine power essence. Encouraging calmly, he urged Wanli to control divine energy and catch the orb without fear. Excitement sparked as Wanli succeeded. Even the wolf barked, eager to join their magical play. Kosuke tossed another divine orb, but something stirred an ancient power awakened behind the wolf's eyes. Nana fiercely struck the divine orb midair, knocking it back before the wolf could react. Kosuke praised Asena warmly, surprised by her strength and how far she had already improved. Eager to try, Asena received the orb calmly and held it with perfect balance. She launched the divine ball with precision. It struck the tree, shaking leaves across the area. Kosuke and Kuhi watched amazed, acknowledging Asena's control as fitting for the world tree's avatar. Asena launched the orb again. Both beasts dashed forward eagerly, chasing its divine energy trail. Nana crouched with precision, while Wanli leapt over Asena's head, chasing the ball midair. Kosuke watched their growth with approval. Consistent use of divine power boosted their skills naturally. Mitsuki interrupted the training, delivering a scroll about Schmidt's recommendation for a transfer gate location. The proposed transfer gate would connect the tower's 5th floor with Nansen, far southwest continent. Although Schmidt's report was thorough, Kosuke insisted on visiting Nansen himself to judge the location. Teleportation options were discussed. Kuhi's return spell was limited, but Mitsuki offered her own alternative. Kosuke gently declined Kuhi's request, reminding her that the elves still needed her guidance here. They arrived swiftly by Mitsuki's magic. Nansen's lively streets welcomed them with activity and energy. Abundant mountain resources supported local craftsmen, making Nansen a bustling hub of trade and opportunity. Kosuke headed to the guild, hoping to recruit skilled workers for tower expansion projects. Inside Nansen's public guild, locals quietly shared meals while reviewing maps and available labor contracts. Nearby, Colette hesitated before eating, distracted by nerves despite her friend's gentle reminder to hurry. Overwhelmed by stares, the two tried staying calm as curious guild members whispered around them. Colette stood her ground proudly. Meanwhile, more onlookers speculated if the unfamiliar girls were adventurers. Kosuke's entrance drew attention. Even Colette froze as Mitsuki's presence impressed the watching adventurers. While Colette noticed Kosuke's companion, Sylvia focused more on the amusing fox atop his head. After eating, the group approached Nansen's quest board, examining unfamiliar mission categories tied to craftsmanship. Kosuke considered recruiting through quests. The sheer number hinted at Nansen's deep artisan culture and talent. Suddenly approached, Kosuke turned as a group of strangers casually invited him for a conversation. The group's casual approach unsettled Kosuke, who questioned if they resembled delinquents from another world. Their leader misread Kosuke's quiet focus as defiance, escalating tension despite Kosuke's calm explanation. Without warning, Mitsuki launched into action, effortlessly flipping the man and freezing his companions in fear. Crowds gathered near the board, shocked as Mitsuki calmly scanned the noisy group from above. As guards approached, Kosuke signaled departure, leaving the defeated man behind, furious and humiliated on ground. As they walk through town, a familiar group confronts them, seeking revenge from earlier humiliation. The gang surrounds them confidently, mocking their strength, unaware of the growing tension in the air. While threats escalate, the hero senses something odd. Citizens seem unusually silent, guards oddly indifferent. Instead of stepping forward, he sends Mitsuki to handle negotiations after an insult crosses the line. Colette and Sylvia notice the crowd gathering, sensing trouble but unsure what triggered the sudden commotion. Sylvia stayed behind while Mitsuki sprinted forward, immediately engaging the enemy with overwhelming force. Dodging attacks fluidly, Mitsuki disarmed one enemy while countering a second with precise, brutal retaliation. With elegant precision, she disabled all opponents using sword technique alone, ensuring none suffered fatal injuries. Kosuke approached the wounded leader, now seated helplessly, signaling the start of their real interrogation. Standing firm, Kosuke requested answers directly, determined to uncover the group's hidden intentions and connections. Crowds parted as Kosuke approached the defeated knight, Mitsuki quietly standing by his side. The knight laughed defiantly, rejecting questions. Kosuke calmly ordered Mitsuki to ensure he harmed no one. Without hesitation, Mitsuki raised her blade. The knight screamed as her strike aimed precisely and deliberately. Just before the blow landed, a mysterious woman stepped forward, intercepting Mitsuki with urgent force. Sword poised at her throat, she faced Mitsuki. Kosuke watched silently, evaluating the unexpected interference. Sylvia barged through the crowd, drawing attention as Kosuke recognized her from the tavern earlier. Mitsuki stepped forward, sword drawn, confronting Sylvia with suspicion about her connection to the recent events. Before violence escalated, Kosuke calmly intervened, urging Mitsuki to stand down and let words explain intentions. Introductions followed with tension still thick. Kosuke questioned the woman about the group's true motives. Mitsuki revealed their scheme, suggesting the woman verify truth herself using her hidden divine ability. Mitsuki explained the Eye of Truth, revealing its color-based detection of lies and truth. To ensure fairness, both women activated the ability. The suspect grew visibly anxious under scrutiny. Chanting the incantation together, they cast the spell. The knight braced himself for the revelation. The cleric's silent casting shocked everyone. Her control over the technique exceeded normal expectations completely. Cornered by Mitsuki's blade, the knight trembled as his repeated crimes were exposed without denial. Faced with mounting pressure, the knight finally broke, realizing deceit was no longer an option. Mitsuki calmly pressed further, accusing him of targeting and harming multiple women across different adventuring parties. The direct question about his victim stunned him. Panic surged, and he shouted uncertain, desperate denial. As Mitsuki approached, she warned him with finality, answer now, or lose something far more personal. Sobbing and terrified, he confessed vaguely. Mitsuki ended the interrogation. The priestess had learned enough truth. Kosuke questioned the man's freedom, implying protection from unseen forces shielding him from justice. Before the silent crowd, Kosuke pressed further, demanding names of accomplices hidden within the town. Tension rose as Kosuke's gaze shifted, noticing suspicious figures watching silently from among the crowd. Laughing nervously, the man confessed his confidence. Someone influential always erased consequences behind the scenes. While Kosuke remained composed, others around him reacted with shock, realizing corruption extended far beyond expectations. Mitsuki delivered a decisive blow, knocking the criminal unconscious before the crowd without hesitation. Kosuke clarified their actions, explaining justice's necessity, while Mitsuki suggested handing them to town authorities. Aware of possible retaliation, Sylvia sensed danger. She urged Colette to flee immediately from the scene. Dragging Colette along, Sylvia insisted they abandon their inn too, fearing surveillance or ambush nearby. Kosuke hesitated when asked about the girls. Mitsuki watched him, waiting for a serious response. Mitsuki taunted Kosuke with jealousy, teasing him about the priestess's appearance and gaining emotional advantage. Kosuke grew flustered. Mitsuki grinned slyly, while the priestess quietly disappeared from town unnoticed. As they walked away, Kosuke and Mitsuki agreed to continue protecting the girls from danger. Meanwhile, Sylvia and Colette reflected on the situation, discussing hidden supporters behind the criminal's behavior. Although uncertain, Colette expressed guilt. Sylvia reassured her, recognizing her courage in speaking up. Colette's heart stirred unexpectedly. Sylvia noticed, teasing her about feelings possibly sparked during the rescue. Before emotions settled, cloaked enemies ambushed them. Mitsuki quickly intervened, shielding the girls from sudden danger. Sylvia stepped forward to protect Colette. The cloaked men moved faster than anticipated, raising alarm. Nana pounced from above, neutralizing one attacker. Flames erupted as the remaining foes scrambled to escape. Kosuke appeared calmly, revealing he had followed them to help. Relief spread across everyone's faces. Realizing danger still loomed, Kosuke urged the group to retreat. Colette panicked, suspecting he overheard everything. They traveled deep into the forest. Their divine titles became clear, both priestesses of powerful gods. Colette approached nervously, calling Kosuke's name. Her expression revealed a question she'd been holding back. In a quiet voice, Colette asked if she and Sylvia could join his party. Kosuke smiled slyly, hinting at a condition. Sylvia grew alarmed, while Colette blushed in confusion. Kosuke summoned Asena, revealing a glowing fairy who called out to the surprised Colette. The elf held Asena gently, recognizing her as an incredibly rare World Trees fairy. Startled by the revelation, the elf instinctively kneeled, overwhelmed by the fairy's divine presence. Kosuke tried to explain further about Asena, while the elf tried regaining her composure. He then calmly declared that the elf had been chosen as Asena's new priestess. Colette hesitated as Asena asked to be her priestess, shocking everyone with her reply. Without warning, Asena claimed Kosuke was her father and Colette her mother, causing confusion. Sylvia panicked and questioned Colette, who stood frozen, unsure how to respond to Asena's claim. While Colette denied everything, Sylvia joked about elven skills, blaming low birth rates for disbelief. Trying to regain control, Kosuke redirected the talk toward Eris, asking Sylvia a serious question. Kosuke mentions Eris again, prompting Colette to recall faint memories of ancient godly names. While reading old scriptures, Colette explains that only gods were allowed to use Eris. They realize only the three main gods, Eris, Spica, and Jameer, could speak that name freely. Kosuke brings up divine descent, a rare ritual involving communication with gods through their priestess. Agreeing hesitantly, Colette extends her hand to Kosuke, preparing for an unknown divine connection. Kosuke firmly grips Sylvia's hand and shouts Eris's name, initiating the sacred summoning ritual. A divine glow surrounds Sylvia's body as Eris, the goddess, begins to manifest within her. Now partially possessed, Sylvia speaks with Eris's presence, and scolds Kosuke for summoning her improperly. Kosuke tries to laugh it off while Eris and Sylvia's companions show varying levels of discomfort. Despite the moment's tension, Sylvia admits the divine possession won't last for much longer. Kosuke explained his intention was for Sylvia's clarity, promising to perform the ritual correctly next. Eris responded calmly, faded from Sylvia's body, and gently bid farewell with a promise to return. As her strength faded, Sylvia struggled to stay steady, sensing powerful divine remnants within her chest. Reaching out with concern, Kosuke asked if Sylvia was all right, seeing her visibly affected and pale. Gripping his hand, Sylvia admitted confusion yet confirmed Erisamil-sama had indeed spoken through her moments ago. Kosuke's calm demeanor confused the others, who were shocked by his divine connection and authority. While they planned to move to safety, a hidden figure silently watched them from the trees. That cloaked observer reported back, confirming their escape was made possible using teleportation magic. Angered by their failure, the man threatened punishment, promising retribution once the group returned again. Rumors spread fast. Kosuke stood before the sealed gate, now called the Amamiya Tower. Glowing symbols emerged beneath them. The ground shifted, startling the group as magic activated around. Everyone watched in awe as Kosuke welcomed them inside the structure, recognized him as its master. Shrine lounged impatiently, complaining of boredom. Unaware Kosuke had just returned from another expedition, she leapt into his arms without hesitation, startling their new guests with a very bold greeting. Kosuke formally introduced himself as the administrator, surprising the guests with his calm authority. To everyone's shock, the elf girl was chosen as priestess by a powerful divine being. Without warning, Colette was dragged away, suddenly chosen to inherit management responsibilities from another goddess. While relaxing on the couch, she hesitated before asking Kosuke for a personal favor. With sincerity in her eyes, she requested a temple her faith now needed a sacred place. After browsing the interface, Kosuke confirmed a temple could indeed be added through the console. He agreed to install it, then quietly requested an additional connection, one to contact Asura. Before anything else, Kosuke initiated major changes, assigning rooms and overhauling the interior structure entirely. The installation demanded divine points. Kosuke, stunned by the cost, kept his thoughts to himself. The updated living room appeared. Kosuke explained the enlargement was needed for new tower residents. With the remodel complete, Kosuke distributed rooms and facilities to every resident in the tower. Kosuke reminded them to report the Nansen incident. Sylvia agreed, quietly volunteering to handle it. Several days later, armored guards surrounded a Nansen building. An old man investigated the loud disturbance. The officials handed over an arrest warrant, leaving the elderly man completely shocked and confused. The scroll displayed many signatures Nansen's elite had united, finally holding the man accountable for everything. Guards detained the man immediately. He protested, but orders required explanation only at the station. After a long night of effort, the gathered documents secured justice and satisfied the investigators. Standing at a window, Dol and Wahid debated if Kosuke should continue involving the city. While asleep, Sylvia awoke in a strange dream realm, face to face with a divine presence. The goddess spoke gently, revealing insight about Sylvia's feelings and warning of upcoming emotional trials. The goddess gently warned Sylvia that Kosuke may never truly belong to only one person. Although disheartened, Sylvia still held on to hope, determined not to give up just yet. Blushing, Sylvia struggled to speak, but the goddess encouraged her and promised quiet support regardless. With courage growing, Sylvia acknowledged her emotions. She thanked the goddess and promised to try. Awakening in silence, Sylvia sat up slowly, quietly recalling the dream and what it meant. Kosuke visited Sylvia early, asking for another divine descent to be held at the temple. With limited resources, a basic chapel was prepared. Everyone gathered quietly for the next summoning. Sylvia stood forward, called Eris by name, and offered her body as the divine vessel. Eris descended successfully. This time everything worked, and she acknowledged the team's improved preparations with approval. To protect Sylvia, Eris warned her stay must remain short, despite favorable conditions and smooth rituals. Kosuke's confident reply reassured Sylvia, who quietly felt relief hearing his honest and steady voice. Friends and mentors gave Sylvia heartfelt encouragement, reminding her she could choose her own path. Kuhi and Mitsuki boldly offered to serve Kosuke, reassuring Sylvia she wasn't a burden. As Eris prepared to return, she left with calm grace, her presence slowly fading away. With the ritual complete, Eris vanished. Sylvia stood alone, thoughtful amid the lingering silence. The system announced the tower's growth, signifying a new stage and further opportunities for development. Kosuke discovered a new summoning circle, adding Nero rabbits as a fresh monster type. They calculated potential earnings, weighing divine costs and rabbit spawn rates for optimal monster point generation. Another tower upgrade allowed seasonal control, prompting Kosuke to evaluate its strategic benefits before implementing changes. Seasons like rain, snow, and sunlight could now be toggled, altering environments per floor strategy. Kosuke realizes customizing the tower consumes many points, requiring constant experimentation and resource management. While he reflects, Shrane appears with Nana and Wanli, calling his attention towards something important. Surprisingly, Shrane reveals Nana and Wanli wish for more of their kind to be summoned. She explains that the beasts can communicate through spirits, allowing her to interpret their desires. Kosuke wonders if elves can do the same, hoping to expand communication using spirits further. Colette entered the room, surprised by everyone's intense stares directed solely at her sudden arrival. About her spirit communication skills, Shrine considered testing it immediately herself. Although Colette denied it at first, she admitted her elven nature allowed partial spirit understanding. Taking a moment, Colette managed to understand the wolves' thoughts regarding their summoning and placement. Kosuke noticed Colette's talent, realizing elves could communicate with monsters better than he could. Colette marveled at how Nana and Wanli suddenly learned a mysterious communication ability. Kosuke confirmed their wish to expand numbers, questioning if they truly wanted reinforcements. He called Colette to help, knowing her familiar skill allowed communication through understanding. Colette asked if doubling their numbers was fine. They nodded, approving new monster additions. Kosuke proposed testing a summoning circle far away, to monitor how well they hunt. He prepared to leave with Nana and Wanli after thanking Colette for her help. Meanwhile, at the Everspring Garden, Asura reminisced while holding the book Kosuke once read. Suddenly, Eris, Jameer, and Spica appeared before Asura, each radiating curiosity and determination. Startled by their presence, Asura questioned their intentions, sensing an urgent matter behind their visit. Smiling with certainty, Jameer declared they were discussing Kosuke and the others' current situation. Kosuke, along with 2 loyal maids, conquered the central tower in mere months. Asura admitted she sent him to Asgard, hoping something unexpected and interesting might happen. After hearing Asura's reasoning, the goddesses were shocked but instructed to keep everything secret. She explained excessive divine intervention might damage balance, but contact from Kosuke himself was acceptable. Asura, satisfied for now, decided to observe quietly while Kosuke's journey continued to unfold. Kosuke and his companions departed swiftly, while watchers vowed to protect him from the distant shadows. Kosuke and his team visit various floors of the tower, noticing the growing activity and liveliness. A fox spirit dashed forward, reaching the 8th floor, leaving the stunned rabbit behind instantly. From hiding, others watched the lone rabbit wander. Then, coordinated foxes launched their surprise ambush. Though they struggled at first, the fox spirits eventually learned to capture Nero rabbits effectively. Meanwhile, the gray wolves hunted with overwhelming strength, pushing deeper into territory without slowing down. Their habitat was structured carefully, summoning zones, shrines, and defenses, guiding balance across the growing ecosystem. Kosuke placed the divine rock among fox spirits, believing its energy gain was still worthwhile. Within Ryusen's linked town, adventurers and craftsmen bustled daily, working on buildings and supply routes tirelessly. Transit routes were adjusted to support expansion, connecting Ryusen smoothly with floors beneath growing inactivity. Dungeon difficulty rose by design. Higher floors offered harsher challenges, luring stronger adventurers seeking harder battles. To match progress, Kosuke shifted dungeons downward, hoping to guide elite adventurers toward deeper tower levels. Kosuke arrived at the meeting hall, joined by Sylvia and others, prepared to deliver updates. Trade remained mostly open, though Crown maintained control, influencing regional flow of goods and services. Discussions covered personnel assignments. Kosuke wanted Wahid's duties transferred, but lacked a proper replacement nearby. Sylvia, introduced as a priestess of Erisamil, was revealed to have divine potential soon. Despite her modesty, officials confirmed Sylvia's divine link, recognizing her worthiness as future high priestess. Kosuke clarified his role: he merely summoned Eris, while Sylvia had been chosen as vessel. Sylvia blushed deeply, reassured by Kosuke's presence, and quietly accepted the divine role before her. The topic shifted. Kosuke proposed placing a transfer gate in Nansen to enhance regional connectivity. He suggested constructing 2 more gates, targeting towns in both northwest and southeast for expansion. To avoid overdependence, Kosuke chose Mixen and Kennelson as ideal new points for gate installation. To manage risks, they proposed installing all transfer gates together while applying user access restrictions. Only Crown members would gain full access, while outsiders could only travel to one designated town. Crown cards would track holy and magic power, making identification and movement control more efficient. Kosuke approved the plan, entrusting card mass production to others while focusing on broader logistics. To begin installations, Kosuke prepared to depart for Mixen, a key location for the system. Sylvia requested to join the trip, hoping to study divine descent in the sacred town. While one declined, another volunteered eagerly, excited for a chance to accompany Kosuke this time. Others followed, some shyly, expressing their desire to travel alongside Kosuke for a brief visit. Colette remained seated, reminding them that Olette was still training with Cheryl on upper floors. Unable to leave training, Olette accepted the decision, told to wait until permission was granted. Mixen, a southeastern holy city, drew pilgrims continent-wide despite threats of possible monster attacks. To support the flow of worshippers, large numbers of clergymen permanently resided within its walls. Upon arrival, Kosuke and his group stood amazed, gazing across Mixen's densely layered white buildings. Climbing the sacred stairs, they spotted the enormous triple temple structure nestled between sharp stone cliffs. At the summit stood temples of Spica, Jamir, and Erisamil, the 3 gods worshipped continent-wide. As she entered the temple, Shrine froze abruptly, sensing something unusual in the divine space. A chilling presence surged around her. Shrine recognized the sensation and braced herself in silence. Without explanation, Shrine quickly departed, leaving the others behind to continue exploring the temple alone. The group advanced through towering pillars, entering the shadowy heart of the temple's sacred grounds. Kosuke spotted a glowing portal ahead. He identified it as a remnant of Everspring Garden. Shrine abruptly halted beneath the grand pillars, eyes narrowing at an unseen presence surrounding her path. She scanned the temple, unsettled by a sensation faint, familiar, and deeply troubling to her instincts. Without offering further explanation, Shrine departed alone, promising she'd return by nightfall at the designated inn. The remaining group exchanged glances, then turned toward the temple entrance. stepping through its heavy shadows together. Inside the vast chamber, a radiant trace appeared. He recognized it as the Everspring Garden. Sylvia stood frozen as the masked figure greeted her by name after years apart. Meanwhile, Asura and Eris enjoyed tea in the garden, unaware of the awakening forces. A voice suddenly echoed, startling both women as Kosuke's distant presence reached them unexpectedly. Relieved by proper contact this time, Eris praised Kosuke for learning the correct method. Their conversation ended quickly, and Kosuke disconnected, leaving behind gentle smiles and unfinished thoughts. Kosuke returned from the link. Kuhi and Sylvia greeted him, surprised only an hour passed. Curious temple staff observed their behavior. Colette approached, saying someone important awaited an introduction. The head priestess appeared, formally greeting them and asking to speak privately with Kosuke and Sylvia. Sylvia admitted emotional distance, explaining the community not herself had difficulty forgiving what once transpired between them. Before introductions continued, Kosuke requested time. He then asked Sylvia to retrieve the temple artifact. Sylvia and Kosuke triggered a sudden reaction from the artifact. Engulfed in a radiant, blinding light, onlookers watched in shock. Energy surged, ending as Kosuke confirmed completion while Sylvia remained frozen. Unexpectedly, Sylvia collapsed onto Kosuke. The crowd gasped as she landed directly in his embrace. Embarrassed but responsive, Sylvia claimed her strength faded instantly. Kosuke urged her to examine the artifact. Holding the artifact gently, Sylvia listened. Kosuke advised her to close her eyes and focus. Sylvia woke in a glowing void, confused by the swirling lights and infinite darkness around her. Voices echoed through the space. Sylvia heard Kosuke and a divine presence calling out clearly. Kosuke explained the artifact's function. Sylvia could now contact Eris anytime using the magic link. Eris mentioned limited time before disappearing, leaving Sylvia startled and eager to continue the talk. Back in reality, Sylvia collapsed from the sudden return with Kosuke rushing to her side. Tears welled up in Sylvia's eyes, overwhelmed by the sudden disconnect from Eris. The priestess gently explained that reconnecting with Eris was possible through proper artifact use. With calm regained, the priestess invited Kui and Sylvia to follow for further discussion. Everyone gathered in a grand hall, quietly sipping a warm drink served by their host. Kui smiled, reminded of home. Sylvia nodded, ready to share introductions as requested. Introductions were exchanged politely as Kosuke arrived, meeting Kuhi and the white-robed priestess calmly. The priestess revealed Kosuke's spiritual potential, recognizing his divine form as rare among all aspiring clergy, offering him a place. The temple leader asked if he'd devote himself to their order. Moments later, Kuhi sensed armed intruders gathering, prompting swift warning while Kosuke analyzed the situation silently. Though grateful, Kosuke declined the offer, explaining other duties while watching the hostile crowd approach. Kosuke answered directly, stating honesty was faster than hiding his reasons behind polite formalities. Though disappointed, the priestess asked about an artifact, and Kosuke insisted on buying it outright. His request was denied, as the artifact could only respond to Sylvia's unique divine essence. The priestess was stunned, realizing the object Kosuke mentioned was indeed a sacred divine relic. Her voice trembled, acknowledging Kosuke's feat surpassed all clerics he'd touched divinity and forged holy power. Kosuke calmly ended the discussion, his tone signaling he had nothing further to negotiate. Suddenly, temple guards stormed the chamber, their weapons drawn, surrounding Kosuke and his companions without warning. Laurel issued a final demand: join the temple or surrender the divine artifact without resistance. Realizing the threat, Kosuke quietly requested Kuhi to act, hinting subtle force was now acceptable. In response, Kuhi transformed dramatically, unleashing angelic wings and divine presence, stunning everyone with overwhelming power. Kosuke repeated himself firmly, reminding everyone that only Sylvia could wield the sacred divine artifact. Together with Kuhi, Kosuke warned the temple of consequences if they dared provoke divine wrath. Laurel explained divine tools borrowed godly power, warning that interference risked drawing divine punishment from Arasamil. Kosuke challenged her hesitation, questioning whether the gods would tolerate such reckless behavior from mortals. Recognizing their error, Laurel and her soldiers knelt, begging forgiveness from the emissary of heaven. Kosuke agreed to spare the temple if everyone vowed never to interfere with them again. Soon after, temple members assembled, listening carefully as the new divine commandment was publicly announced. Kuhi addressed the crowd firmly, warning them against any future attempts to harm their group. The priestess accepted the outcome, granting them freedom to leave without punishment for today's incident. Smiling warmly, Kuhi comforted the young girl, insisting nothing had changed between them at all. While walking through town, the group noticed Shrain was missing and speculated about her whereabouts. Kosuke casually asked if she wanted to return, but the girl quietly declined the suggestion. She revealed being expelled from the temple before, choosing not to explain the details yet. Grateful for Kosuke's understanding, she smiled gently as they continued walking without further questions. As they returned to the inn, Kosuke wondered aloud whether Shrain had already come back. Startled by the scene, they discovered Shrain bound on the roof, sweat-covered and clearly distressed. Kosuke returned from training, confused to find a maid mysteriously bound in revealing clothes. Startled by the scene, he studied the woman's face, slowly recognizing something oddly familiar. The shrine maiden bowed silently, her presence alone unsettling Kosuke more than the situation itself. Everyone gathered in a circle, realizing they too had been affected by the woman's aura. Kuhi, overcome with fury, drew her blade, ready to punish the threat to her master. Before Kuhi's blade could strike, the captive woman trembled, pleading silently for her life. Eventually freed from her bindings, the woman revealed her name, Peach Train, a wanted seductress. During discussion, the group confirmed she used a magical charm spell to control their senses. To neutralize her voice-based magic, the team restrained her mouth and sealed her abilities completely. Though some among them possessed charm skills too, her influence exceeded any known vampire threshold entirely. Recognizing her summoner's potential, the rose-clad woman claimed charm knowledge should come with responsibility. Using purification magic, the elf dispelled remaining influence, finally allowing them to release Peach safely. Peach stretched her arms freely, grateful for the seal's removal and the group's unexpected understanding. After sitting calmly, she introduced herself as Peach, explaining her mysterious pursuit guided by divination. A village seer predicted her destiny led to Mixin, though its meaning only now became clear. Peach startled Kosuke with a sudden confession, boldly claiming he was her destined one. While flustered reactions filled the room, Peach clarified her fortune meant shared impact, not romance. As suspicions grew, someone correctly guessed Peach's race as succubus, known for irresistible charm and intuition. She admitted her concealment skill came from training, allowing her to suppress her innate powers. Because of her gift, Peach often took missions needing stealth, yet trusted Kosuke with her truth. During analysis, the team discovered Peach wasn't just a succubus, she possessed mixed-race lineage. Succubus, siren, and vampire bloodlines converged in her, amplifying her charm beyond natural limits. Later that day, Kosuke approached Peach alone, preparing to ask something important from her. Humbly, Peach requested to join their group despite her sealed magic and controversial nature. To appear honest, she awkwardly declared her purity, shocking everyone with unnecessary personal information. Kosuke hesitated to answer Peach's request, but Kuhi quickly objected with a firm refusal. Despite her powers being sealed, suspicion remained. Some believed her capture had been intentional deception. Peach denied the claims gently, assuring them her intentions were honest and not calculated manipulation. The group discussed her surprising combat skill, realizing she could rival even the strongest members. To guarantee trust and control, someone proposed a magical solution, a binding pact through blood contract. After learning Peach carried vampire blood, Mitsuki confirmed the blood contract could safely be performed. With calm confidence, the elf asked Peach directly was she truly willing to accept the contract. Peach voiced concern about hidden conditions, but learned no manipulative effects would apply in this case. Though hesitant, she listened closely as Mitsuki reassured her that trust must begin with action. Seeking final approval, Peach turned to Kuhi, who agreed without hesitation if the contract succeeded. Kosuke offered a calm smile. Peach accepted, deciding to trust herself and their judgment fully. Without wasting time, preparations for the blood contract ritual began under Mitsuki's steady guidance. A knife drew a clean-cut blood, gathered slowly into the elegant ceremonial glass vessel. With resolve in her eyes, Peach lifted the glass, sealed the pact, and turned silently. As the contract completed, reactions varied. Peach disliked the taste. Others noted her succubus nature dominated. Shrain boldly teased Kosu with her finger, prompting a mix of confusion and awkward surprise. Without hesitation, she indulged in his blood, overwhelming herself with the taste and emotion. Shrain's obsession intensified. The others looked away while Kosuke awkwardly asked if she'd had enough. Their journey resumed. The group reached Kennelson, a quiet agricultural region safe from monsters. Kosuke revealed the finished crown card's new tools crafted for managing the growing tower operations. He nodded confidently, announcing he would trust his team and rely on his own instincts. With everyone's agreement, they turned toward the cabinet to prepare what was needed for the ritual. Glasses were carefully retrieved. A ceremonial knife glinted as a drop of blood fell inside. Holding the glass steadily, the woman solemnly accepted her role and drank without hesitation or fear. A vampire confirmed the contract's success, teasing the taste and acknowledging Kosuke's exceptional blood quality. Planning progressed as Schmidt proposed showcasing a rare item at Crown's grand opening for impact. A month passed before the three gates of Nansen, Mixon, and Kennelson were activated. Crown was officially launched following the successful gate activation, marking a new organizational era. Initially, Crown struggled to attract attention, but gate travel slowly increased interest among adventurers. Due to free gate access, Crown saw a sharp spike in registration and public engagement. Crown expanded to over 100 members, prompting a division into 3 specialized branches. Wahid was appointed as the central overseer, with EK supporting as Crown's deputy supervisor. The leader requested a female member to coordinate between Crown and the mysterious tower. She accepted the assignment, though suspicious of his overly pleased and oddly smug expression. Despite blushing, she accepted the request, while others teased her feelings for the leader. At the towering 73rd floor, Colette's divine training nourishes the world tree's expanding roots. While Colette gains freedom, Kosuke juggles logistics, divine flow, and sluggish progress at Castle Vermillion. Kosuke ponders clans, vampires, egrids, elves. Their strengths remain hidden beyond the unaware 5th floor. He fears humanity's prejudice. Transfer gates may spark conquest, isolating the vampires in cold betrayal. A solution forms, crafting gates guarded by vampires, registered as Crown adventurers to secure future peace. Kosuke considered the risk, weighed the benefits, and decided testing the transfer gate was acceptable. Before proceeding, he questioned the elves, who appeared content developing the 73rd floor independently. Seeing no urgency from them, Kosuke postponed further involvement and focused elsewhere for the moment. Peach approached quietly, requesting her clan's residence within the tower, an emotional yet carefully considered plea. Peach confessed her clan once served a kingdom but fled after failing a secret mission. Now hiding in isolation, her people faced danger, and she sought sanctuary within the tower. Although surprised by the request, Kosuke agreed to visit their village and evaluate the situation. The group prepared teleportation magic. Conditions were met thanks to previous visits to the target location. They arrived swiftly at a quiet shaded forest, clearing the long-hidden village of the succubi. Kosuke arrived at the village tent, greeted respectfully by the succubus elders under quiet torchlight. Giselle, the chief, explained their growing danger and humbly requested relocation into the tower floors. He warned they'd likely continue covert work. Giselle agreed, believing that role fit their clan's nature. Mistrust rose. Mitsuki suggested Peach might be gathering intel. Peach responded by citing a formed blood contract. Despite her attempt, Mitsuki clarified the contract's limits, leaving Peach surprised and others slightly alarmed. Giselle proposed a test, have the blood contract used on them to prove their trust. However, the ritual required Kosuke's blood and shouldn't be used without serious need or reason. Kosuke instead suggested a basic contract binding villagers when leaving the designated floor to ensure safety. With clear terms accepted, the Defrayer clan pledged loyalty and officially became tower allies under contract. Kosuke assigned them the 77th floor, constructing homes and linking their old village by gate. The transfer gate activated as Kosuke escorted the Defrayer clan into their new tower sector. Giselle admired the tower's interior, but Kosuke reminded him of the lurking, ferocious monsters nearby. Without warning, a horned beast attacked. Kosuke's team reacted swiftly, shielding Giselle from sudden danger. Rather than retreat, Giselle saw opportunity, using strong monsters to train and strengthen his entire clan. He split the clan. Warriors went to hunt beasts, while workers began village construction immediately. With the villagers gathered, Giselle proposed dismantling the hidden village gate for permanent relocation security. He revealed their clan's heirloom, an artifact capable of generating a magical protective barrier field. Kosuke installed the relic in the system, unexpectedly upgrading the tower to level 6. Realizing outside items affect tower growth, Kosuke planned to search for more compatible external artifacts. Soon after, he returned to check on progress and discuss further plans with Giselle. Kosuke assigned the Defrayer clan to underground expansion while requesting intel on nearby town connections. Before preparations began, they unveiled a mysterious artifact, an ancient machine for printing divine skill cards. With curiosity, Kosuke tested the device, discovering its hidden ability to store and conceal skills. He entrusted Giselle with selecting agents while preparing to install another tower-linked transfer gate nearby. Peach, unexpectedly, was assigned floor management duties. Her surprised reaction amused the group gathered in council. Despite her doubts, the group reassured Peach, assigning her as a liaison for operations. Encouraged by their faith, she accepted her role and vowed to fulfill it sincerely. Shortly after, Peach was officially registered as one of the new tower floor managers. Kosuke reviewed the moon's jewel, a rare object gained after reaching tower level 6. He arrived on the 7th floor where wolves were thriving, bringing his team to investigate. Among the earliest summoned wolves, several evolved into black wolves, including the powerful Alpha, HIE. Due to extensive monster hunting, the wolves grew stronger. Kosuke planned expansion to another tower floor. He was entrusted with command, now possessing language comprehension and leadership abilities among his traits. Kosuke departed with Nana and 30 wolves, aiming to secure the newly opened 9th floor. Establishing the base, he replicated the 7th floor layout and installed the moon's jewel carefully. Summoning circles were placed for weaker monsters, but the wolves quickly handled all emerging threats efficiently. On the 8th floor, Kosuke noticed an unexpected development involving a unique fox named Wanli. To everyone's surprise, Wanli and another fox evolved into rare heavenly and infernal types. These foxes rarely appeared, possessed strong magic, and were especially valued by tamers for their rarity. In response, Kosuke built additional monster circles and expanded base layouts to scattered zones per floor. Kosuke monitored floor maps, hoping wolves and foxes would manage areas using strategic bases. Far away, Shrine, the vampire lady, sat quietly in her castle, visibly troubled again. Zenith, her loyal butler, approached to ask about her sadness. Sensing her distracted heart, she confessed drinking Kosuke's blood felt overwhelming, igniting emotions she'd never dealt with before. Believing intimacy with Kosuke might raise the jewel's level, Shrine grew flustered but hopeful. Shrine grew emotional, unsure if her feelings stemmed from obligation or something more genuine inside. After receiving advice, she left her chamber, determined to seek someone who knew Kosuke. She visited a trusted ally who calmly explained Kosuke's acceptance, despite his discomfort with affection. Memories of Kosuke's subtle acts of kindness played in her mind, igniting her confidence slowly. The elf offered crucial advice: Kosuke won't make the first move due to his nature. Shrine was reluctant but realized she needed to act first if she wanted true change. Her friend hinted at a hidden proposal, waiting something unexpected if Shrine followed through bravely. Meanwhile, Sylvia was training diligently, mastering a magical connection that demanded both focus and resolve. During her session, Sylvia was told a critical decision would soon determine her path forward. Shrine approached Sylvia with urgency, presenting a request that made Sylvia unsure how to respond. Sylvia hesitated, unsure of her emotions. Mitsuki urged her to act before doubt consumed everything. Tension rose as the girls confronted Sylvia. She still hadn't voiced her final choice aloud. Memories of her time with him flooded back. Sylvia began understanding her own hidden feelings. With a firm voice, Sylvia accepted the proposal. Her heart now followed a clear path. Meanwhile, the boy relaxed in the bath, unaware of the emotional storm brewing outside his door. Kosuke relaxed in the bath, reflecting on the new allies and their strange behavior. Unexpectedly, Shrine and Sylvia appeared at the door, asking to join him in the bath. He tried to refuse politely, but their disappointment and insistence made him hesitate and fluster. They entered anyway, sitting close. Their affectionate gestures left him overwhelmed and unsure how to respond. Trapped between both girls, Kosuke struggled with the tension and unspoken feelings swirling around them. Kosuke gave a quiet nod as tension thickened, their hands and lips finally meeting in silence. Her voice trembled, overwhelmed by sensations, as closeness blurred comfort with something deeper and difficult to name. Shifting closer, they explored one another's warmth with careful intent, sharing breaths in growing vulnerability. A soft plea met her ears, yet her focus remained fixed, determined to be acknowledged. Though exhaustion lingered, the night's quiet promise lingered, hinting at bonds neither dared to fully define. Kosuke is greeted by Asena, who brings news of the arrival of Colette and Cheryl. Kosuke listened carefully as the elf woman explained how the mysterious branch had suddenly transformed. She revealed it was the World Tree's branch now taking root and beginning to grow naturally. Kosuke recalled he hadn't checked the 73rd floor. Recently, the girl eagerly joined him. While the group enjoyed tea, Kosuke agreed to visit soon. The others promised they'd wait. 2 days later they approached the forest clearing, where the world tree had rapidly expanded. Kosuke arrived and was warmly welcomed by Elder Dolge, who invited them to follow inside. Their group entered the revitalized town, now thriving with new energy from the world tree. While the others waited, Cheryl dressed quietly, preparing herself for the long-anticipated gathering outside. As they climbed the forest path, Colette received teasing remarks, prompting an awkward conversation with Kosuke. Everyone stopped in awe. The towering world tree shimmered above, far larger than Kosuke remembered before. Kosuke placed his hand on the tree, sensing warmth pulsing gently from its surface. Curious about the previous branch, Kosuke asked. The elf woman silently turned to guide him. Upon reaching another tree, Kosuke noticed rapid growth and expressed relief at its healthy development. Suddenly light burst from the trunk, revealing a mysterious figure emerging in radiant form. As she opened her eyes, Kosuke stepped closer and calmly greeted the spirit before him. Kosuke learned she still lacked a name, as everyone referred to her as World Tree. After thinking carefully, he proposed the name Dolly, prompting a calm and silent reaction. As glowing leaves circled around, Dolly's form fully solidified, causing awe among the gathered group. Kosuke asked if she retained her memories. She confirmed and thanked him for restoration. Reunited at last, Dolly warmly embraced the girl who once connected deeply with her spirit. Kosuke confirmed his theory. Asena's world tree now possessed divine energy unlike ordinary ones. Dolly explained the power originated from Asena, whose fairy connection made such control possible. The young girl lit up with joy, beaming under Kosuke's praise and gentle approval. Before leaving, Kosuke entrusted Dolly's care to Cheryl, recalling the power-enhancing ball experiment. Reunited peacefully, Cheryl and Dolly exchanged warm words, both grateful their bond had remained unbroken. Under the shade of the tree, Dolly softly thanked Kosuke and Cheryl for everything. Kosuke headed toward the 8th floor, curious how the Divine Ball's users had changed. Joyfully, he greeted Wanli the fox, who immediately ran toward him with energetic excitement. Wanli jumped straight into Kosuke's arms, knocking him down while everyone else laughed around them. A surprising detail emerged. Wanli now had 3 tails and enhanced divine skills unlocked over time. Kosuke examined Wanli's updated stats, surprised by the new divine title it had gained. He revealed the fragment of the sun, one of 3 objects tied to tower gods. He confirmed that Wanli's transformation had a clear link to the embedded solar fragment nearby. Colette noted Wanli's skill increase likely came from divine power while playing with Nana. Understanding the source, Kosuke asked Wanli for assistance, preparing something with concentrated divine energy. Wanli began teaching divine power manipulation to fellow foxes, aiming to share its strength. Watching them train, Kosuke reflected on their growth and wondered about their true potential. His goal shifted. He now hoped Wanli and Nana could defeat high-class tower monsters. As they held the magical spheres, Kosuke admitted a deeper reason drove his decision. He desired freedom so his beloved friends could live joyfully and safely within the tower. As the wind passed gently, she smiled, quietly expressing trust in Kosuke's leadership role. Kosuke proposes designing a unique summoning circle, drawing inspiration from Kuhi and Mitsuki's methods. At Crown, the current system uses transfer gates for messages, but it proves inefficient and slow. Kosuke envisions creating a divine tool for communication that works anytime, anywhere, using divine power. Isnani questions whether such technology is feasible, but Kosuke remains determined and confident in their success. The workshop is chaotic, and despite their efforts, the divine tool remains incomplete, frustration mounting. Kosuke decides to check on the summoning circle, leaving the room while others continue their tasks. Isnani urgently calls Kosuke over, excitedly showing him something unexpected that has caught her attention. With shock and excitement, they realize the summoning circle has worked, confirming their hard work paid off. The summoning circle they created is unlike any previous designs, and it might be groundbreaking. Kosuke explains his plan, but the others question his choice to try the summoning publicly. Kosuke believes that having others observe the summoning will prevent the beast from being seen as an enemy. As the group approaches, Kosuke notices unfamiliar faces, wondering why they decided to join the summoning. The girls explain their presence, mentioning their curiosity about seeing the little wolves and foxes. Kosuke is suddenly struck by an odd feeling as something approaches, causing him to pause in surprise. To his shock, the summoned creature reveals itself as Nana, confirming it's the one he expected. As Kosuke interacts with Nana, he comments on how her size has drastically increased after summoning. The group learns Nana's new title and abilities, with her transformation attributed to the size change skill. Isnani speculates that the skill size change caused Nana's increase in size, confirming her unique abilities. Kosuke asks Nana if she can return to her previous size, wanting to test her control. Nana likely kept her large form for combat, as the group realizes her true purpose. Kosuke suggests that Nana should maintain her smaller form, as it's easier to interact with her. The group laughs together before deciding to meet up with Wanli, continuing their journey forward. Kosuke, noticing Wanli is missing, reflects that other foxes mentioned seeing her here just yesterday. Nana alerts Kosuke, sensing Wanli's presence nearby, prompting them to quickly head in her direction. The scene shifts as Wanli, now revealed, has changed, showing a more human-like appearance. Surprised by Wanli's transformation, Kosuke is told to close his eyes as Isanani panics. Kosuke, still confused, is reassured by the others, who suggest dressing Wanli for the moment. Wanli explains her tail growth, revealing that spending the night near certain bases causes changes. Curious, Kosuke questions her sudden human form, while she shares details of the transformation process. Wanli shyly asks for a head pat, her affection unchanged whether in fox or human form. Kosuke examines Wanli's transformation, amazed by the new powers granted by divine blessings, questioning her true nature. Wanli appears as a majestic five-tailed fox, her form shifting with divine power and grace. Kosuke realizes that Wanli's race changes with her form, intrigued by the summoning circle's potential. On the 46th floor, the group prepares to explore further, encountering unknown dangers in the wild. Kosuke leads the team into the forest, determined to ensure their safety, unaware of looming threats. The group encounters poisonous fruit monkeys, causing chaos. Kosuke and Nana discuss how to handle them. Kosuke orders Nana and the fox to deal with the monkeys while preparing for a counterattack. The monkeys launch an assault, while Nana and the fox swiftly charge into the battle. A massive megalith monster emerges from a nearby rock, challenging the team with immense power. Nana and the fox unleash a combined attack, displaying an overwhelming force against the megalith monster. Kosuke and the others praise the teamwork displayed, discussing their chances of defeating a high-class monster. The group prepares for the next challenge, setting up a summoning circle for the next move. Kosuke activates the summoning circle, focusing his energy as the ritual begins, drawing power. A powerful light erupts from the circle, and everyone watches in awe as something forms. A majestic creature emerges, a giant bird, summoned temporarily to fight alongside them in battle. Kosuke prepares to send Ranka into battle. The bird receives a warning but is confident. He touches Ranka, focusing to strengthen the connection. The bird stares intensely, awaiting orders. Kosuke realizes he must name his new companion. Ranka's power grows as the name is chosen. Ranka responds positively to the name Ranka, unleashing a powerful cry, signaling readiness for battle. Kosuke reflects on leaving Ranka in the middle floors, using slime magic circles to protect it. The Luan summoning circle is activated in the system, allowing Kosuke to summon multiple Luans. Kosuke reflects on the growing strength of his team, planning to build bases in the middle floors. Kosuke offers Wanli and Nana access to the control room, assigning them managerial responsibilities. Wanli agrees, while Nana accepts her new role as manager, ready to assist in the future. Kosuke installs a new base on the 47th floor, transferring powerful wolves under Nana's leadership. Wanli sets up a base on the 48th floor, bringing more foxes and solidifying her role. Mitsuki informs about a message from Crown, revealing that they've found a suitable candidate for town. As the tower's workload grows, Kosuke seeks capable leaders for its expanding divisions to manage operations. Gazarin Hugmad, famed for his battle achievements, is presented as the candidate for the Adventurers Division. Introducing himself, Kosuke questions Gazaron's suitability, doubting if someone like him can truly lead. Gazaron's calm response deflects the skepticism, subtly revealing his strength despite his unremarkable appearance. During the conversation, Gazaran reflects on his past, sharing how two women aided him in conquering the tower. Gazaran laughs at Kosuke's challenge, expressing disbelief at the claim of capturing the tower himself. As tension rises, Kuhi warns Gazaran to prepare himself for what Kosuke is about to reveal. Suddenly, Gazaran experiences overwhelming pressure, a mysterious force wrapping around him as reality distorts. Kosuke calmly manipulates divine power, showing his control over the situation, leaving Gazaran shaken. In disbelief, Gazaran questions Kosuke's true identity, as he reveals he wields divine power, not godhood. Gazaran, surprised by Kosuke's abilities, admits his mistaken judgment, now recognizing his extraordinary capabilities as a leader. Despite the intense conversation, Gazaran is eager to share his new experiences with his guild members. Kosuke offers Gazaran the official role of Adventurer's Division Head, a position he eagerly accepts. News of Gazaran's promotion spreads quickly, with many adventurers flocking to join his leadership in the tower. Gazaran's influence strengthens the guild's forces, raising their battle capabilities as more powerful allies join. Kosuke establishes a secure transfer gate between the 76th and 5th floors to protect valuable goods. The clan ensures the gate is guarded at all times, with no issues reported so far. Kosuke visits the Egrid's village, where he's warmly welcomed, confirming the village's successful development. While walking through the village, Kosuke notices the hard-working villagers, amused by their diligent nature. As they stroll, Kosuke reflects on his life in the village, answering questions from his companions. Kosuke agrees to help, and the girl excitedly insists on discussing what they talked about earlier. The transfer gate, once vital for the Egrid's connection to the outside, is now rendered unnecessary. With a calm gesture, Kui presses the delete button, signaling the final closure of the gate. As the gate disappears, the Egrids observe its deactivation, marking their permanent move into the tower. Fleeing past persecutions due to their doll-like appearance, the Egrids choose to isolate themselves underground. The Egrids bid farewell to their old home, leaving behind a life filled with warmth and memories. As the Egrids settle into the tower, Kosuke expresses hope that they'll find happiness here. Arriving at the 77th floor, Kosuke notes the village remains unchanged since his last visit. The villagers, living in tents, begin planning the construction of their new, permanent homes in the area. The clan leader thanks Kosuke, acknowledging his role in reuniting their scattered members and restoring their community. Kosuke learns that the village chief wants to discuss the removal of the hidden transfer gate. In response, the chief agrees to install a new gate connected to the 5th floor. As the conversation progresses, Kosuke notes the loyalty of the Defrayer clan, now a strong ally. Observing the progress, Kosuke sees the demi-humans adapting well, including elves, vampires, Egrids, and succubi. Walking through the village, Kosuke wonders about the changes the newcomers will bring to the tower. A meeting is held, discussing the importance of obtaining Fourier herbs to generate significant income. Kosuke learns that the herbs are in high demand due to their use in medicine. Due to overharvesting by adventurers, the herbs have become scarce, especially in the country of Smite. The Smite country has restricted the export of the herbs, offering rewards to acquire them. Kosuke understands that Smite's monopoly over these herbs is vital, as it treats a specific disease. The team discusses the shortage of Fourier herbs, realizing their value and potential for great income. Gazaran and his ally discuss the herb shortage and the failure of other countries to cultivate them. While pondering the issue, Gazaran wonders about the distribution of the herbs across the tower. Gazaran begins thinking of a possible solution. Unsure if he will get the right answer, he seeks Arisamil's guidance about the location of the herbs, asking for her help as a goddess. Kosuke discovers that Fourier herbs grow at the tower's base, surprising everyone, especially adventurers. The elf expresses her gratitude for receiving some of the valuable herbs to create medicine. Kosuke and the elves decide to plant the herbs safely with a protective barrier nearby. Days pass, and Kosuke returns to the 2nd floor to inspect the planted Fourier herbs. The large-scale plantation is now complete, and Kosuke excitedly anticipates the impact on adventurers and trade. She wonders why her chest feels warm and notices Kosuke's presence nearby. Kosuke confirms the discovery of Fourier herbs on the 2nd floor, surprising everyone in the group. They consider establishing a base and controlling the herb harvest through Crown to ensure regulation. After meeting Dulles, Kosuke introduces him as the skilled head of the craftsmanship division. Kosuke delegates responsibility for the craftsmanship division to Dulles, praising his talent and experience in construction. The leaders of each division are chosen, and everyone reacts to the news with mixed feelings. Kosuke presents a map of the tower's floors, surprising everyone with its detailed distribution. Kosuke explains that the map was created by the Adventurers Division to track tower resources. By gathering data from various requests, the adventurers were able to map out the tower's resources. With the resource map, Kosuke assures that the management and distribution will be much more efficient. Kuhi informs Kosuke that the division managers have left after the meeting, leaving him to reflect. Kosuke discusses his vision for the future, where materials can be summoned into the tower. With the idea of self-sufficiency in mind, Kosuke hopes that the tower will thrive. As everyone prepares to contribute, Kosuke feels reassured, knowing that they are all dedicated, Reflecting on the progress made, Kosuke decides to step back and observe, letting others lead. The girl, dressed in a bunny-maid outfit, greets her master with a flustered expression. After finishing chores, the elf girl knelt in silence, dressed to honor her promise. Kosuke stared blankly. Her sudden outfit and serious gaze caused unexpected tension between them both. Confused by her appearance, he asked if it was a joke. She nervously denied everything. Struggling to explain, she hesitated. Her eyes met his, full of doubt and long-hidden emotion. Days earlier beneath Dolly's tree, she accepted advice from others and quietly made her own decision. Colette sensed Sylvia's strange behavior and confronted her directly, demanding to know the true reason. After some hesitation, Sylvia admitted her mind had been restless since planting herbs near Kosuke's quarters. Colette teased her for being slow, explaining Sylvia acted awkwardly whenever Kosuke was nearby. While Colette explained Sylvia's emotions, Cheryl calmly reminded them that elves express feelings differently than humans do. To resolve the confusion, one woman proposed consulting an expert who truly understood emotions and affection. The counselor listened closely to the group's concerns, quickly grasping Sylvia's inner confusion and hesitation. She then spoke clearly, revealing the truth. Sylvia hadn't admitted her feelings were love for Kosuke. Everyone reacted differently. Sylvia panicked, but others smiled knowingly, recalling similar stories from their own youth. Cheryl explained elven emotions develop slower due to lifespan, unlike humans whose feelings emerge much sooner. To summarize everything, the older woman laughed gently, declaring elves weren't emotionless, just extremely slow to notice. Dolly questioned the others, joking about elf emotions while offering advice that felt oddly specific. Peach, the succubus, smiled confidently and claimed the solution to Sylvia's problem was incredibly easy. Later, back in Kosuke's room, the two awkwardly explained how things escalated to this point. Kosuke questioned the odd outfit. Sylvia confessed it was suggested by a mysterious fortune-teller. Although unsure of everything, Kosuke looked at her, calmly acknowledging she genuinely looked beautiful that night. Peach suddenly shoved them all through the door, forcing a chaotic entrance into Kosuke's room. While recovering from the tumble, Sylvia nervously claimed they only came out of genuine concern. Kosuke politely tried to leave, confused by their plan, but was stopped by a new voice. Mitsuki appeared and reminded them of past mistakes, declaring their whole strategy completely misguided from start. Realizing things spiraled too far, Kosuke tried to escape while Sylvia questioned their naive expectations again. Just as Kosuke tried resisting, Kui appeared and demanded cooperation for the elven clan's sake. Despite his hesitation, more pressure came from Eris, who teasingly pushed him to accept everything quietly. Colette, though nervous, bravely admitted her readiness, only if everything involved Kosuke and no one else. Moved by her words, Kosuke closed the distance and gently pressed his lips against hers. As their kiss deepened, they finally embraced, honestly acknowledging the bond formed through confusion, courage, and trust. Kosuke gazed at her, feeling the weight of the moment. Her embarrassment was palpable yet undeniable. The door creaked open. Others entered, their playful expressions adding to the rising tension in the room. Despite her hesitations, she tried to maintain composure, urging herself to resist as Kosuke grew closer. His eyes held an intense focus, her body reacting to the situation as she felt a mix of vulnerability and excitement. Her breath quickened as the boundary between restraint and surrender began to dissolve, and she gasped in anticipation. Her body tensed, a mix of hesitation and longing. The atmosphere thickened as she surrendered. Under the moonlit sky, the weight of their closeness lingered, their kiss sealing the unspoken tension. The sudden interruption broke the quiet, her voice filled with excitement as she sought attention. A teasing comment made the tension grow. She noticed, her reaction blending with faint embarrassment. Excitement shifted into a more serious tone. A request was made, changing the course of their day. Kosuke listened to Colette, the mysterious spirits around the world tree sparking a sense of wonder. Arriving at the 73rd floor, the group explored new territories, encountering unexpected faces in a serene landscape. A moment of tension arose as Colette's clothes brushed against him, causing an awkward but noticeable reaction. Questions lingered as Colette hesitated, addressing spirits, but Kosuke's thoughts strayed, a subtle confusion lingering. With others observing, the atmosphere thickened as the two walked, secrets exchanged for the greater good. Kosuke's confusion heightened when Colette's sudden reaction caused her to nervously deny something. Tension mounted. In the control room, the group gathered, but the system couldn't summon spirits as expected. Despite attempts to find solutions, Colette admitted her failure. Spirits weren't easily summoned by technology. Kosuke suggested altering the environment, hoping to create a place spirits would find more inviting. Sylvia hesitated, admitting her lack of knowledge on spirits, while the others pondered their next move. Kosuke listened as the woman explained humanity's forgotten link to ancient spirit-based elven religions. While Colette struggled to understand, the elf clarified, "Spirit and holy powers are essentially intertwined forces." The discussion shifted when Sylvia learned that spirit veins beneath the earth sustained all magical energy. Understanding dawn temples like world trees were built atop spirit veins where energy flowed and gathered. Calmly reclining, Shrine revealed old temples were spiritual nexuses, attracting dense gatherings of powerful spirits. Temples, built by humans, couldn't match world tree strength but still gathered lingering spirit energy. Kosuke proposed constructing a new site where spiritual veins intersect to attract more natural power. Although asked to help, Colette admitted the task required someone stronger, perhaps a high elf specialist. From nearby, Asena emerged cheerfully. Despite her size, she could sense the earth's magical flow. With Asena's guidance, they discovered the perfect intersection on floor 8 and marked it clearly. Mitsuki examined the grid interface, confirmed the target location, and immediately started the shrine installation. Although eager, the team understood shrine activation wouldn't be instant, unlike the naturally powered world trees. To encourage spirit arrival, Kosuke emphasized beauty and maintenance. Their care would draw spiritual presence. At last, the sky lit up as the shrine materialized, stunning everyone with its appearance. The group stood before the completed structure, sensing power stir as divine energy began to gather. Kosuke admired the completed shrine, feeling hopeful that it would soon bring noticeable changes to the area. Determined to activate the shrine, Kosuke led the group in a prayer, hoping spirits would gather. Kosuke and his team worked together, cleaning and organizing the tower while keeping everything orderly. Kosuke, along with the two girls, admires the shrine they built. They reflect on their accomplishment. Kosuke worries that the shrine might become neglected, affecting its spiritual function and upkeep. Sylvia offers her help with maintaining the shrine, confident in her temple experience, reassuring everyone. Kosuke instructs Wahid to find more people to assist while relying on Sylvia for the time being. A new member, noticing the tower's progress, informs the group of its rise to level 7. New summoning circles appear in the shrine. Along with them, several new items are introduced for installation. Kosuke notices the updates and wonders about the new features of the tower, focusing on expansions. Kosuke explains floor expansion and floor merging, which allow enlarging and combining floors for better functionality. Sylvia contemplates the potential for the floor merging feature, suggesting it could help the world tree grow. The group considers merging floors to amplify the Earth's spiritual energy, aiding the world tree's development. Sylvia explains how world trees derive power from their surroundings, and the environment's influence is vital. Kosuke acknowledges Sylvia's point but wonders about the potential outcomes, unsure of the effects yet. Kosuke reveals his plan to merge floors, aiming to learn about world tree growth while saving power. After gathering divine power, Kosuke prepares to merge the 73rd and 11th floors, crucial for village needs. The floor merging is nearly complete, with 87% progress, indicating a significant step toward their goal. A mysterious figure approaches the 73rd floor. The individual seems cautious and observant of the surroundings. As the floor merging begins, Liston-san listens closely, sensing changes in the flow of the Earth's veins. Kosuke is surprised by the speed of the floor merging, wondering if anything unusual occurred during the process. Liston-san reports that there were no noticeable tremors, but Kosuke remains uncertain if everything went smoothly. Kosuke receives an update, confirming that the merge is successful, though there haven't been major changes yet. Asera appears, surprising Kosuke as she reveals herself. Her transformation is much more significant than anticipated. Kosuke is taken aback by Asera's changes. She explains her spirit power increased due to the Earth's veins. Asera, now more mature, requests Kosuke to continue the physical affection, despite feeling embarrassed by her request. Colette, arriving unexpectedly, teasingly points out that Asera's transformation caught everyone off guard, hinting at surprises. Kosuke reassures that the flow of Earth's veins is stable post-merging, but land fixes are still needed. Kosuke and Asera discuss the idea of adding more forests, unsure if it's the best approach. Asera suggests that although forests are effective for power, more diverse environments are necessary for balance. She proposes starting with forest-based floors to gather strength, then gradually adding other environmental types. Kosuke acknowledges the importance of the balance in environments, but knows more divine power is needed. Colette and Asera walk in, surprised by Asera's transformation. The changes were significant and noticeable. Kosuke reflects on Asera's transformation, and Colette proudly takes credit for helping her grow. He compliments Asera's maturity and beauty, causing her to blush. She's shy about the teasing. The group discusses their growing organization. They've surpassed 1,000 members, with more waiting to join. Dulles assures that the card distribution will be manageable, despite the large influx of new members. The elderly member expresses concern over manpower, while progress on building construction remains slower than hoped. A crucial decision is raised. Crown needs an official name to solidify the organization's identity and structure. Kosuke agrees with the suggestion. The name Crown will define their organization's framework moving forward. Kosuke suggests the name Lila Amamiya, a combination representing relaxation and a floating castle in the sky. Explaining the meaning of the name, the organization will be a place where members feel at home. The members express their approval. Everyone agrees that the name resonates with the group's purpose. The decision is finalized, and Kosuke officially declares Lila Amamiya as the organization's name. Gratitude follows. Kosuke and Dulles discuss the continued expansion. They hope resources will meet the increasing demands. Kosuke acknowledges the conflict with the Merchant Guild. Some issues arise, but it's manageable for now. The group discusses challenges. The larger the organization grows, the more likely external threats will emerge. They accept these challenges. Their focus remains on making the organization strong enough to overcome obstacles. Kosuke reaffirms the organization's goal. Lila Amamiya will eventually become a place free of complaints. Sylvia interrupts the conversation, wanting to discuss concerns about Lila Amamiya's safety and future risks. She asks for Kui's assistance, suggesting they need his help for a critical matter. In a grand hall, Sylvia reunites with her companions. They discuss important matters over tea. The leader of the temple greets Sylvia, offering her assistance, signaling a significant development. Sylvia bluntly requests that the temple stay out of Lila Amamiya's affairs, seeking peaceful autonomy. Tension rises as Sylvia demands the temple's non-interference with Lila Amamiya, showing resolve in her stance. The temple leader offers to help build a temple within the Amamiya Tower, extending an invitation. Sylvia is stunned to learn Kosuke is the tower's administrator, connecting him directly to the organization. She questions whether it's appropriate to discuss such matters in public, now that the truth is revealed. A realization strikes Sylvia. She wonders about Kosuke's potential motives, given the temple's growing influence. The temple leader seeks clarification, pressing Sylvia to define her request about their non-interference. He acknowledges the guild's causing problems. The temple faces pressure to maintain neutrality. Sylvia points out that the temple's position is complicated, as some members have opposing views. A subtle shift in the mood occurs as Sylvia suggests the temple may need to act soon. Her companion agrees, warning that opposing groups will soon face a decisive confrontation if necessary. The temple leader consents but reveals that Sylvia's request is more of an oracle's intervention. The head priestess assures everyone that tomorrow an announcement will clarify the temple's stance on Lila Amaya. A man dares to speak her name, angering her as she demands him to never repeat it. The chief ritualist faces reprimand and hastily apologizes, realizing the grave mistake of disrespecting such a name. Reflecting on the situation, the head priestess calmly dismisses the idea of further conversation with him. It's revealed that many temples received the same oracle, confirming the protection of those connected to the tower. The following day, the temple officially declares its neutrality, pledging not to interfere with Amamiya's matters. Kosuke, visibly nervous, pleads for her to slow down. Her smile only deepens with intrigue. On the 7th floor, Kosuke watches as the wolves grow stronger, wondering about their future potential. She expresses concern about the wolves facing powerful monsters. Kosuke realizes magic could be their key. With a soft expression, she suggests studying together. Kosuke hesitates, unsure of his own magical skills. She asks if divine power training would help. Kosuke shakes his head, considering it too much of a burden. Kosuke demonstrates his magic skills hesitantly, revealing his lack of control but still hopeful. He explains the difficulties of mastering divine power, though some, like Sylvia, succeed effortlessly. Kosuke performs a demonstration of divine power. His ability is still unrefined but holds potential. She looks at him with a hint of interest, softly asking about the next step in training. Together they walk away, determined to begin their training, surrounded by others ready for the challenge. Kosuke seems to finally master his magic. The woman, pleased, observes his growing confidence in the skill. An unexpected meeting occurs. The woman speaks with Kuhi, thanking him while mentioning Colette's gratitude. The conversation shifts, and Kui expresses uncertainty about the reaction he might get from Colette. With a teasing smile, the woman asks about Kosuke's time with Colette, hinting at a deeper connection. Kosuke, flustered, reveals his thoughts. He prioritized Colette's feelings, feeling conflicted but compelled to help. Mitsuki gives her approval for the action, and everyone seems to acknowledge the situation quietly. Kosuke, caught off guard, is lifted effortlessly by the woman. His embarrassment is evident. With a soft expression, the woman asks him to accept her feelings, creating an intense moment. Kosuke hesitates, unsure how to react, as the situation becomes increasingly tense between them. Her playful side emerges, teasing Kosuke as she reminds him of her nature and the connection they share. Kosuke is caught off guard as emotions and physical tension rise between them unexpectedly. The situation grows more intense. Kosuke is unsure, but the other embraces the moment. Tension peaks as both characters are overwhelmed by emotions, their faces showing conflicting desires. Kosuke struggles with his emotions while the other character revels in the growing intimacy. A realization dawns as they embrace, one of them declaring that fate has brought them together. In the study, the characters remain focused on their tasks. Though Kosuke's absence weighs heavily, a young girl wonders about the tower's progress as the Egrid clan's influence grows. Elsewhere, a shrine is mentioned, with people now working at the merchant division on the 8th floor. Kosuke reflects on the current state. Things are progressing well despite some lingering concerns. A spirit search at the shrine yields no results, prompting Kosuke to consider what's missing. Kosuke sits in contemplation, feeling uncertain about the current situation, unable to find a solution. Asena notices his troubled expression, asking with genuine concern if something is weighing on his mind. Reflecting deeply, Kosuke recalls an earlier event, suspecting a fairy's presence connected to the world tree. His theory emerges, linking the fairy's existence to divine power, which might explain her origins. While considering his theory, Kosuke remains uncertain, but he is determined to explore the shrine further. Cecile and Elisa notice an unusual visitor approaching, an uncommon occurrence at the shrine. Kosuke greets them politely, introducing himself while mentioning that Wahid sent the two to help. A familiar voice calls out to Kosuke, and a lively figure named Wanli enters the scene. Wanli's energetic entrance surprises everyone, especially Cecile and Elisa, who are caught off guard. Kosuke explains his position, and the others apologize for their earlier behavior, acknowledging the misunderstanding. Kosuke walks around the shrine, asking the others to ignore him as he explores. He examines the shrine's structure, acknowledging it hasn't been long since its construction. Determined to find something, Kosuke activates his left eye's power to search for clues. As he inspects the surroundings, Kosuke discovers unfamiliar details, leading to a moment of contemplation. A familiar trace of the Ever-Spring Garden reaches his senses, reminding him of Mixon's temple. Kosuke asks Mitsuki for a moment, requesting some space as he contemplates a matter in solitude. Asura responds, acknowledging Kosuke's call while revealing her frustration over unsuccessful attempts to contact him. Kosuke reflects on why he succeeded this time, wondering if the Earth's energy played a role. He questions whether his past failures were due to lacking the proper conditions for his power. Kosuke listens as Asura explains that conditions must be met to contact her directly. With secrecy involved, Kosuke and the woman share a moment, exchanging smiles as they enjoy their conversation together. Curiosity arises as the woman offers a present, leaving Kosuke puzzled about its true meaning. Unexpectedly, a new figure enters the room, offering an apology for the sudden intrusion. With grace, she kneels and introduces herself, offering a polite greeting to Kosuke. Kosuke is introduced to the woman, who bows, while the others observe with curiosity. She shares her past, wandering aimlessly until Asura-sama granted her identity and purpose. She admits the temporary power granted by Asura-sama, expecting its eventual loss, unlike others. Kosuke questions how she can continue existing if the power fades, leading to a solemn response. Mitsuki nervously asks for Kosuke's hand, causing an emotional moment as their hands briefly touch. Kosuke hesitantly holds her hand, and she thanks him, feeling both grateful and surprised. She suggests the name Yuri, her voice filled with calm acceptance, marking a new beginning. Explaining her past, Yuri reveals how she once drifted aimlessly, now grounded through new purpose. Yuri confesses that receiving Kosuke's power gave her a sense of self, a newfound existence. Yuri reveals her ability to appear anywhere with Kosuke, drawing comparisons to Asena's power. She touches her cheek, confused by strange memories suddenly surfacing, causing a momentary distraction. Mitsuki proposes making the building a safety zone, allowing Kosuke to return whenever needed. Kosuke learns that with permission, he can teleport freely to the building, a strategic advantage. He asks about teleporting from outside, and Mitsuki confirms the safety zone will still function. Kosuke wonders if spirits might gather here, intrigued by the flow of power from the earth. Kosuke rushes toward the commotion, sensing something unusual as Wanli reacts in distress, concerned. Wanli excitedly points to the vast number of spirits in the air, catching everyone's attention. Yuri explains her control over the earth's veins, assuring more spirits will gather once her power stabilizes. Kosuke prepares to leave the shrine in Yuri's care while others seek clarification on the situation. A mysterious woman smiles, watching Kosuke's progress, pleased that her gift has reached him effectively. Asura smirks, denying any unfairness, while others express frustration over her special treatment of Kosuke. Spirits debate Asura's decision, with Eris caught in the middle, pleading for some restraint. Asura reassures Jiao, emphasizing her intent to speak with Kosuke. Despite growing impatience among the others, the goddess watches Kosuke through her crystal ball, convinced he holds the power to transform everything. Asura muses, noting the possibility that Kosuke will act sooner than expected, despite other goddesses' interference. The shrine's details change unexpectedly, revealing a new ability to gather power from the earth's veins. Kosuke theorizes that if they harness more of the earth's power, they could create objects. On the 47th floor, Kosuke plans to connect a mystical object with the earth's energy. The structure is built, and Kosuke successfully taps into the power of the earth's veins. Despite drawing the power in, the energy escapes the moon's jewel, scattering uncontrollably around them. Kosuke struggles with the moon's jewel, disappointed as no spirits appear and the power falters. As dinner is ready, Kosuke pauses, distracted by the call to eat, while his team waits. Determined, Kosuke sets the moon's jewel down, planning to be patient while waiting for results. Days later, Kosuke sits calmly with a book, waiting for any sign of progress. Colette arrives, telling Kosuke that the moon's jewel has changed, prompting them to investigate further. The transformation of the moon's jewel reveals an ancient structure, sparking curiosity about its power. Kosuke, surprised by the unexpected force linking him to the earth's veins, wonders where he is. A mysterious woman, Jamil, reveals herself, claiming to be the goddess of the moon in this world. Kosuke learns Jamil manipulated time to speed up his travel, making him realize her power. Jamil introduces herself, awaiting Kosuke's response, as he questions her mysterious abilities and presence. Jamil casually mentions learning about Kosuke through Eris, while questioning his overly formal tone. With a grin, Jamil reminds Kosuke that as a god, his concerns about etiquette are unnecessary. Announcing that Nana has met the conditions, Jamil prepares to grant her a portion of her power. Kosuke's lack of excitement leaves Jamil confused, as she hoped for a more thrilled response. She reveals that the moon's altar was essential for communication, then introduces herself as the moon goddess. Jamil happily decides to grant Nana some of her power, after she meets the conditions. With a wave of her hand, Jamil activates her magic, transferring power to Nana's soul. He thanks Jamil for the quick process, but she brushes it off as part of the plan. Jamil, satisfied with the results, humorously expresses her disappointment at Kosuke's underwhelming reaction to her gift. Before leaving, Jamil reminds Kosuke to find someone to maintain the moon's altar and says goodbye. A sudden flash of light catches Kosuke's attention, followed by a curious reaction from his familiar. Nana, now a divine white wolf, stands tall, her new power and race visibly transformed. The change in Nana's race to divine white wolf surprises Kosuke, noting her new abilities. Observing her transformation, Kosuke remains cautious, unsure how her newfound powers will affect Nana. After discussing the task, Kosuke agrees to find a suitable manager for the moon's altar. Kosuke agrees to visit the Vermilnir castle after Shrine invites him. She seems concerned. 2 days later, they arrive at the mysterious Vermilnir castle, which surprises Kosuke. At the castle, Kosuke is greeted by Zenet, an aide, who remarks on the castle's changes. Shrine explains the castle's growth due to the jewel's influence, implying a deeper connection. The conversation takes a teasing turn as Shrine hints at the role Kosuke played in the castle's transformation. Shrine reveals the strong connection between her power and the jewel's status, surprising Kosuke. Kosuke is stunned as he realizes that Shirane's actions have impacted the people around her. Despite Mitsuki's reluctance, Shirane insists they meet the awaiting group, emphasizing everyone's anticipation. Zenet, a servant, confirms the gratitude of the clan towards Kosuke for the castle's transformation. Shirane acknowledges the changes within her clan, crediting Kosuke for their reunification and the castle's growth. Zenet guides Kosuke and Mitsuki to the Vermilion's castle, preparing for their upcoming meeting. As they enter, Kosuke is greeted by a large group of attendants welcoming them warmly. The ballroom was alive with celebration music, laughter, and elegant treats. Kosuke, however, felt tension. A lady in a striking gown spoke to Kosuke, mentioning a powerful jewel and its potential uses. She explained its mysterious origins, a gift from their ancestors, infused with magic at its core. The conversation shifted to the jewel's immense power, crucial in fueling the castle's continued growth. Kosuke, though intrigued, masked his true intentions, giving a calm smile despite the rising stakes. Kosuke received a flirtatious smile from the lady, her gratitude wrapped in a soft expression. A teasing exchange followed, as Mitsuki questioned the relationship between the tower's growth and blood. The atmosphere grew tense as two other women joined, showing interest in Kosuke's blood. The playful atmosphere shifted, as the offer of blood became a lure for further attention. Suddenly, a sharp footstep broke the tension, signaling a shift in Kosuke's approach to control. The group had a lively moment, but Zenet dismissed the troublemakers as they stumbled out. Afterward, the party resumed, with guests enjoying food and lively conversation, wrapping up smoothly. Kosuke and Zenet entered the control floor, where an unexpected sound drew their attention. They rushed toward the noise, unsure of what had triggered the sudden disturbance in the workshop. Inside the workshop, Izanami proudly declared her success, but the chaos she caused was unmistakable. Kosuke and the others marveled at the completion of the crown card, a groundbreaking creation. A team reacted in surprise as they learned the card would include a communication feature. Excitement grew as they discussed its limited range, but its potential was undeniably impressive. Izanami revealed that the card could be reused as many times as desired, breaking conventions. The others were amazed, discussing how the card would revolutionize both commerce and craftsmanship. Kosuke and a companion discussed the high costs of creating powerful cards with extended range. The conversation turned to the immense costs of materials, but there was hope for growth. A change in pace came as people focused on preparing for the next busy phase. Lunch arrived as the team gathered, ready to continue their tasks while enjoying a brief respite. Sylvia approached Kosuke, sharing a cryptic oracle from Eris-sama about an upcoming visitor. Kosuke watches, confused, as Eris interrupts unexpectedly. Her actions seem out of place today. A visitor arrives, an applicant for the local governor's position. Kosuke is still uneasy. Kosuke, now aware of the oracle's arrival, wonders about the mysterious visitor's true intentions. The 47th floor. A new mystery unfolds as they approach the moon's altar together. A woman, hesitant, questions Kosuke's interest in the oracle. The goddess's secrets remain elusive. Kosuke hesitates, knowing the task at hand is urgent. Creating an artifact demands his attention. Playful teasing shifts the focus to Sylva's oracle. Kosuke remains uncertain, but can't ignore the hints. A god's involvement is now questioned. Kosuke feels the weight of his growing suspicions. She teases, confirming Kosuke's intuition without giving him the full answer, intensifying his curiosity. With resolve, Kosuke sets his mind on the task. He knows the stakes are high now. Eris arrives with a purpose, dragging the girl away as Kosuke watches, confused by her actions. Outside, Kosuke gathers his thoughts, preparing to create the necessary artifact with a deep sigh. As the situation unfolds, it becomes clear that controlling the town's power is a complex task. The 5th floor looms ahead, the setting where critical decisions will shape future power dynamics. Alec Doria introduces himself, a new face among the applicants, drawing Kosuke's attention with his composure. Kosuke begins to assess the situation, acknowledging the impressive career of the man before him. Realization dawns as Kosuke links the man to a foreign diplomat, but there's something off. The truth hits. The man is no simple diplomat but the 3rd prince of Flores' kingdom. Kosuke wonders why this prince hides his identity, suspecting there's more to the story. Revealing his ability, Alec hints at knowing more than he lets on, further deepening Kosuke's suspicion. Alec wonders if his royal background will be revealed on the card, uncertain of the consequences. Confusion sets in as he realizes the implications of his status, questioning his position further. The prince soon grasps the reality. His royal title might prevent him from being considered. Kosuke points out the lack of a royal register, leaving Alec uncertain about his future prospects. Considering the possibility, Alec reflects on the idea of establishing a nation within the tower. Alec questions the foundation of a nation, realizing there's no external threat or cultural history yet. Even with aspirations of becoming a nation, Alec acknowledges the lack of a population to support it. Kosuke considers the idea of establishing a city-state, recognizing it's still too early for a nation. The discussion deepens as Alec realizes the difficulty in creating a kingdom with no formal register. Alec asks about the tower's administrator, sensing more hidden beneath Kosuke's casual answers and cryptic demeanor. The prince inquires about the oracle, revealing a hidden connection between him and the administrator. A shocking revelation follows, where divine protection is mentioned, hinting at deeper ties to higher powers. Mysterious imagery unfolds, showing divine protection at work, suggesting that certain individuals are favored by gods. The conversation shifts, with the prince considering a significant role, aiming to shift the power balance. Everyone is stunned when the prince announces his intention to discard his royal title, defying expectations. Alec insists that his daughter's well-being matters more than his royal status. He remains resolute. Kosuke acknowledges the situation. Alec is determined to stay for his daughter, undeterred by the future. In the meeting, they outline conditions for Alec. These involve his connection with the Flores kingdom. Finally, Alec is appointed as the new local governor, with a strict non-disclosure agreement signed. A week later, Kuhi returns with Alec and his group, presenting them in a welcoming gesture. Despite the challenges, Alec chose to relinquish his royal title, prioritizing his daughter's safety above all. As the story unfolds, Floriadoria introduces herself confidently, signaling a new alliance with the group. Kosuke greets Floriadoria, the new arrival. He expresses hope for a good relationship. Floria, in her teasing manner, questions Kosuke's strength. He admits he rarely fights. A swift attack catches the young woman off guard as the sword slices through the air toward her. She's stunned, faces harsh words about her lack of reaction, feeling humiliated by her weakness. A sharp voice cries out, desperately ordering Floria to stop. As the situation grows more intense, the sudden arrival of a man, his presence commanding, interrupts the rising tension between the two women. With an apologetic tone, the man seeks to defuse the situation but warns that second chances are rare. Floria faces her father's disappointment. He warns her not to judge others based on appearances alone. The observer ponders Floria's stubbornness, acknowledging her sword skills but questioning her ability to match Kuhi. In the quiet of the night, Floria's father expresses worry, reflecting on how close she came to disaster. Floria lies awake, remembering the precise moment she nearly faced danger when her opponent drew his sword. A sudden knock at the door interrupts Floria's thoughts. She wonders who could be visiting her at this hour. Mitsuki visits unexpectedly, inviting Floria to a secluded area for a private match, away from prying eyes. Floria, still recovering from her defeat, questions her ability to defend herself after failing earlier. Mitsuki's provocation finally gets a response, as Floria agrees to the challenge despite the insults. Floria follows Mitsuki to a forbidden area, designed to withstand immense magical pressure, reserved only for tower managers. Arriving at the preparation room, Floria meets Sylvia, who confirms everything is ready for the match. Floria stands puzzled as her father questions why they're summoned here, unsure of Mitsuki's intentions. Mitsuki, introducing herself as a tower manager, prepares for the match, aiming to challenge Floria. The arena, built to withstand immense magical energy, is revealed as a perfect battleground for their clash. Floria acknowledges the challenge and readies herself, knowing this battle will be a significant test. Mitsuki begins chanting, summoning fierce flames. Floria's stance tightens, fully aware of the imminent danger. A powerful fire blast was unleashed, but the calm girl effortlessly avoided the attack with ease. She analyzed her opponent's near miss, noting how they struggled to land a successful strike. Fueled by determination, the smaller fighter launched a furious attack, refusing to be belittled any longer. Meanwhile, other managers discussed the current situation, noting the battle's unexpected turn and growing tension. With the battle nearing its end, one fighter stood victorious, leaving the other stunned and defeated. She smirked, preparing to counterattack as her opponent struggled with how to land a blow. With a swift motion, the smaller fighter charged forward, catching her opponent off guard and surprised. A massive shockwave erupted as her strike collided, causing the ground beneath them to tremble violently. Panicked cries filled the air while one manager frantically tried to intervene, urging for control. Tensions soared and the battle was interrupted as one manager realized the consequences of his actions. Confused and furious, the man staggered, realizing something had been done to him during the battle. She smiled, her manipulation successful, remarking that he could now use his charm as intended. The confrontation escalated. She stood firm, vowing he would not interfere with the ongoing match. Panting heavily, the smaller fighter struggled to rise, but her opponent mocked her for not standing. Mockery continued as the girl lashed out, enraged by the taunt about her father's absence. She swung her weapon, but the strike missed. The smaller fighter grinned, readying her counter. With a loud scream, the smaller fighter flinched from the attack, but she fought back. In agony, the smaller fighter struggled but refused to give up, pushing herself further to fight. Furious, the woman snapped, blaming the other for mocking her, anger bubbling beneath her calm exterior. Tension exploded as the smaller fighter's anger flared, demanding an explanation for the insult to her. The intense clash sent shockwaves through the arena as the smaller fighter's attack finally landed. Struggling to stand, the defeated fighter was left gasping for air, her opponent unfazed. With disbelief, she wondered how she could lose so easily, without even landing a single hit. Mitsuki stands amidst the destruction, feeling lost and confused, questioning the reason behind her suffering. She struggles to understand the situation, realizing her attempts to force a solution were futile. Overwhelmed by frustration, Floria's confusion deepens as she questions the mysterious woman's intentions. The woman reveals that relying on pride alone won't resolve her issues, pushing Floria to rethink her approach. Floria, feeling trapped and desperate for answers, faces a new challenge as the woman takes charge. Floria reflects on her skills, realizing her father's influence may have hindered her true growth. As she contemplates, her father's past interference becomes clear, preventing her from facing challenges herself. She starts understanding that her father won't always be there to protect her from adversity. With newfound resolve, Floria acknowledges the need to act on her own, no longer relying blindly. Determined to discover the truth, Floria finally demands to know the real reason behind the ongoing conflict. Floria exhales deeply, her face filled with doubt, realizing how little she understands the situation. Mitsuki's frustration grows, her words sharp as she challenges Floria's grasp on the unfolding events. Floria, shocked, stares wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the sudden intensity of Mitsuki's stance. A group of observers watches closely, their expressions revealing both curiosity and concern about the confrontation. Stumbling, Floria is left bewildered, unsure of what to do as Mitsuki's challenge looms. Floria suddenly remembers their encounter earlier and realizes that she must have made a mistake. Mitsuki, puzzled by the apology, questions what exactly Floria is referring to, unable to understand. Filled with remorse, Floria apologizes for her earlier harsh words about Kosuke, regretting her behavior. Mitsuki responds, explaining that Kosuke isn't concerned with the issue, rendering any further apologies unnecessary. In a moment of humility, Floria asks Mitsuki for assistance in speaking with Kosuke, hoping to make amends. Mitsuki smirks with satisfaction, acknowledging the situation, as she remains calm and composed. Offering help, Mitsuki warns Floria to be cautious, as the stakes of her actions grow. As they approach the scene, Floria and Mitsuki draw the attention of others nearby, anticipating conflict. Mitsuki, unbothered, points out the tension, hinting that Floria's approach may not resolve the issues. A confrontation arises as the man demands an explanation, questioning Floria's belief that an apology would suffice. Floria admits her mistake to her father, acknowledging her wrong actions and seeking resolution. Her father interrupts, angrily silencing her, as he refuses to let her take the blame. Mitsuki, with a calm demeanor, explains that her actions were not about causing harm, but something deeper. As they walk away, Floria reflects on the harsh lesson, understanding the complexities of the situation. Mitsuki taunts Floria's father, questioning his beliefs in divine protection, as tension fills the air. Floria challenges her father, suggesting he manipulated her struggles for personal gain and power. Mitsuki, unfazed by the accusation, calmly brushes it off, telling Floria to ignore the provocation. Sylvia steps forward, revealing she too has received divine grace, a gift from the Erasamil god. With confidence, Sylvia shows the divine oracle, stating that the god had informed her about Floria. As Floria's father listens in shock, he wonders whether this divine protection is more than coincidence. Floria wonders why individuals with divine protection were brought to such a peculiar place. Mitsuki explains that only Kosuke Kuhi and she participated in the tower's capture. The The situation puzzles Floria as she realizes only a few with divine power were involved. Suddenly, Mitsuki reveals her true nature as an envoy of the gods, wings unfurling majestically. As the wings spread, everyone is taken aback, especially Floria, who is shocked by Mitsuki's transformation. Mitsuki explains they aren't part of the tower. Their mission is solely to serve Kosuke. The man warns harshly that trying to replace Kosuke and rule the tower is futile. Mitsuki responds with a calm of course while the man nervously questions whether Kosuke knows. Mitsuki reveals her angelic wings, signaling her true nature, leaving the man stunned and speechless. With a smile, Mitsuki clarifies that Kosuke would never exploit their divine power for rebellion. Mitsuki explains that Kosuke would just close the transfer gates if any danger arises. The man reacts in disbelief, realizing Kosuke would not hesitate to destroy the tower if needed. Mitsuki calmly admits the truth, explaining the plan was doomed from the very start. After completing her task, Mitsuki announces her departure, leaving the man to contemplate his failure. Later that evening, he sits alone, reflecting on the consequences of his actions. Drinking wine, the father, sitting in solitude, hears a knock. His daughter enters, seeking answers from him. She asks a difficult question, wondering if his life choices would have been different without her. With a gentle smile, the father confirms he has no regrets, despite how things turned out. As they talk, the father reveals there's something he looks forward to, despite the past. Reflecting on his journey, the father shares that his decision to leave for her sake remains unchanged. He reassures his daughter, apologizing for any worry he caused while joking about his ambitions. Despite dismissing the idea, he still envisions the possibility of creating a new country with the tower's power. Looking at the night sky, they both reflect on their desires, hopeful for the future. Meanwhile, in the control room, Kosuke experiences an unexpected peaceful moment. Relaxing together, they sit together and Kosuke wonders why they've gathered. Something unusual must be happening. They mention divine power, sparking Kosuke's interest. It seems there's more to their discussion. The group lounges in a cozy room, continuing their talk, as divine power becomes the central topic. Peach-san explains that Kosuke's guidance has enabled her to control divine power, surprising everyone. With excitement, they share how more people are now capable of controlling divine power, thanks to Kosuke's efforts. The girls explain their abilities. Divine grace or blood from Kosuke unlocks their divine power potential. Kosuke ponders their different experiences, yet suspects there's a common factor beyond his teachings. A sudden realization strikes. Everyone's connection to Kosuke shapes their ability to wield divine power. As they discuss, Kosuke recalls a crucial detail. The relationship everyone shares with him influences their powers. Kosuke remembers how Nana and Wanli learned divine control and begins to piece it all together. He realizes the water in the control room has turned into divine water, confirming his suspicion. The group debates, with some suggesting that divine water grants the power, but Kosuke remains uncertain. Kosuke explains the distinction between magic, holy power, and divine power, which resides deep within the soul. Acknowledging their progress, Kosuke believes that their souls already contain the needed aptitudes for divine power. The conversation shifts as Kosuke brings up the crown card's communication feature, questioning its connection to divine power. The group discusses the communication feature of the crown cards, comparing it to a tin can telephone. Kosuke explains how using divine power through the cards allows for telepathy, sparking further curiosity. As the idea of telepathy through divine power is discussed, Kosuke is unsure of its effectiveness. Kosuke considers testing the telepathy technique, agreeing with the suggestion to teach the girls. Realizing the group's difficulty, Kosuke suggests practicing separately, which is met with enthusiastic agreement from everyone. Kosuke celebrates his victory in a friendly rock-paper-scissors game, feeling proud to go first. Afterward, he focuses on mastering divine telepathy, connecting with each person through intense concentration. Over time, the group can finally converse clearly, easing communication as days pass by. They discover telepathy works beyond the tower, allowing them to communicate even when outside. Kosuke realizes how useful this method is, enhancing communication between managers on each tower floor. He reveals divine communication rings, designed for Jal and Eris, sparking curiosity among the group. With confidence, Kosuke begins testing the rings, focusing intently as a bright light forms. The artifact successfully connects them, and Kosuke proudly hears Jal's voice from afar, confirming success. Though pleased, Kosuke begins wondering if his actions will lead to trouble with other gods. Discussing the potential consequences, he realizes using divine power for creations might draw unwanted attention. Spica explains that any interference from other gods would require permission from Eris and Asura directly. Kosuke reflects on the communication progress, noting Nana's presence made these conversations possible and easier. As they chat, a light-hearted exchange ensues about the time spent communicating, bringing humor to the moment. Jal worries about potential disconnections, unaware that their conversation is still ongoing, making the moment amusing. Suddenly, Eris appears, warning Kosuke not to rush, though Kosuke's excitement to grow stronger is evident. Kosuke, in the vast library, contemplates the dangers of rushing divine powers development on the soul. He worries about Jal's safety but reassures himself, confirming the divine artifacts function properly for communication. A sudden pause fills the air, as Kosuke senses something unsettling but cannot pinpoint the source. Tension rises between the characters, overwhelmed by unexpected feelings, both confused and uncertain about the situation. He bursts in, shocked by what he sees, questioning the intimacy unfolding in front of him. The group experiments with telepathy, hoping to refine their divine power connection, but uncertainty lingers. Kosuke admits his ability to see his divine power, while others question his unusual skill. The team discusses their control over divine energy, expressing curiosity about its rare and confusing properties. One member comments on the rarity of controlling divine power, while others question the strangeness of it. Kosuke notices a strange sensation as divine energy wraps around him during their practice sessions. Kosuke nervously admits his ability to see others' divine powers, leaving the group surprised and curious. The group discusses the absence of physical changes, but hints that divine power may affect the soul. Kosuke reveals that the divine power's effect on the soul seems to enhance strength over time. A member demonstrates her divine power, revealing its potential to strengthen the soul through focused use. The group is startled when a peach is suddenly hurled, drawing their attention and confusion. A sudden shock causes her to react with surprise, her body tense from the unexpected sensation. Kosuke checks on her, confused, as she dismisses any harm, though puzzled by the situation. The group discusses divine power's protective nature, wondering if it's responsible for her strange reaction. Kosuke suggests divine power strengthens the body, explaining the unusual reaction as a defense mechanism. The group prepares for a test to see if divine power can protect against physical harm. Her frustration grew as teasing continued. Despite it all, a laugh escaped her lips, betraying her. Assurances followed swiftly, confirming no harm had been done. Still, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. An unexpected offer came next, an apology gift. She hesitated, uncertain whether it was truly needed. With a surprise twist, the proposal was unveiled. Kosuke, alone for an entire day, what could be better? A mischievous grin spread across her face, reminding him of his own words. She awaited his reaction. She hugged him tightly, accepting the gift with enthusiasm. Kosuke was delighted by her response. The group discussed a new development on floor 91. A potential mystery was unfolding there. Kosuke noted the divine power discrepancies. Something unusual was happening on the 91st floor. A monitor displayed troubling data. The numbers didn't align with expectations, signaling something was wrong. Together, they set off toward the 91st floor, eager to investigate the strange developments. A swarm of massive crabs charged forward, sending rocks flying and causing chaos in their wake. Amidst the chaos, Kosuke and his companions were taken aback. The situation escalated quickly. Nana, Kosuke's familiar, emerged as a powerful ally. Her evolution marked a significant turning point. The group observed Nana's power. Could she stand against a dragon now, or was it too early? Discussion turned to dragons. Could Nana defeat one? The group speculated about their strength and classes. The battle concluded with Nana's victorious return. Kosuke called her back, proud of her achievement. As Nana approached, the team admired her. She had truly proven her power in battle. Kosuke reflected on Nana's evolution. One reason stood out: her connection to him was deepening. Strange events unfolded as Kosuke tried contacting Jal. Her lack of response raised concerns. An unexpected voice interrupted Kosuke's thoughts. Reaching for a ring, he decided to consult Eris. The woman's eyes sparkled with mischief. She questioned Asura's decision, her smile filled with curiosity. Kosuke hesitates, unsure if Jal's actions were truly responsible for the situation unfolding before them. With a calm demeanor, she explains that Jal had given Nana specific instructions, leading to chaos. Curious, Kosuke wonders what Nana had done, only to learn that Eris is scolding her. Pondering Nana's transformation, Kosuke wonders if she's evolving into a divine being, but remains uncertain. Smiling, she reveals that Nana is undergoing a significant change, becoming a divine beast precisely. Kosuke is amazed by Nana's rapid transformation, as her evolution into something divine seems unprecedented. The woman calmly reveals that others have experienced similar transformations, all triggered by the use of divine power. Kosuke starts to understand that divine power is the key to becoming a god, yet something's missing. She explains that, while Nana has learned to control divine power, true deification has not occurred. The conversation shifts as Kosuke is advised to consider his own path. While checking on Wanli, Kosuke is instructed to check things for himself and leaves, receiving a final farewell. Approaching the shrine, Kosuke notices how much it's grown, marveling at the newfound size. As the group walks, the shrine continues to expand in size, its energy palpable in the air. Kosuke admires Yuri's work, complimenting the changes made to the shrine while expressing his gratitude. The shrine feels welcoming as the attendant greets Kosuke, guiding him to the room with Wanli. Wanli greets Kosuke, smiling as she welcomes him with a warm expression in her fox form. Kosuke and the others, surprised, learn that it's really Wanli, transformed into a different appearance. Realizing the transformation, Kosuke accidentally pats Wanli's head, quickly apologizing for the reflexive action. Slightly embarrassed, Wanli asks Kosuke if she looks strange, unsure of her new form's appearance. The group laughs at the situation, finding Wanli's new look too cute to resist approving. Kosuke agrees to take Wanli to the control floor, as everyone is eager to meet her. Excited, the girls quickly gather to greet Wanli, completely charmed by her new appearance. Kosuke smiles nervously, knowing how much attention Wanli will attract from the others, much to his amusement. Wanli, still adjusting to her new form, asks if she looks strange, making Kosuke embarrassed. As the group sits together, they discuss Wanli's new titles, and Kosuke begins to understand more. Wanli asks why Kosuke hasn't visited lately, her expression tinged with curiosity and a hint of sadness. Kosuke apologizes, revealing that Spica-sama advised him not to visit for a while, feeling guilty. Reassured, Wanli understands but is still a little disappointed, glad to have Kosuke's company again. Kosuke gives a warm, reassuring response, promising that the shrine will always welcome her whenever she needs. Wanli, grateful for the comfort, thanks him, relieved to be able to speak with him again. Wanli grins, admiring how good Kosuke looks, her words bringing a light blush to his face. With a nod, Kosuke agrees, beginning to channel divine energy into the object as requested. Spica-sama comments on the rarity of the event, amusing herself with the other gods' reactions. The conversation shifts as Wanli reveals the importance of Kosuke's visit to the Everspring Garden. Kosuke begins to piece together the situation, realizing the efforts made to shield him. Wanli, curious about the changes in the Everspring Garden, reflects on the rare occurrence. She thought the garden was solely isolated, not expecting to learn others could access it. Kosuke then reveals the garden opens only during divine communication, suggesting they must unlock it. As the conversation unfolds, both reflect on the mystery of why it was hidden so well. Spica's presence remains a secret, leaving Kosuke unsure, while others continue questioning what was concealed. Kosuke smiles, telling her the divine communication device is ready. She thanks him quietly, feeling flustered. He prepares to make another one, questioning whether making too many divine artifacts is wise. She agrees. With a sigh, she reassures him that making such devices is harmless, as long as it's done in moderation. Soon the device is ready, and Kosuke reassures her that it works perfectly. They chat briefly. Just as they're about to leave, Colette interrupts, asking Kosuke if he's done, eager to show him something interesting. In the first image, the two women appear to be using their powers with visible surprise. The younger girl is startled by the manifestation of magic, while the other controls it calmly. They discuss how they both had acquired the ability to use spirit arts, astonishing them. She wonders about how the process occurred, as they had no talent for magic before. Kosuke reflects on the recent progress and wonders if he should return soon to check on it. Kosuke scans the conditions for leveling up, noting the divine beast requirement. It piques his curiosity. With Wanli's help, they meet the necessary criteria. However, Kosuke can't help but question the tower's purpose. The woman, still calm, admits her lack of answers about the tower's mysteries, a slight disappointment. A small accident causes Kosuke to apologize, only to be interrupted by a new discussion on goddesses. Smiling slyly, the woman asks Kosuke to craft a divine communication artifact, teasing him with her request. Kosuke realizes that the tower's leveling system depends on what its master observes and registers. He's confused by the idea that changes are automatically registered only after they are noticed. The woman explains the system, comparing it to how hearts move naturally, but other actions require control. Kosuke finally understands the concept. The system only registers the tower's progress once it's consciously acknowledged. She urges Kosuke to craft the communication artifact swiftly, leaving him to contemplate the task. The woman finds it odd that Kosuke received the answer so easily, but dismisses it calmly. Kosuke thanks her for the help, though he feels unsettled about the situation they discussed. Reaching level 9 unlocked high-class monster summoning circles, Kosuke prepares to test the new possibilities. He considers trying the dragon summoning circle later, although the variety of circles remains limited. New installation objects appear, though they come with high costs. The rewards seem worth the risk. Kosuke faces the high cost of terrain transformation but figures out how to manage it. Reaching the 73rd floor, Kosuke meets Colette. They discuss merging floors, which surprises her. Kosuke shares his plan to expand the world tree's veins, hoping to boost divine power. After experimenting, Kosuke merges floors 11 through 14, revealing potential for unlocking more floors. Kosuke is greeted by Asena, who excitedly calls out to him, catching him off guard. Asena feels uncertain, unable to detect any immediate changes after the floor merging procedure. Kosuke decides to wait for the Earth's veins to stabilize before attempting to merge further. The scene shifts to a calm moment, with Asena interacting with the water lilies, a quiet connection. Her presence grows more serene, the environment echoing with soft movements as the water ripples. Cheryl approaches Asena, informing her of Kosuke's arrival, which Asena responds to with a smile. Dolly wonders if the merging of the floors resulted in any noticeable changes, but detects none. Asena explains that her power grew after the floors merged, with new forests increasing her strength. Once tied to the world tree, Dolly now draws her power from the nearby surrounding trees. Kosuke recalls giving Dolly a name, though she seems to have forgotten any related powers. As more trees surround them, Dolly's power grows stronger, making it easier to attract spirits. Dolly eagerly agrees that the merging of floors will help develop the world tree further. Discussing the merging's effects, they acknowledge that plants still rely on elves to handle threats. While thinking about the merging process, Kosuke reflects on the intertwined connection between the earth and world tree. With the conversation coming to an end, everyone shares their wish for the tree's continued growth. The tower reaches level 9, and Kosuke installs new objects, gathering more divine power. On the 7th floor, Kosuke and allies observe wolves evolving into stronger, fiery creatures. Kosuke surveys wolves on multiple floors, noting the emergence of black wolves and their evolution. On the 47th floor, white wolves evolve, presenting a new challenge for Kosuke and companions. A team marvels at the new barn, built with divine power to house the wolves. Kosuke is surprised by the barn upgrade, wondering when it was completed. As the wolves adjust, among the new arrivals, black wolf puppies emerge, captivating everyone with their playful, adorable antics. Excited expressions fill the group as they gaze at the puppies, unable to contain their delight. The black wolf growls protectively, warning others to stay away from its puppies, creating tension. Grateful, Kosuke turns to Nana, thanking her for calming the wolf and easing the situation. Kosuke wonders if naming the black wolf puppies will make them formal familiars, despite not summoning them. After pondering, Kosuke decides to leave the decision about the puppies' names for another time. Observing the family bonding moment, Kosuke decides not to disturb the peaceful scene with the puppies. As the group discusses, they realize the summoned familiars will continue to increase, potentially multiplying soon. With a smile, Kosuke asks Nana if she'd be interested in moving to the 81st floor. Kosuke apologizes for the misunderstanding and explains his intention to build a wolf's base on a high floor. Although he's uncertain, Kosuke wonders if the black and white wolves can handle dangerous monsters alone. He suggests starting the project soon, though warns that leaving the 81st floor might take time. Turning to Nana, Kosuke asks her opinion on the plan, hoping for her thoughts on it. As they observe, one of the wolves suddenly displays restlessness, signaling a possible departure from the group. Kosuke observes Nana summoning her pack of wolves, preparing for future plans with a determined look. Appreciating her contribution, Kosuke thanks Nana, acknowledging her helpfulness in handling the summoned wolves. Days pass and Kosuke, along with the others, approaches the 47th floor, planning their next move. Kosuke explains Nana's high leadership skills, enabling her to command wolves while maintaining the base's safety. Nana marvels as a new wolf power emerges, signaling impressive results, surprising everyone around her. Kosuke explains the 81st floor's safety measures, including a barrier he put up for protection. Leading the wolves, Kosuke designates the area as their new base, a safe haven for them. Wolves enthusiastically rush to the new base, creating an energetic scene of excitement and anticipation. Observing the wolves, Kosuke and his companions note their loyalty as they settle into the base. The wolves communicate their desire for Kosuke to visit, often seeking his attention and affection. Kosuke agrees to visit the wolves occasionally, but they overwhelm him with their excitement. The wolves eagerly surround their new base, their loyalty evident in their excited gestures. The fire spirit stone catches Nana's attention, a key element for summoning powerful spirits. Despite using up some divine power, they make strategic preparations to unlock new powers for their tower. Suddenly a large bird appears, interrupting their journey with an unexpected and powerful cry. Kosuke meets Ranka, who successfully locates the intersection. Mitsuki is impressed by her skills. Colette explains her training with the World Tree. They're ready to proceed with the next step. They prepare to move forward, sensing a shift. Mitsuki activates her spell with great focus. The group stands ready as an unexpected magical phenomenon appears, signaling something significant. Kosuke confirms the appearance of the fire spirit stone. They're ready to proceed with the installation. He observes the spirit stone, curious about its potential effects on the Luans. As the stone's immense spiritual power is revealed, the group grows more intrigued by its capabilities. Despite some playful teasing, Kosuke's skepticism fades as he senses the power for himself. Tensions rise as they continue to investigate, with Kosuke finding himself in a more unexpected position than anticipated. In the midst of the chaos, he reassures the elf, unsure of how to handle the growing situation. Kosuke smiles, sensing a familiar warmth from Colette's presence, contrasting her usual behavior with him. Colette, with a playful tone, remarks about making his heart race faster the next time they meet. Despite the teasing, Kosuke seems amused by her remarks, pondering what she has in mind. Kosuke hesitates but assures her, questioning whether he can truly restrain himself from further temptations. As Kosuke gazes at the vast landscape, he contemplates the challenges awaiting him on the tower's floors. On the 80th floor, Kosuke is greeted warmly by the dragon, a familiar and trusted companion. Kosuke, recalling his past visits, reveals he's returned to this floor to check on Ku. Before activating the dragons, Kosuke must prepare by creating a base and planning their strategy. The group is in awe, realizing the dragons are not only massive but can be used for travel. Kosuke, with a grin, proposes the idea of riding the dragons, offering a new adventure. He stands before several summoning circles, preparing for the next step in his plan. With a sigh, he reflects on the challenge ahead, knowing the summoning process is costly. He begins the summoning, and a massive dragon emerges from the circle, ready for action. Kosuke is impressed by the dragon's power and the connection they've established through mutual understanding. Determined, he prepares to summon more dragons, knowing that they will aid him in his mission. Kosuke summons 7 dragons, confidently stating that it's enough for now, awaiting their next task. Shrine and Peach are hesitant but prepare for the unusual task Kosuke has asked them to do. Peach, a bit frustrated, expresses her familiarity with Kosuke's strange requests, though she's not surprised. Suddenly the dragons grow close to Shrine and Peach, causing both of them to panic. Kosuke, amused, explains the dragons seem to favor the two, creating an amusing situation. He instructs the girls to use divine telepathy to communicate with the dragons more effectively. Shrine and Peach begin to communicate with the dragons, surprised by the connection they feel. As the dragons respond to their thoughts, they're amazed by the power of this bond. Kosuke notes that the mutual understanding skill is working perfectly, allowing for easier communication. The dragons take flight, and Shrine, eager, urges Peach to follow as they soar into the sky. She prepares to leave, placing her trust in the dragon as she holds it gently. Without warning, the dragon named Peach takes off into the sky, surprising everyone below. As they continue their flight, Kosuke notices Peach has quickly caught up to them in the air. The group uses telepathy to stay connected during the flight, ensuring communication is clear and seamless. Flying over a vast rocky landscape, Kosuke realizes that Shrine is missing and wonders where they went. Kosuke spots a sudden disturbance in the snowy forest, causing him to call out, "Shrine?" The mysterious figure, clearly excited, asks with a grin, "What do you think of this?" Kosuke reassures everyone, stating, "I'm totally fine," before they continue practicing in the air. Back inside, they relax, discussing their experience of flying and the thrilling sensation it brought. The group's curiosity grows as they eagerly wonder about the next challenge with the dragons. Colette, riding high on the dragon, feels overwhelmed by the strange but thrilling sensation. The dragon suddenly swerves, throwing Colette into a wild spin as it loses its balance. With a smile, Sylvia exclaims, "It's truly wonderful." As she gains better control of her dragon, watching her, Kosuke notices a new side of Sylvia emerge, one full of confidence and excitement. Checking on Colette, Kosuke asks, "How are you feeling?" While reflecting on their growing strength, Kosuke wonders aloud about Nana's safety while Wanli, capable of transforming, is ready for a ride. A dragon's roar is interrupted by a sudden bark, leaving Kosuke to chuckle at the oddity. Kosuke decides to wait for now, observing how things develop while plans to summon dragons unfold. Later, Elisa and Kosuke discuss the situation, with Elisa expressing concern over the rising monster levels. Kosuke explains the strange behavior of the monsters while Elisa listens, puzzled by the sudden changes. He ponders the state of the monsters, wondering if something has changed in their environment. Over tea, they discuss how monsters tend to adapt and grow stronger in new surroundings. Kosuke mentions how the monsters' increasing strength might be linked to shifts in the floor's conditions. Elisa, intrigued by the rising power levels, shares her findings about the fluctuations in divine power. Kuhi suggests asking the gods about the strange occurrences, but Kosuke seems hesitant to rely on them. Kosuke thanks them for the helpful discussion on the monsters, acknowledging the increase in divine power. Afterward, Kosuke decides to investigate the situation on other floors to gather more information. He finds that monsters near settlements have leveled up, especially those affected by the summoning circles. Two distinct types of summoned creatures exist, familiars and others, each influencing their surroundings differently. Testing the theory about summoning circles' influence on monster growth remains essential to confirm the hypothesis. On the 10th floor, the protagonist builds a base, transferring 10 heavenly and 10 infernal foxes. The system is configured to install summoning circles for hunting. Results will take time. Kuhi mentions changes on the 40th floor where Renka resides. The protagonist looks concerned. The protagonist searches for Renka in the forest, calling her name. As they move forward, Renka and another bird-like creature appear. The protagonist tries to figure out their gender differences. Understanding their differences, they realize Seiren belongs to males, while Seiwa is for females. Kosuke contemplates the new skills the birds acquired, noticing fire magic abilities linked to elements. Colette wonders about the strong bond between Kosuke and his familiar, admiring the creature's attachment. Kosuke laughs at Colette's teasing while reflecting on the unusual relationship with his summoned beast. Kosuke asks Ranka to join him, seemingly for an important task. As they walk forward, introducing a new companion, Kosuke presents a dragon named Ku, explaining their connection to Ranka. Kosuke explains his choice to introduce Ranka first, fearing the dragons might cause tension. Tension grows as Ranka and Kouyu react with suspicion, their mutual hostility creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. Kosuke calls out to Kou, puzzled by its sudden behavior. Wondering why the dragon acts oddly, Kosuke comforts Ranka, suggesting that riding might help ease its fear, reassuring the bird. Meanwhile, Ku and Ranka interact, with the others observing the strange communication between the creatures. Kosuke smiles as he sees the creatures calm down, wondering about their curious conversation. Suddenly, Kou takes off into the sky, surprising everyone with its unexpected flight and power. Ranka follows, soaring through the sky alongside Kouyu, while Kosuke watches from below, calling out. Kosuke smiles, observing Ranka and Kouyu flying together, bonding over their shared love for the skies. Ranka and Ku soar through the clouds, with a breathtaking view of the distant planet. On the 5th floor of the tower, Floria hears a mysterious divine communication. Puzzled, Floria warns someone of impending danger, urging them to hide immediately, her expression filled with concern. In the control room, Kosuke and the others prepare, unaware of the imminent danger approaching. Floria's warning echoes through the room, urging someone to hide quickly, sensing imminent danger approaching. A flashback reveals Colette seeking Kosuke's attention, subtly hinting at an important conversation ahead. Sylvia informs Kosuke about an urgent message from Eris, who needs to speak with him. Spica arrives unexpectedly quickly, explaining her need to speak with Eris, leaving Kosuke curious. Eris calmly instructs Spica to ensure Floria's safety in the control room, a serious mission. Spica warns Kosuke, certain of Floria's imminent danger, though he remains confused about the situation. Kosuke agrees with Spica's plan, asking her to inform Floria and bring her to safety. Doubts linger in Kosuke's mind. unsure of what is truly happening despite Spica's insistence on the danger. While Spica questions his decision, Kosuke calmly explains his choice to shelter Floria for her protection. Spica blushes, clearly flustered by the situation. As she processes Kosuke's reasoning with surprise, Spica quickly dismisses her earlier statement, urging Kosuke to forget it, though he remains puzzled. Spica considers the group's easy acceptance of Floria's situation, finding their reactions oddly passive. Kosuke, still uncertain, shares his concerns about Floria's safety, unsure if he made the right choice. Kosuke apologizes for the wait, opening the door to continue their discussion, while Spica follows quietly. Alec walks in, sensing the tension, and asks about the serious mood in the room. Kosuke learns about the Spica God's oracle, warning him that Floria might never leave again. He expresses disbelief over the oracle's grim prediction, questioning its truth with growing concern. Alec reassures him, claiming the oracle must be a misunderstanding, offering hope for the future. Floria, however, suggests being cautious in public, fearing that she may already be monitored. Kosuke agrees with Floria's suggestion, reflecting on the potential danger while staying vigilant. He learns about the divine artifacts, which allow him to hear God's words directly. Floria reveals an artifact that allows her to communicate one-on-one with the Erasamil god. The temple, aware of the divine artifacts, tries to avoid any further interference or confrontation. She explains the temple's reluctance to act, avoiding conflict after revealing Kuhi's identity. Alex speculates that the temple might be waiting for Kosuke to lower his head to them. She believes the temple thinks the growing tower will make them more indispensable, prompting intervention. Despite the tower's significance, no presence of the temple has been noticed within its walls. The government office has already received requests for the construction of a temple, fueling the concern. Kuhi proposes revealing her identity, which might help gather priests and make their task easier. Alex supports Floria's plan, as revealing her divine status would help gather needed support. Despite her concern for Kuhi's independence, Kosuke insists he has a solution ready to go. Kosuke suggests they can avoid the temple's involvement, making it easier to manage the building. Shocked by the suggestion, the man wonders aloud if such a plan is even possible. Although uncertain, Kosuke stresses the importance of being careful to prevent any major failures. Alec and daughter share a brief tense moment. While Kosuke reflects on their uncertain future, he apologizes for his daughter's past rudeness, urging Kosuke to remember she's his only daughter. Kosuke confidently promises to protect Ria, assuring her father that he will handle the ominous oracle. Alec and Wahid coordinate preparations, gathering people from the crown and government to support the plan. While others prepare, Kosuke enjoys a moment of calm, savoring drinks and light conversation. Kosuke confirms gods can't interfere with his domain, ensuring their plan remains uninterrupted by divine forces. He explains the difficulties of managing a world, while Eris humorously comments on his approach. She reveals that she's hiding in a place Kosuke would never think to search for her. The bird informs them of Spica's happiness, making Kosuke reflect on her joyful expression. With a playful smirk, Eris threatens Kosuke, claiming she wouldn't have to act if he worked harder. Acknowledging his efforts, Eris encourages Kosuke to proceed with his plans without holding back. Sylvia asks if Kosuke always acts like that during divine communication, learning it's common for him. They explain how initially they reacted to his actions but eventually stopped due to repetition. Kosuke informs Floria about adventurers reaching the 51st floor and the excitement surrounding the dungeon discovery. He mentions the difficulty of reaching the 71st and 72nd floors, noting it's a challenge. They agree that adding transfer gates between floors isn't ideal, given the tower's vast size. Sylvia suggests using both methods to let certain parties take shortcuts to dungeon floors potentially. Kosuke acknowledges the idea of safe zones, agreeing it could increase adventurers' interest in exploring. Floria informs Kosuke that all invitations have been sent out, signaling the start of something important. Kosuke believes they'll have to wait and see how others will react to the invitations. He wonders about the new temple's meaning, questioning if it's just a facade or something more. The two men in cloaks are startled, remembering a mysterious woman involved in the tower's matters. Gozen questions the absence of temple construction while Zell wonders about the lack of sightings. A woman in white expresses confusion about the letter's message and ponders how to respond. She decides to discuss the matter with the other temple leaders before heading to the tower. The invitation for the inauguration of the new temple at the Amania Tower raises doubts and excitement. Holding the letter, the woman wonders what the sender might have prepared for them. In Ryusen, Reina-sama receives a letter, signaling an unexpected arrival that sparks curiosity. One of Ryusen's most influential men, Rain's Kraken, carefully inspects the letter with great interest. Rick Beister questions the invitation, noting there's no mention of a meeting after the ceremony. Reynes believes the invitation isn't for a meeting, but rather to showcase something important to them. Rick wonders if the letter hints at a hidden agenda, suggesting they gather more information. Ordered to gather information, Rick acknowledges the task, determined to uncover more details about the letter. In a dimly lit room, a man discusses the mysterious event, hinting at the tower's captor. Lord Felukia is intrigued by the invitation, realizing the rare opportunity to attend the temple's inauguration. Walking through his grand hall, Lord Felukia ponders the significance of attending such a grand event. Earl asks the boss if they're proceeding with the mission. The answer is a confident yes. The boss contemplates how to handle the tower's administrator while preparing for the mission's next phase. A group discusses their next steps, with one member deciding to take their own approach. The fifth floor, located on the outskirts of town, offers a breathtaking view of snow-capped mountains. A group of individuals marches proudly with banners, preparing for the upcoming significant event. Thalatha, speaking confidently, welcomes the audience and expresses gratitude for their unexpected attendance at the ceremony. The stage is set for the ceremony, with seats filled and anticipation growing among the crowd. Lord Felukia smirks while introducing the representatives, teasing that the tower's administrator may disappoint them. Thalatha introduces Kosuke, the administrator of Amaniya Tower, as he steps onto the stage confidently. The audience is shocked, murmuring that the young man who conquered the tower seems ordinary. As questions arise, Thalatha addresses the crowd, pointing out the lack of a temple. The excitement grows as Thalatha reveals that a new temple will be built in this space. Kosuke is asked to demonstrate the tower's features, setting the stage for a grand reveal. Shrine steps forward confidently as the ceremony progresses, ready for the next phase of the event. A burst of energy floods the air, startling everyone as the stage transforms before their eyes. The audience gasps in shock, questioning what is unfolding before them as confusion spreads. A massive structure begins to rise from the ground, leaving onlookers in stunned silence. With a smile, he knows this is just the beginning, hinting at even greater surprises ahead. The tower's administrator prepares for the blessing, ready to begin the ceremony with great importance. Kosuke approaches the grand temple, feeling the weight of the upcoming challenge and responsibility. He focuses as he activates the summoning circle, hoping the ritual will succeed despite doubts. With determination, Kosuke performs the ritual, knowing that this is his moment to prove himself. Back in the library, he faces the complexity of the ritual, realizing it's harder than expected. Kosuke examines the summoning circle, realizing it lacks any symbols to indicate the summoned deity. After some thought, he decides to try a spell chant, despite the space limitation. As he chants, Kosuke calls upon the divine pillars, asking for their presence in the world. The ritual intensifies, and the crowd watches in awe as the powerful summoning circle activates. With the ritual complete, Kosuke is praised for his successful summoning, a sign of his power. The crowd reacts in disbelief as Kosuke successfully summons a god, leaving everyone speechless. Meanwhile, the two women watch the summoning in awe, with one feeling increasingly anxious. As the god materializes, the crowd is in shock, with whispers of the impossible circulating. Kosuke proudly walks away, as the three goddesses, his summons, make their presence known. Afterward, Kosuke talks with the goddesses, feeling tired but satisfied with the successful summon. As the goddesses prepare to leave, they mention they can't stay long, but have something important. Powerful spheres of energy materialize above, swirling in the air as the ritual intensifies. Their divine blessing forms a radiant sphere, granting their protection to the newly established temple. Observers gasp in awe, witnessing the divine power as it fills the space with sacred energy. With a confident smile, Kosuke assures the goddesses that they will reunite again soon. Kosuke, along with his companions, casually enjoys the moment, while others remain in awe of the event. The high priestess solemnly declares that the temple has received divine blessings, affirming its sacredness. With his proven power, Kosuke now holds the freedom to determine how the temple operates. Struggling with her disappointment, the priestess wonders how their chance to claim the tower's riches slipped away. The crowd whispers among themselves, realizing that Kosuke has indeed summoned a true deity. Kosuke's achievement of summoning three gods has spread rapidly, leaving even powerful figures astonished. The ceremony proceeds, with Kosuke now returning to his seat after a grand display of power. As he moves, Kosuke is suddenly confronted by an unexpected strike from an opponent. With a swift turn, Kosuke faces his attacker, prepared to retaliate against the surprise assault. Enemy's blade clashes, but Kosuke remains composed, calculating his next move in the fight. Kosuke is confronted after his bold actions, with accusations of attempted murder at the sacred temple. An enraged figure demands that his subordinates chase after Kosuke for the crimes committed. Kosuke's allies quickly check on him, worried about his safety after the recent encounter. With determination, Kosuke apologizes for leaving early, explaining the danger his presence invites. Acknowledging the growing threat, Kosuke makes his departure, seeking to avoid further trouble. Kosuke suspects the recent incident was orchestrated by several individuals within the temple itself. 3 influential figures are identified as likely suspects: Lord Felukia, Ines Dono, and Han Dono. Kosuke confidently questions the suspects' accusations, demanding proof of their claims and the truth behind them. A tense conversation unfolds, with Kosuke boldly questioning the necessity of proof in a place like this. The situation escalates as Kosuke challenges the accuser, prompting the head priestess to step in. Kosuke suggests leaving the talking to head priestess Laurel, as her position makes her more persuasive. Laurel addresses the crowd, explaining how Kosuke summoned 3 goddesses, captivating everyone's attention. With a serious tone, she declares that this land is blessed by the gods themselves, no doubts. The skeptical noble interrupts, dismissing her claim, unable to believe it without direct proof from the gods. Kosuke reveals divine communication artifacts, tools that allow direct messages from the gods, silencing the crowd. Kosuke proudly holds the divine artifact, offering to communicate directly with the gods themselves. With a calm expression, he reveals that the gods were the ones who protected him earlier. Kosuke explains that although the goddesses are present, they remain unseen by everyone except him. The noble's disbelief grows, but Laurel steps in, confirming that divine communication artifacts are indeed real. After warning the noble, Kosuke announces that the ties with the 3 of them are now severed. The men's faces twist in disbelief, unable to process what they've just heard from Kosuke. Kosuke continues, explaining they can't force others to act but can leave it up to them. He introduces a new service, floor transfer, allowing adventurers to reach the 51st floor easily. Kosuke elaborates, explaining how safety areas will be created to help adventurers recover and rest. The crowd reacts, excited about the prospect of more dungeon challenges, while Kosuke smiles calmly. Kosuke smiles as the crowd cheers, grateful for his leadership, while one noble watches, frustrated. The noble, unable to believe Kosuke's success, hurriedly tries to leave, but is ignored. With a calm expression, Kosuke gestures to the goddesses, preparing to leave and continue his journey. A swirling vortex appears as Kosuke and the goddesses prepare to teleport, leaving the crowd behind. Back in the room, a familiar voice greets Kosuke, praising him for his success and strength. Kosuke reassures the priestess, revealing no difficulties with his transfer skills, which he plans to rely on. Kosuke feels exhausted after the day's events, but his companions, worried, rush to his side. Just as Wanli approaches, Kosuke realizes he forgot something important and hurriedly tries to catch up. Kosuke laughs, distracted by the playful animals, while the goddesses enjoy the light-hearted moment. After the ceremony concludes, Kosuke thanks Wanli, while a new chapter in Leela Amamiya's journey begins. Kosuke stands apart, unnoticed by the influential guests. His presence seems ignored, adding to his frustration. Above him, the colossal tower reaches into the sky. Kosuke hopes the exchange will benefit the tower's future. The morning light spills over the mountains, and a tired Kosuke groggily faces the challenges of the day. Floria's words waver with hesitation, her unease palpable, yet she submits to Kosuke's demands, enduring the moment. Embarrassed, Floria struggles with the new attire, while Kosuke reassures her, offering gentle guidance through it all. Floria is startled by Kosuke's unexpected action. Her confusion grows as she questions his intentions. Floria offers coffee to Kosuke, explaining her desire to help. She is determined to contribute. Embarrassment flushes Floria's face as Kosuke comments on her outfit, leading to an awkward misunderstanding. Floria nervously admits her wish to assist, while Kosuke teases her, amused by her discomfort. Kosuke suggests a new plan, prompting Floria's confusion as she wonders what he has in mind. Kosuke presents the new floor layout. Floria looks puzzled, questioning the changes and their purpose. Floria waits patiently as Kosuke finally leads her to her new room, offering a reassuring smile. Suddenly, a loud cry fills the air. Kosuke's face shifts as he recognizes the voice. Caught off guard, Kosuke realizes his mistake as Floria and another figure respond with shock. Floria, embarrassed by the scene, glances at Kosuke, blaming him for the unexpected disruption. Sylvia returns from the 5th floor, mentioning something unusual. Kosuke and others exchange curious glances. Kosuke listens carefully as Sylvia explains, her tone serious. He's eager to address her concerns. Sylvia shares Schmidt's suggestion about creating inns and safe zones to attract business and adventurers. Kosuke plans to take action, deciding to implement Schmidt's idea. The team prepares for change. He, now determined, sets the plan in motion, envisioning inns and stores in secure zones. Kosuke has planned 6 safety zones on different floors to support adventurers while focusing on objectives. Deciding against transfer gates, Kosuke opts for magic circles to move materials in small groups efficiently. Floria reflects on the responsibilities of managing adventurers and generating income, while Kosuke contemplates the tower's changes. Kosuke ponders the success of the divine summoning, thinking of potential improvements and new ideas. Sylvia and Floria discuss Kosuke's current mood, recognizing his usual behavior when lost in thought. Kosuke is called a genius after summoning divine beings, but he disagrees, seeing himself differently. He explains summoning a god was only possible due to specific circumstances, not sheer genius. He humorously downplays the genius label, suggesting that anyone could be called one under certain conditions. Kosuke reveals his origin from another world, with divine guidance assisting him in his journey. In response to a curious question, Kosuke dreams of reaching a divine realm called Everspring Garden. Kosuke nervously reveals his doubts about the summoning, unsure if the goddesses will succeed. Yori protests. After much discussion, Kosuke insists on testing it alone, though his companions still express concern. While explaining the teleportation plan, Kosuke worries that bringing others along might create complications. Kosuke introduces Floria to the 10th floor creatures. They enthusiastically surround her, welcoming the newcomer. Kosuke, ready for the divine summoning, checks with Yuri. The place seems perfect for the ritual. He channels his power, chanting to return to the Everspring Garden. The air cracks. With determination, Kosuke demands the summoning circle appear, his magic surges shaking the surroundings. Eris-sama watches anxiously, hoping Kosuke's spell succeeds. The silence feels heavy as they wait. A sense of uncertainty fills the air. Silva wonders if Kosuke's return magic circle failed. Eris reassures Silva, noticing no failure. Despite the delay, she remains hopeful for Kosuke's return. Sylvia's face flushes, her nervousness evident. Eris worries about her, checking if everything is fine. Eris reassures her as she stands, asking for patience while she contacts Kosuke for updates. Kosuke lands in an unfamiliar space, his surroundings confusing. He realizes he's somewhere unexpected. Asura greets Kosuke with a sly smile. She clearly remembers him, though he's surprised to see her. Kosuke mentions his surprise at her bodily form, recalling how unexpected this meeting truly is. Asura smiles, informing Kosuke that he's now a living god, catching him completely off guard. Surprised by the revelation, Kosuke learns he was always on the brink of godhood. Kosuke reflects on his new status, realizing he's no longer treated as a mere human. She reveals the truth, explaining that his left eye's power was his own choice to wield. Kosuke learns that the gift he received wasn't fate but rather a chance he embraced. Asura informs Kosuke that he's created something unprecedented, the status screen, a divine power first. He reflects on how he unknowingly used his left eye's power, spreading the concept worldwide. Surprised by his new status, Kosuke is asked if he dislikes being a living god. Kosuke, still processing, realizes he doesn't mind the title but remains unsure of his new identity. Kosuke's unease grows as Asura hints that Eris wants to personally apologize for her mistake. Eris stands before Kosuke, anxious, as he realizes something important is about to unfold. After revealing Kosuke's new title, Eris apologizes for the mess she caused by telling everyone Arisa-sama is distracted, unaware of the question. Sylvia's voice calls out as tension rises. Sylvia holds an unusual artifact, questioning if it acknowledges her as a living god now. Surprised, the women discuss the unexpected development. One asks about the future actions to take. A glowing revelation offers an offer to become Kosuke-sama's priestess, prompting Sylvia's inner conflict. Arisa reassures, mentioning others receiving divine graces. Despite hesitation, she accepts her fate, resigned. Sylvia hesitates, but acknowledges her decision. She understands the consequences if someone else steps in. Kosuke urges caution, Sylvia must decide swiftly, as Kosuke-sama is not a patient individual. Unexpectedly, Sylvia reacts, stating she will provide an answer. Time is running out for her. The conversation abruptly ends, leaving Sylvia in turmoil. She wonders about the future and her choices. Kosuke reassures her no major issue arises, but Sylvia feels a deeper sense of regret. Arisamil's status shows a surprising title, Celestial Maiden. Kosuke inquires why it isn't Goddess. The explanation unfolds. The system pulls information from the world records to display such titles. Kosuke is confused about the world records. Arisamil hints at its true importance for her. Arisamil clarifies that her status as a Celestial Maiden is due to recognition in the world records. Kosuke senses something unusual. The discussion about titles leaves him questioning whether there's more hidden behind. Arisamil strongly denies the suggestion, her face reflecting her embarrassment as the playful remarks intensify. Kosuke explains the rule: no one can enter without permission. The visitors seem shocked by this. In response, the woman affirms Kosuke's statement. She welcomes him, explaining he's always welcome here. The conversation shifts to potential consequences. If rejected, a return would fail, leaving Kosuke stranded. Kosuke reassures her, downplaying the situation. The conversation turns to his meeting with the others. Kosuke explains Arisamil will meet other gods of Asgard, who reside in the sanctuary. Kosuke warns that avoiding them could lead to interference with the tower's affairs. Arisamil hesitates. Arisamil's use of the return spell created a passage, making it easier for others to meet her. Kosuke reveals that she is the first living god in Asgard's history, sparking their curiosity. After some thought, Arisamil agrees to meet them, acknowledging she has no choice but to comply. Arisamil happily takes the lead, but Kosuke protests, claiming he needs time to prepare himself. Kosuke stands before the gods, clearly anxious. His discomfort grows as the moment nears. A portal created by Arisamil's return spell lets the gods approach. Kosuke doesn't understand why. The gods eagerly crowd around, waiting for Kosuke. His surprise only deepens as they approach. Overwhelmed, Kosuke faces the excited gods. Their uncontainable enthusiasm catches him off guard entirely. Exhausted after the overwhelming attention, Kosuke collapses onto the couch, barely able to speak. She chat about the situation, laughing off the chaos, as Kosuke tries to recover. Kosuke learns that the divine realm's gods seek his presence, causing him confusion and concern. He realizes that all the gods in this world are women, which surprises him even more. As they continue explaining, Kosuke is informed about the gods' fascination with being summoned by him. Kosuke is deep in thought as he faces a challenge in summoning powerful beings. The others agree that trying is better than giving up. He gazes toward Asgard in the distance, wondering about the experience of being there firsthand. The women discuss the immense value of simply remembering and connecting with the gods, alluding to their wishes. Kosuke ponders the fate of gods who lose their followers. Without power, they fade and disappear from existence. The girl explains the link between Kosuke and the gods, emphasizing the unique connection forming through him. Kosuke realizes the gods' actions are not only for curiosity but also to preserve their existence. He reflects on his journey with a sense of fulfillment, glad to have met them. While in deep thought, Kosuke realizes he must return to his responsibilities in Amamiya. Before leaving, he is momentarily stopped, as someone has something important to discuss with him. She offers him the ability to travel directly to the shrine as a reward. Kosuke bids his temporary farewell, reminding the gods to keep in touch whenever possible. The scenery shifts to a serene temple, where Kosuke begins to make his return journey. Yuri, waiting inside, greets Kosuke's return with a warm welcome as he enters the building. After his arrival, Kosuke exchanges greetings with Yuri, asking about the others who are waiting. Yuri congratulates him, recognizing his transformation into a living god, and Kosuke thanks her. Kosuke returns home, greeted warmly by his companions, who celebrate his arrival with excitement. As Kosuke arrives, a familiar fox girl, Wanli, excitedly recognizes him and calls him out. A group of friends has gathered to welcome Kosuke back, as Arasama had informed them. Despite his newfound status, Kosuke is teased about his transformation into a living god. Kosuke shares his thoughts on the teasing, not wanting to make a big deal out of it. The tower finally reaches level 10, and Kosuke is excited to see the achievement. With anticipation, he examines the progress and wonders about the results of this milestone. He realizes the conditions for level 10, which confirm his transformation into a god. Kosuke is astonished by the requirements for reaching level 10, especially the role of a god. The system unlocks new features, including communication and sovereignty, providing more power and control. Kosuke and his companion find themselves in a vast digital world, witnessing the tower's progress. Kosuke marvels at how he can control the map with his hand, revealing new details. The map shows all the towers in the world, including those that have been conquered. Kosuke notices there are 7 towers in the central continent, but many remain unconquered. A communication feature is activated, allowing the Amamiya Tower to send messages to others. Kosuke and his companion ponder the unknown challenge of leveling up the tower together. They're uncertain. They decide to observe others' reactions, unsure of the next steps in the tower's progress. He strategizes about conquering other towers to enhance the current one's divine power and abilities. Kosuke is planning to take control of other towers, believing it's the best course of action. His companion questions his departure, hinting at uncertainty about the upcoming journey he must undertake. In the spacious room, Kosuke considers the companions he intends to bring along for the journey. Floria's question reveals her surprise, as others such as Kuhi and Mitsuki are also named. Kosuke decides to leave Shrine in charge, trusting her with management during his absence. Reassurance follows as everyone expresses confidence in Shrine's ability to handle the situation effectively. Kosuke turns to Floria, assigning her an important task, hinting at her role in future plans. A dragon soars through the sky, throwing its rider into a chaotic, dangerous situation. Kosuke explains the necessity of Floria's dragon training for their upcoming tower conquest plans. As Floria struggles, Kosuke calmly prepares for the upcoming journey, knowing she'll soon master flying. The companions gather for a toast, wishing the group well as Kosuke prepares for departure. Before the journey, the team enjoys a farewell party, cherishing their time together before separation. Kosuke awakens to a surprising and unexpected scene, realizing Shrine is in his room. Shrine, in a playful and somewhat mischievous mood, challenges Kosuke with her bold actions. Kosuke, flustered and unsure, asks about her intentions as she teases him with her behavior. The night takes an intense turn, leaving Kosuke to wonder if he'll be ready for tomorrow's challenges. Floria, standing in the living room, senses Kosuke's loneliness after everyone else has left. A conversation begins as both women, acknowledging the emptiness, share their feelings about the recent departure. Kosuke, accompanied by his group, approaches their destination, focused on the task ahead. As they near the northeast tower, a looming sense of anticipation builds, signaling the start of their mission. Upon reaching the tower's entrance, Kosuke stands still, questioning what lies inside as the group prepares. The group enters the dungeon, finding it ordinary at first glance, though they remain cautious. Kosuke and the others examine the hall, noting the peculiar construction, wondering about its origin. Reflecting on the differences between the Amamiya Tower and this dungeon, Kosuke is curious about its design. Floria, agreeing with Kosuke, expresses her surprise at the strange features, including an unusual ceiling. Suddenly, a rock monster emerges, forcing the group to confront an unexpected threat in the dungeon. The dungeon looked ordinary, with tall columns standing around a central staircase leading forward. Walking down the hall, they noticed the rough walls. The place felt oddly antiquated, yet eerie. They entered the chamber, marveling at the odd design. The ceiling seemed unnaturally intricate for a dungeon. The massive tower differed from what they imagined. This place felt like an entirely different realm. Suddenly, a boulder rolled across the floor, revealing a rock monster lurking behind it in ambush. Floria realizes the distance between her and her target. The battle demands divine power now. She swings her sword fiercely, while her ally faces the skeletal warrior's brutal strike. Calling forth a powerful flame, the skeleton warrior appears confused, unprepared for the deadly force. Floria unleashes the fiery explosion with precision, her sword creating a blinding blast of destruction. After the intense battle, Floria breathes a sigh of relief, grateful for her allies' timely help. Kosuke acknowledges the strength of the monsters, but they press forward, determined to find the gate. A sandwich is handed to Floria, though her surprise shows she didn't expect such a gesture. Taking a break, they discuss their journey while Floria quietly observes the group, reflecting on their bond. Floria seems to have warmed up to the group, and they hope this trip will bring them closer. Kosuke believes that Floria will eventually open up, as the group's bond continues to grow stronger. The northeast tower revealed its typical dungeon layout, filled with monsters, traps, and treasure chests. Despite their impressive training, Floria's dragons seemed ill-suited for the narrow spaces inside this tower. The group pressed on, conquering multiple floors each day, despite the tower's challenges and narrow rooms. After overcoming many floors, they found a monumental rock, signaling the progress of their conquest. Reaching the 30th floor, they were astonished, realizing they had completed the final floor of the tower. The familiar scene reminds Kosuke of past events. The tower registration proceeds more smoothly this time. He decides on the tower's name, setting the connection to link it with Amamiya Tower. After confirming the connection, the tower's registration is completed, marking a new chapter for the group. Kosuke names the tower Northeast Tower, finalizing the registration and initiating its official designation. Upon returning, his companions cheerfully welcome him back, marking the end of the tower's conquest. Kosuke is asked about his conquest of the tower, confirming its completion, though the task was challenging. With the two towers now connected, Kosuke proposes setting up a two-way transfer gate. The group prepares for the installation of the new transfer gate, facilitating easier travel between towers. Upon activating the gate, Kosuke checks the communication, signaling his readiness for the next phase. The group successfully steps through the newly linked transfer gate. Returning to the Amamiya Tower, Kosuke attempts to exchange floors but is halted by a restriction, limiting his control. Floria notices Kosuke's frustration, sensing something is off with the floor exchange system. Curiously, Floria questions the issue, suspecting something went wrong, but Kosuke remains uncertain. He reveals that the floor exchange option isn't working as expected, though he plans to fix it. The conversation shifts as Floria inquires about Kosuke's past, a topic that remains unexplored. Kosuke realized he forgot to tell everyone something important, but he decided to wait. In the living room, the group gathered to discuss Kosuke's transformation into a living god. Sylvia speculated Kosuke's god status was due to more than just his strength alone. They continued discussing the feats Kosuke had accomplished, which led him to godhood. The group wondered how Kosuke achieved so much. Contemplating his actions and their meaning, Kosuke walks into the room, a confident grin on his face, signaling that something important awaits. He carefully explains his situation, confessing his soul doesn't belong to this world, shocking everyone. Without concern, the group casually reassures him that such matters are no longer a big deal. Curiosity arises as they wonder why Kosuke chose now to open up about his strange origins. Tension fills the air when one woman questions his true motives, her gaze sharp and calculating. Kosuke stands with the girls, unsure of their intentions as they share concerned glances. Floria's shocked expression reveals confusion, questioning the unexpected developments that have emerged during their mission. A serious discussion takes place as suspicions about the gods and the tower's true nature surface. Their conversation deepens, with a realization that there's more at stake than originally anticipated. Kosuke finally understands the importance of their faith and the gods' influence on their lives. He realizes the consequences of ignoring the god's status, potentially inviting trouble into his future. The group discusses the dangers of Kosuke's current position, hinting at divine revelations that could follow. Kosuke hesitates to act rashly, aware that his decisions could affect more than just himself. After contemplating the risks, he understands the need for careful planning, avoiding unnecessary attention for now. The team agrees that a decisive approach is necessary. The crown and tower must be claimed. Kosuke is asked about his journey to the Northeast Tower. The group eagerly waits for details. He describes strange monsters in the tower that cannot be found in the Amaya Tower. They discuss the possibility of moving to another tower. The idea of conquest grows. Kosuke contemplates the risks of conquering all towers, considering the potential consequences of such an action. The group realizes conquering a single tower already affects the world. The stakes are higher. Having conquered the Northeast Tower, Kosuke wonders how his actions will alter the world's future. While contemplating, a voice in the room questions whether it's too late to consider consequences. Kosuke considers the possibility of capturing more towers. The idea feels more like a serious goal. The team encourages him to pursue his mission. Their confidence in him strengthens his resolve. As their unwavering support continues, Kosuke realizes the weight of his decisions and moves forward confidently. With renewed energy, the team enthusiastically pledges to conquer all towers in the continent together. Shrain hesitates but agrees to manage the Northeast Tower. She questions whether she can truly handle it. Floria accepts the responsibility, confirming that she'll oversee other towers when the time comes to expand. Kosuke assigns Floria as one of the managers, reinforcing his trust in her leadership for future conquests. The conversation turns playful as the group jests about embracing Kosuke, lightening the mood despite the serious plans ahead. Kosuke and the girls discuss membership requirements. One girl is confused about her wrong conclusion. A suggestion is made for Kosuke to repay the favor by becoming a hardworking manager. Kosuke reflects on how he was taken in by kind individuals from the Flores kingdom. Floria smiles confidently, promising to do her best. Kosuke agrees to assist her in return. Shrine watches over the northeast tower, uncertain about its divine power balance and responsibilities. Kosuke and his team prepare to conquer the southeast tower, while strategizing their next moves together. A powerful figure readies herself for battle, sensing an incoming threat as a weapon approaches. With precise force, she hurls a fish at her target, showing her strength and control. Kosuke, confident in their strength, acknowledges the monster's weakness while expressing his thanks to the fighter. Kosuke analyzes the tower's layout, noting water-type monsters. He begins to understand the tower's structure. The group learns about the 4 elemental spirits influencing the towers, realizing their environment's strategic importance. Floria spots the transfer gate in the distance, signaling the team's next challenge within the tower. They enter a watery world, fighting rising monster ranks, aware of increasing difficulty on every floor. The team approaches a magnificent structure. Floria admires it, her curiosity growing with every step. Floria struggles as tentacles ensnare her, calling out to Kosuke for help, embarrassed by the situation. Kosuke quickly responds, cutting through the tentacles. Floria, relieved, prepares for the next challenge. After their battle, the group takes a break, discussing the upcoming challenges and tower strategies. Mitsuki and Floria analyze their progress. They compare the difficulty of their past tower conquests. Kosuke agrees with Mitsuki's assessment of the Amamiya Tower, noting its greater difficulty compared to others. Floria reflects on the previous challenges, wondering how others managed to conquer such difficult obstacles. The next day, the group sets out, amazed by their surroundings and ready for new challenges. Kosuke realizes they're standing at a sea floor, unsure of what lies ahead beneath the water. As they observe the vast terrain, they discuss the water's unique qualities and the challenges ahead. Dragons appear in the sky, their powerful wings making it clear that new dangers await. Kosuke charges forward with his dragon companion, ready for the battle ahead, filled with excitement. With Ku's help, they manage to clear a significant portion of the tower, advancing quickly. They reach the final floor of the southeast tower. The group stands ready for the final challenge. Kosuke activates the control panel linking the tower. The team prepares for their next step. Back at the base, Kosuke and the team discuss the beauty of the towers they've conquered. Kosuke and Floria discuss the potential towers left to conquer, wondering about fire and wind elements. Floria suggests the existence of magical creatures. Kosuke questions their reality, uncertain about holy or magical beasts. Kosuke acknowledges the possibility of holy creatures, though they may not be as commonly believed anymore. Floria elaborates on holy and magic beasts, warning of their power if their territories are invaded. She shares the history of holy beasts, explaining their peaceful nature unless provoked by conflict. Kosuke and others debate divine beasts. They wonder how Nana and Wanli might be categorized. In a quiet space they speculate. Could Nana and Wanli be treated as divine beasts already? Sylvia reflects on divine power. Nana and Wanli might qualify if not for their divine abilities. Kosuke asks about magic and holy power. The distinction between holy and magic beasts becomes clearer. Kosuke returns, greeted enthusiastically by Shrine. Her excitement signals something important about to unfold for him. Shrine explains the difference between magic and holy power. Kosuke, from another world, remains confused. Kosuke follows Shrine, intrigued by her conversation. She leads him toward a more pressing matter. They examine the northeast tower, noticing a lack of divine stones. The power installation seems impossible. Shrine suggests summoning circles to gather divine power. However, she questions if it's even worth it. Kosuke, determined, insists on installing summoning circles anyway. Shrine, surprised, agrees to proceed with the plan. They too discuss the importance of summoning creatures. Without them, leveling the tower isn't possible. Shrine suggests using divine power from Amamiya. Kosuke agrees, preparing for the summoning ritual ahead. They prepare for the ritual in the tower. Shrine notices a lack of necessary objects for divine power. Shrine starts the summoning process, and the circle activates. A wraith emerges, signaling success. Kosuke examines the wraith summon. Though Shrine can't control them perfectly, a vampire like her has no problem. Wraiths rush forward, attacking the golem. The clash shatters stone and debris flies everywhere. Despite their size, the golem's defenses break down. The summoned creatures tear through its armor. Pieces of the golem scatter across the ground. Wraiths persist, moving swiftly through the chaos. Kosuke observes the battle, impressed by the wraiths' efficiency. Their strength is unexpectedly formidable. Kosuke pauses, contemplating the tower's strange energy. Shrine acknowledges it feels distinct from Amamiya's tower. The lack of divine power makes managing the tower challenging. Fewer floors also complicate progress. Kosuke feels sorry for underestimating the task. Shrine admits she too underestimated the difficulty. They decide their next steps carefully. Focusing on evolving the summoned familiars seems to be the solution. Kosuke chooses to support the growth of the wraiths. Shrine agrees, believing it's the best approach. Bringing adventurers to the tower is suggested. Shrine considers the idea, recognizing the tower's potential as a dungeon. Kosuke questions whether adventurers will venture into the tower. Amamiya's established reputation makes it a tough competitor. Shrine and Kosuke agree on a course of action. They plan to install a gate linking floors. Kosuke arrives at Colette's room, knocking before entering. She acknowledges his arrival with a simple response. In the chapel, Shrine waits for Kosuke. She seems to have a matter she wants to discuss. Kosuke is greeted formally by Sylvia. He wonders what important conversation she wishes to have with him. He's shocked by the plea, faces a girl requesting to be his priestess in service. The unexpected situation unfolds with Sylvia's denial, as Kosuke recalls similar antics from Colette's past. With a light-hearted chuckle, Kosuke apologizes, signaling the departure of his followers to discuss matters. Kosuke listens as the girl questions his decision, reminding him that he's already become a god. They discuss the difficulties of hiding divine presence, but Kosuke acknowledges the world will soon learn. Kosuke is warned that if he encounters Laurel again, she'll immediately notice something unusual about him. The conversation shifts as it's pointed out that continued meetings with Laurel will raise suspicions. She explains that, while clerics rarely get recognized by gods, a few exceptional cases exist. There's a distinction between receiving divine graces and the true recognition of being chosen by a god. Kosuke sighs, realizing the overwhelming number of requests to become his priest or priestess is inevitable. Kosuke understands that her request to become his priestess is driven by future challenges ahead. She questions if Eris's divine grace would interfere with their arrangement, but Kosuke reassures her. Kosuke responds without hesitation, explaining there is no reason to deny her request at this point. Accepting her request, Kosuke acknowledges her as his priestess, signaling the start of their bond. A link between them forms, leaving both of them surprised at the sudden connection. Kosuke's divinity is affirmed, yet he still struggles with the overwhelming reality of his godhood. She asks for one more favor, a request that carries deeper emotional weight between them. The growing connection between them intensifies, their proximity showing the strength of their bond. In a quiet, intimate moment, their feelings are laid bare as they share a tender kiss. The tension between them rises further, with unspoken emotions threatening to change everything between them. As their bond strengthens, both feel a surge of emotions they struggle to keep in check. With the atmosphere thickening, their actions grow more intense, blurring the lines of restraint. Once the heat of the moment subsides, they find themselves quietly reflecting on their new connection. Grateful for Arisa's support, Sylvia humbly thanks her, feeling honored to be chosen as Kosuke's priestess. With a reassuring smile, Arisa explains that multiple individuals in the past have held divine graces simultaneously. Arisa smiles, pleased that Sylvia has chosen to walk her own path and remain by Kosuke's side. Surprised and embarrassed, Sylvia realizes that her emotions are being unintentionally transmitted through her divine artifact. As Arisa prepares to leave, Sylvia is left flustered, unsure of the implications of their conversation. Mir enters, apologizing for the wait, her presence demanding attention in her revealing attire. Inside the office, Eris questions Mir, who speaks about Midir, the earth god, with admiration. A goddess sits alone, writing, as she notes that Kosuke will soon return to their world. The group discusses the rumors surrounding Kosuke, his divinity growing stronger, causing a ripple effect. Mir acknowledges the changes, explaining that despite the new power, the gods remain weaker than others. Mir reveals that their oracles have become clearer since meeting Kosuke, even surprising the high gods. A goddess warns that now everyone knows about Kosuke, things won't go as smoothly. Plans are made to keep Kosuke overnight, allowing more gods and girls to meet him. Spica is asked to handle arrangements, as the event will allow many gods to come. Ideas for the evening party arise, aiming to make sure Kosuke meets as many gods as possible. Mir agrees to help spread the word about the upcoming party, eager to assist the plan. While discussing the event, a challenge arises on how to manage the large number of gods. A plan forms to limit the number of people approaching Kosuke at the same time. Mir envisions the chaos of large groups and suggests a more organized approach to the event. Asura enters and proposes turning the event into a handshake meeting, sparking curiosity from everyone. Mir shares a vision of Kosuke's first arrival in the Everspring Garden, showing vivid memories. The idea of a handshake event is celebrated, promising a quick way for Kosuke to meet many. The event's plan is set with excitement, the handshake idea now officially decided for Kosuke. As the handshake event is confirmed, Kosuke reflects on his efforts with the 2 conquered towers. Kosuke expresses disappointment, realizing that the floor exchange function isn't possible with the towers. Kosuke reflects on becoming a living god, realizing the responsibilities and weight that now rest on him. Though he gained new abilities after becoming a god, doubts linger about their true source. Kosuke wonders if the divine powers he now wields truly belong to him or someone else. Struggling with his newfound powers, he feels conflicted, questioning the strength he possesses as a god. In a moment of quiet reflection, Kosuke's emotions take over, but a companion notices his discomfort. Kosuke, unsure of his newfound divine status, questions his role in managing the future of the towers. His uncertainty grows, trying to understand how to act around others as a living god. With a gentle reassurance, the woman hints that Kosuke's treatment of others shouldn't change. As Kosuke reflects on his journey, the woman comforts him about their lives together, unchanged. The group embraces him, assuring Kosuke that his true duty is protecting their daily life together. Kosuke appreciates Peach's reassurance, feeling calmer now, but Peach hints that he deserves a reward. As Peach offers her reward, Kosuke hesitates, taken aback by the unexpected and intimate gesture. Despite his hesitation, Peach gently embraces him, asking if he feels more relaxed in her presence. Later, Peach reflects on how rare it is for Kosuke to show such vulnerability. In a quiet moment, Peach acknowledges her efforts to help Kosuke, and the priestess shares gratitude. The mysterious figure remains patient, waiting for the right moment to make his next move. As the women chat, one admits to uncertainty, unsure of her feelings toward Kosuke. Kosuke's influence is undeniable. His ability to unite talented individuals impresses those around him. Upon recalling their first meeting, the woman recalls the strange pull that drew her toward Kosuke. The others share the same realization, recognizing the magnetic charm that Kosuke unknowingly exudes. A woman listens intently, amused by how the others describe their first impressions of Kosuke. Kosuke shares his progress on merging floors, adding divine power to strengthen his domain's structure. The new floors now stretch beyond the 15th, 21st, 22nd, and 31st, interconnected beneath the world tree. To understand the effects, he ponders the changes each floor will undergo, particularly in diverse environments. Despite his attempts, Kosuke is limited in how many floors can be merged into one. Kosuke faces a problem. Despite his efforts, the floor expansion is too expensive to afford. As they discuss their plans, Kosuke brings up the divine power and how to use it wisely. Over dinner, he proposes dividing the power between the northeast and southeast towers for better management. Kosuke requests the girls to explore new methods for managing the towers and gathering divine power. With determination, the women agree to assist, expressing confidence in handling their responsibilities. The group feels optimistic about their future ventures, believing they'll uncover new discoveries along the way. After claiming the northeast and southeast towers, their next goal becomes clear: capturing more towers. The south tower stands tall before them, its impressive size signaling a formidable challenge ahead. Kosuke leads the group toward their next target, revealing their strategy to conquer the south tower. As the team moves forward, Kosuke reflects on leaving Floria behind, confident she'll be fine without them. Kosuke's playful demeanor makes the women joke about his recent shift from focusing on them. As they explore the South Tower's floors, the landscape mirrors Amamiya's. With vast stretches of land, they come across a holy beast, confirming the unique and powerful creatures inhabiting the tower's environment. Kosuke is distracted by a strange presence, stepping forward while the others follow closely behind. The group realizes that they've caught the attention of a dangerous creature, preparing for confrontation. Kosuke unleashes a burst of energy, commanding everyone to stay back as danger surges. After the fight, the girls stand unfazed, casually remarking on the fallen beast at their feet. Puzzled, Kosuke wonders why a beast bearing the holy title would ever attack them. The girls confess their true nature, one aligned with magic beasts, the other hiding her powers. Kosuke speculates that revealing their true attributes would prevent any beast from challenging them. Kosuke, unimpressed by the situation, comments on the absurdity of a monster attacking them despite having a god. Mitsuki, slightly embarrassed, apologizes while acknowledging her lack of dignity, admitting her status as a god. Kosuke reassures her that her powers and dignity will grow with time, urging patience in her development. A playful tease from Mitsuki is met with Kosuke's frustration as she continuously mocks him with her remarks. The group triumphs over the South Tower's 60 floors aided by dragons, making the journey surprisingly smooth. Alone in the warm water, she relaxes, her mind drifting away from recent events. With a deep breath, she stretches, preparing herself for the next task ahead. A knock interrupts her moment of peace. Duty calls as she reluctantly exits the bath. Inside the temple, a meeting is set, with discussions awaiting about the South Tower's conquest. As the door creaks open, the air grows tense. An unexpected reunion awaits in the hall. Sylvia introduces Peach, a fellow tower manager, and they exchange polite greetings and mutual intentions. The meeting room fills with representatives as the head priestess begins introducing the others gathered. As the introductions continue, the clerics from each continent's church are presented, each offering their name. A slight tension arises between Zed and the head priestess, as he questions Kosuke's absence. Zed's dismissive attitude toward the situation grows evident, causing a subtle exchange of sharp words. Zetsan dismisses the head priestess's warning, showing indifference to her remarks about him. Calmly, the head priestess points out that Zetsan's statement could easily be viewed as disrespectful. Karen steps in, explaining that their purpose at the meeting is to discuss the tower's future. Sylvia looks confused, realizing this discussion about involving the church was never previously mentioned. Zetsan argues fiercely, asserting that the church's divine blessing demands recognition and authority over the situation. The head priestess firmly states that Amamiya does not need the church's involvement in their matters. Shocked by the statement, the clerics exchange uneasy glances, questioning the audacity of such a claim. Sylvia confidently defends the stance, revealing that the managers fully agree with the decision at hand. Zetsan's reaction is one of disbelief, trying to challenge the idea of running the temple independently. Sylvia dismisses Zetsan's concerns, revealing that the temple has the full approval of the three gods. The priestess declares that Amamiya doesn't require any help, making her message clear to everyone. A group's surprise is evident, with one member urgently inquiring about the identity of that person. Discussions shift as the question of that person's true standing among the gods remains unclear. As the meeting progresses, tension rises, and Oracle's arrival is expected to clarify the situation. Just as things settle, an unexpected interruption disrupts the flow, leaving everyone unsettled and confused. The meeting continues as more oracles are summoned. The oracle advises the group to seek clarification. A scroll appears revealing that the administrator of Amamiya Tower is regarded as a living god. Shock fills the air as one of the individuals struggles to accept the divine announcement. Despite the overwhelming news, silence settles over the group as the situation becomes clearer. In the final panel, the priestess steps forward, revealing her official role, leaving everyone stunned. Official priestesses represent gods who lack physical forms in this world, making them unique figures. Doubts arise over whether that person will be treated as a living god or not. The church's approval becomes a major issue as the god's role in recognition is questioned. Suspicion grows, suggesting that Sylvia's statements may not be entirely truthful, as the oracle remains silent. Frustration builds as others question the actions of the clergy, wondering how gods will respond. Priest Zet criticizes the interpretation of the oracle, while another questions his approach. Disagreement follows. Zet loses patience, yelling loudly, demanding respect and accusing the others of misinterpreting the sacred message. She interrupts, urging both parties to calm down and listen to each other, diffusing tension. One woman laughs, while the other questions her, sharing a brief, unexpected moment of levity. She reveals they received a mysterious request before arriving, hinting at a deeper plot. A small music box is opened, and a voice suggests talking directly with the others involved. The box activates, and a strange figure emerges, leaving those around confused and intrigued by its appearance. The woman speaks seriously, introducing herself as Jamil, signaling a dramatic moment in their conversation. A woman sighs, feeling reluctant, yet realizing she must intervene to end the growing tension. The tension peaks as the woman sternly declares the need to stop misinterpreting the oracle's message. She warns, emphasizing that they can abandon the person at any moment, no matter the power. The priestess now references the Telerama temple tragedy, hinting that they are all aware of it. She speaks of a once glorious temple blessed by gods, now a mere legend passed among clergy. The temple's downfall came swiftly, as its arrogance invited the gods' wrath, reducing it to ruin. Frustrated, she dismisses excuses, insisting that receiving the blessing doesn't give one the right to misuse it. She calls out to someone, noticing a figure reaching for a mysterious box. A tense confrontation follows, as a man demands to know what she plans to do with it. She calmly explains the artifact's significance, asserting it's meant for the church to control. Unmoved by his words, she questions why someone incapable of using it would cherish the relic. Revealing the truth, she declares the artifact is uniquely hers, designed for her sole use. A discussion unfolds about the origins of the divine artifact, questioning whether that person crafted it. A new voice joins, interrupting the moment, expressing doubts about their plans as the meeting continues. The temple's members argue, disagreeing on the inclusion of others, especially regarding the tower's temple. In a calm yet firm tone, they confirm no clerics will be accepted into the temple. Looking ahead, they express uncertainty about the future, with that person leaving the matter unresolved. The group finishes their discussion, concluding the matter is on hold as that person remains busy. A figure in a dark cloak announces their departure, further complicating the ongoing negotiations. The situation becomes tense as someone sarcastically comments on the changing dynamics within the group. Despite the frustrations, one individual expresses a strange enjoyment in seeing others outmaneuvered. Plans shift unexpectedly as another person remarks on the future and upcoming challenges for their temple. A deep sigh escapes her lips as she contemplates the current situation, resigning herself to now. Outside, a quiet conversation unfolds between two figures, one asking permission to ask a question. The discussion shifts toward a more pressing matter, with the decision regarding the tower's temple final. A new character reveals her identity as Sylvia Rupius, surprising those who didn't know her full name. Confusion arises when someone asks about the title Priestess Princess, leading to an explanation of its significance. She expresses hesitation but reassures that she doesn't seek anything from the other person. Despite leaving the temple, Sylvia is still cherished and respected, despite her loss of title. Reflecting on her past decision, she feels resolute about leaving the temple behind forever. While the title is gone, she remains a priestess of a god, determined to forge ahead. Although others question the temple's actions, Sylvia believes the god's will shapes her true identity. She clarifies that she doesn't intend to seek revenge against the church, leaving her past behind. As Sylvia walks with purpose, she declares she will not return to the temple. Her path leads to a different fate, aligning herself with someone else, not the temple's gods. With a calm demeanor, she expresses her resolve, not wanting to be part of the past. A cryptic warning is given, urging that her words not be misunderstood, lest consequences follow. Sylvia shares the contents of an oracle given to her, leaving the church to decide its fate. She firmly declares that she's no longer a priestess princess, now serving someone else's will. Kosuke walks in, noticing an unusual scene. His gaze locks on the situation unfolding before him. The girls explain the punishment, hinting at previous mischief during their mission. Tension fills the air. A desperate plea is made. The situation escalates, with Kosuke caught between hesitation and authority. A softer tone emerges from the female character, but her request only intensifies the awkwardness of the moment. Mitsuki interrupts, signaling a shift in control. The playful yet serious atmosphere remains thick with uncertainty. Mitsuki insists on handling her own punishment, defending her actions with a mischievous grin. Despite protest, frustration mounts as another character, Kuhi, expresses her displeasure at being left out of the situation. Kosuke, unsure of how to react, is caught between his growing discomfort and the situation's escalating tension. Both characters, now kneeling, seem to present themselves willingly, asking Kosuke to act on their desires. Kosuke and Mitsuki share an exasperated moment, as the situation has spiraled into a chaotic mess. Kosuke learns about the floor exchange feature, contemplating its strategic potential for his next steps. A system reveals that different tower sizes have specific compatibility with each other. Kosuke examines it. Colette urges Kosuke to visit the Elven village, but his focus remains on solving tower mysteries. Upon arrival at the 73rd floor, Kosuke is warmly welcomed. A new chapter begins for him. A shocking revelation stuns Colette. The group is now discussing the possibility of having a child. Kosuke's flustered reaction is met with Colette's embarrassment, as misunderstandings cloud the conversation about children. A conversation takes place in the village, where the news of an impending birth is shared. Kosuke learns how rare pregnancies are in the village, understanding its significance to the people. The villagers eagerly anticipate the new birth. Kosuke is caught in the middle of it all. Blame shifts playfully between Kosuke and Colette, but both remain confused by the situation unfolding. Kosuke, now in disbelief, is questioned about his involvement, adding to the mystery of the pregnancy rates. A surprising greeting comes from two new characters, both energetically calling out to Kosuke as he reacts. Kosuke notes Asena's noticeable growth and beauty, but his comment about her triggers mixed reactions. Asena elaborates on the effects of the world tree, explaining its impact on the village. The conversation continues, emphasizing that the world tree's presence might be influencing the village's fertility. Kosuke, now in disbelief, is questioned about his involvement, adding to the mystery of the pregnancy rates. A surprising greeting comes from two new characters, both energetically calling out to Kosuke as he reacts. Kosuke notes Asena's noticeable growth and beauty, but his comment about her triggers mixed reactions. Asena elaborates on the effects of the world tree, explaining its impact on the village. The conversation continues, emphasizing that the world tree's presence might be influencing the village's fertility. Kosuke discusses floor exchange plans for the South Tower, preparing for further challenges ahead. The group discusses Kosuke's enthusiasm, with concerns over the risks tied to the floor exchange. Kosuke plans to test the floor exchange on another floor while celebrating a joyous occasion. He suggests starting with untouched floors, considering which elves should be sent first for testing. Plans are finalized. Preparations for the tower's new features begin, awaiting the next steps in action. Kosuke activates the floor exchange feature, leading to an unexpected and expansive change in the landscape. Despite the vast area, no significant terrain or environmental changes were detected after the exchange. Kosuke checks for any issues before the transfer gate is connected, preparing for the next phase. He ensures everything is ready, moving forward with plans to test the system thoroughly on elves. With the first phase complete, Kosuke prepares for the next phase, testing on the chosen floor. The elves, led by Liston, arrive to join Kosuke in their mission, apologizing for the delay. Concerns arise as the floor exchange may disrupt the world tree, adding urgency to their actions. A dangerous, multi-headed monster appears, forcing everyone to spring into action, fully prepared for battle. Kosuke directs the elves to handle the monster, trusting them to protect their new territory. A determined elf takes charge, launching a powerful attack, demonstrating strength and control in battle. The elf leader strikes swiftly, landing a powerful blow to the monster with precise force. Victory is celebrated, with Colette at the center, admired for her skill in defeating the beast. Kosuke and the group discuss the floor exchange results, realizing there are no noticeable changes. Confidence grows as they prepare to experiment on the world tree's floor, hoping for better results. A monumental shift occurs as the floor transforms, leading everyone to witness the vast changes unfold. A group of elves, including the elder, gather with two prominent figures, setting the tone. Colette and others inform Kosuke that the village is ready, signaling progress towards their next move. Kosuke gives the go-ahead, prepared to begin the process, while the digital interface appears. The process begins with careful selections, merging floors and ensuring everything is set up correctly. After final adjustments, the transfer gate is ready, signaling the successful completion of the preparations. The flow of Earth's veins settles, confirming that the floor exchange is now successfully completed. Kosuke confirms the new floor transformation, marking the South Tower's first floor ready for use. Entering the South Tower's control room, they ensure everything is functioning smoothly, beginning their operations. Kosuke completes the setup, selecting the floors and confirming that all preparations have been finalized. Colette reassures Kosuke, eager to oversee the tower's management now that the transfer gate operates. The training session begins with a sudden surprise kick from one fighter, leaving her opponent stunned. Another fighter counters with a powerful blow, sending the opponent flying across the room. The noise from the fight echoes, as the manager overseeing the training gives a concerned look. After the intense training, a conversation starts about the conditions required to level up the tower. Train arrives with information, explaining the challenges ahead, as the others prepare for more tasks. A few days later, Mitsuki and Peach practice in the training area, testing their skills. Mitsuki's kick hits hard, sending the opponent flying. Peach is surprised by the force. Kosuke watches the fight, noting that all the managers can now train in the area. Train enters the room, bringing important information about the Northeast Tower's progress and leveling. The conversation shifts as Kosuke thinks about the troubles the towers will bring with divine power. Mitsuki rests while Peach needs a break. Kosuke is distracted, worried about future challenges. Divine power reserves are strained as Kosuke plans further conquests, but risks loom over resources. Kosuke reflects on the effects of sharing divine power. questioning the sustainability of current strategies. A massive surplus of divine power from the world tree means Kosuke can prioritize Amamiya's needs. The crystal limit is a growing issue. Kosuke worries about the burdens Colette faces daily. After discussing the tower's growth, Kosuke ponders the progress and shifts his focus towards future plans. Reflecting on past challenges, they realize their growth was unexpected, largely due to powerful allies. As time passes, Kosuke recalls their reliance on adventurers for help and the lessons learned. Despite their efforts, the adventurers' success remains limited, yet their progress still brings hope. Looking ahead, they plan to continue their conquest, focusing on the 76th floor's divine power. After managing the Northeast Tower, Shrine has done an excellent job. Kozuki plans future management shifts. They discuss finding a new candidate to manage the Northeast Tower. Shrine suggests taking a break. The tower looms in the distance. Shrine questions the idea of Peach managing it. Kosuke apologizes for changes after conquering the South Tower. The tower's new purpose is revealed. Excitement fills the air. One woman celebrates managing both the castle and tower simultaneously. An idea forms. A training ground for the tribe, the dungeon's potential as a skill resource. Another suggestion arises, using the tower to train the Vamline clan, raising more questions. Kosuke and his companions agree to manage the North Tower together until its conquest is achieved. They prepare to head out toward the North Tower. Determination to conquer it grows. Upon reaching the area, Kosuke observes similarities with the South Tower, noting small differences. Suddenly, enemies appear. Kosuke and his team swiftly react, unleashing their powers in battle. After the battle, one companion celebrates a job well done, hinting at the next challenge ahead. Kosuke suggests using KOU from the next floor onwards to accelerate the conquest of the tower. After completing the North Tower registration, they realize the conquest went smoothly without dungeon-like challenges. Relaxing after their conquest, the team enjoys a bath, reflecting on the challenges they faced. In the bath, a conversation about future plans begins. Kosuke's thoughts on what lies ahead. While discussing plans, attention shifts to other characters managing their towers. Suspense builds for what's next. Kosuke reflects on the time it will take to see progress from their efforts. The situation changes as the group, now alone, shares a private moment together in the bath. Unexpectedly, a playful interaction begins. Kosuke finds himself caught between two women, both offering attention. The tension escalates, with each woman vying for Kosuke's focus, adding complexity to their relationship. As they continue, a moment of closeness is shared. Meanwhile, others monitor the progress in the tower. Kosuke returns, sharing his experience from the South Tower, noting it wasn't much different. Peach takes over management of the tower, planning to transfer the castle as previously discussed. Kosuke, curious, inquires about the tower's condition as Peach and others prepare for upcoming tasks. The Wise Wraith is introduced, sparking intrigue with its mysterious appearance and cryptic role. A group discusses the evolution of the Wraiths, revealing its control over other lesser Wraiths. The team discusses the unexpected evolution of some summoned Wraiths, yet the cause remains unknown. Kosuke questions the summoning method, realizing no special objects were used for the Wraith's appearance. Peach explains they used regular summoning circles, but too many Wraiths were summoned unintentionally. A small Wraith, with unique features, suddenly emerges, signaling an unexpected change within the summoned group. The Wraiths need to consume energy from other monsters to survive, or they risk perishing. Kosuke suspects the recent evolution of Wraiths might be linked to a hidden factor, needing verification. He questions Sylvia about monster summoning circles in the Southeast Tower, specifically the familiar slimes. Sylvia confirms the slimes haven't evolved, even though non-familiar summoning circles were used earlier for leveling. The group discusses their findings, realizing familiars in the Northeast Tower evolved, but the cause is unclear. Kosuke concludes that defeating non-familiar summoned monsters likely triggered the evolution of their familiars. The group discusses testing the hypothesis on Wraith evolution by having familiars subjugate more monsters. Kosuke suggests that if some familiars evolve, it would confirm his theory on their evolution. Shrine is assigned the task of coordinating the floor exchange while making preparations for the 76th floor. The team successfully completes the exchange for the 76th floor, ensuring the operation proceeds smoothly. With the exchange now finished, new changes are visible, indicating progress toward their ultimate goal. After transferring the 76th floor, the gate linking it to the 5th floor was rendered useless. Fortunately, a new gate was soon installed. Thanks to the new transfer gate, connecting to the 5th floor was accomplished without any issues. Now, the Igrids will utilize this gate for their trade, continuing their business as usual. the iGrid's products range from affordable items to luxury goods, enjoying strong popularity and great success. As the town's population increases, more people seek out the succubus fortune-tellers, resulting in massive profits. Fortune-telling booths have become a reliable source of income, with most customers returning for repeat visits. Yuri greets Kosuke, updating him on the shrine's calm situation, and discusses potential improvements. The shrine's unique design, capable of adjusting to Yuri's power, can now be expanded as needed. Currently, only the fox spirits frequent the shrine, though changes are being considered for more visitors. Cecile or Alisa will assist with interviews, ensuring the shrine runs smoothly with extra help. Kosuke agrees to speak with Wahid, offering assistance. While the group discusses plans for the shrine, a playful fox spirit happily greets them with a joyful con, catching everyone's attention. The fox spirit leaps toward Kosuke, affectionately embracing him, causing a surprised reaction from Yuri. Laughter fills the air as Kosuke and the fox spirit share a light-hearted moment of tickling. After the playful exchange, Kosuke remarks on the fox spirit's smaller form, while Yuri apologizes. The fox spirit reveals she was using her shape-shifting skill, explaining her temporary form change. Observing the fox's more mature human form, they discuss her potential for managing a tower. Kosuke asks if Yuri wants to join him, intending to check on the fox spirits. As they head to the 10th floor, they find that fox spirits are present there. Upon inspecting the fox spirits, Kosuke notes that there were no changes in their skills. Kosuke tries non-familiar summoning circles to see if any changes will occur with the foxes. Arriving at the 48th floor, everyone is amazed by the surroundings and the results. After inspecting the foxes, he wonders if a fox evolution experiment might be successful now. Thanks to the natural mating of foxes, new foxes are born without summoning new circles. Kosuke realizes that the presence of strong monsters near the foxes has enhanced their evolution chances. On the 48th floor, Kosuke notices the distinct differences in the fox's racial evolution compared to the 8th floor. While observing the foxes, Kosuke and his companions notice how the environment has evolved as well. Venturing to the 81st floor, Kosuke calls out for Nana as they search for her. The team rushes forward as a massive, evolved fox named Nana appears, running toward them. Kosuke joyfully reunites with Nana, expressing happiness as she greets him with excited barks. Nana happily greets Kosuke, and he asks her to guide them to the fox's base. Kosuke and his group follow Nana, walking through the terrain leading to the fox's territory. Upon entering a cave-like area, they discover a growing number of wolves from other floors. Realizing the unexpected increase, Kosuke acknowledges the help Nana received from Colette and Shrane in managing it. The wolves' territory can now support up to 100 wolves, thanks to Nana's successful efforts. Air, a chief white wolf, reveals his impressive skills, and Kosuke admires his evolution form. Kosuke praises Air's new evolution, noting that while slightly weaker, it's still incredibly strong. Nana asks Air not to stray too far, while Kosuke watches the wolves' increasing numbers. Kosuke and Nana reflect on the progress, though Nana regrets not seeing new divine white wolves. Nana's influence over the wolves, especially as the only silver great god, remains incredibly strong. The wolves on this floor have become a significant divine power source for Amamiya, aiding his growth. High-ranking monsters are appearing, and the plan is to keep the wolves for a while. Kosuke reflects on the temple, knowing about him becoming a living god, with Nana agreeing. After some thought, Kosuke decides to announce his divinity to the crown members, and Nana supports him. Kosuke sighs, not too thrilled about the situation, while the wolves happily surround them. Kosuke reviews the new tower layout, preparing for the arrival of the crown directors soon. He plans a remodel of the control room, anticipating the meeting with all the directors. The directors arrive, impressed by the new setting, but Kosuke remains focused on their purpose. Kosuke welcomes everyone into the newly revamped control room, ready for the upcoming announcement. He stands confidently, revealing his ambition to ascend and become a living god. Rumors about Kosuke's rise to godhood have spread, with the directors curious about his intentions. The temple on the 5th floor is revealed as Kosuke's domain, surprising the gathered directors. Sylvia shares her new role as Kosuke's designated priestess, signaling a new phase in his plans. Discussions arise about the lack of priests or priestesses integrated into the temple's management. Kosuke explains the need for no intermediaries, as he directly manifests his divine will to others. Kosuke decides to keep only the 5th floor temple intact, where the 3 gods arrived. He clarifies that no additional temples will be built, asserting control over construction decisions. The conversation turns to whether Kosuke plans to oppose the church or disrupt its influence. Kosuke rejects any conflict with the church, preferring not to disturb its deeply ingrained influence. He explains that while not interfering with other temples, changing the church's foundation is unnecessary. Kosuke asserts that each temple's god manages their affairs, leaving others to their own judgment. Discussing the fifth-floor temple, Kosuke plans to introduce an offertory box to handle offerings. He considers the challenge of avoiding corruption with intermediaries while making offerings more direct. Kosuke decides to try the new offering system, agreeing that they'll handle issues as they arise. A meeting concludes with questions about the fifth-floor temple's future, but time runs out quickly. Kosuke hopes the announcement is dignified and effectively communicates the details to the public. Floria joyfully greets her father, her energy bright as she happily acknowledges his arrival. Upon meeting, Floria apologizes for not handling the announcement herself, feeling responsible for the trouble. She worries about her oversight, but Kosuke assures her that there's no need to worry. With a reassuring smile, Kosuke explains that everything is fine, calming Floria's concerns about the situation. Floria is flustered by Kosuke's kind words, though she tries not to let it affect her. Colette teasingly interrupts, reminding them about their agreement to keep flirting in public to a minimum. With the Crown members' meeting concluded, Kosuke focuses on the current and upcoming projects. First project on Kosuke's list involves conquering the 2 remaining towers, a swift goal. The second task focuses on expanding the summoned beast territory, connecting to the third project. Kosuke must balance adventurer activity to prevent them from becoming confined to the dungeons entirely. He worries about the strong monsters from the 71st floor and their effect on adventurers. Reflecting on the high-class monsters, Kosuke notes that conquering other towers would have been faster. The fifth project involves managing the conquered towers, leaving it in the hands of other managers. Kosuke decides to start gathering information for the next task, planning the next strategic move. The succubus village flourishes, with citizens working, building, and training in a thriving settlement. Training intensifies as the villagers practice archery and hone their combat skills in the village. Kosuke visits, impressed by the village's progress, as Giselle welcomes him with warm hospitality. After Kosuke's arrival, Giselle hands him the information he requested, discussing the village's developments. With things settling, the team now focuses on improving their skills, engaging in rigorous training. Kosuke discusses how the village's combat training has improved, with Peach providing the monsters for practice. Upon reviewing the adventurer's status, Kosuke notes the detailed records. Impressed by the thoroughness, adventurers gather herbs and materials, preparing for dungeon expeditions while contributing to their income through different activities. The market sees fluctuating prices for gathered materials, with high demand pushing the prices up. High-level adventurers now focus on conquering the 51st to 60th floors, posing challenges for others. Adventurers face a variety of undead monsters, like skeletons, while exploring the dangerous dungeon floors. Despite the presence of monsters, the loot gathered from them doesn't attract many adventurers' interest. Treasure chests scattered throughout the dungeon offer enticing rewards, but some adventurers find them elusive. Adventurers debate treasure chest rules, discussing how some chests have been opened early, causing confusion. Kosuke learns that unopened chests hold higher value items, a detail adventurers have eagerly discovered. After reviewing the system, it's confirmed that altering already installed treasure chests isn't feasible for now. Adventurers once hesitant to trust the dungeon's safety zones now use them for rest and gathering. Kosuke realizes that the 61st 70th floors remain unconquered, while the 71st 72nd floors are also dangerous. He contemplates disabling the 70th floor's transfer gate to prevent adventurers from advancing further into danger. A report confirms that monsters from the central continent have entered their active period, posing threats. Rumors spread about increasing monster attacks along the continent's highways, but confirmation is still pending. Kosuke reflects on the situation while discussing it with his companions, utilizing transfer gates for convenience. Focusing on the greater issue, the towns surrounding the dungeons could be affected by these attacks. While thinking of solutions, Kosuke considers waiting for an official request from the towns before acting. In the meantime, all towns must be informed of the rising dangers caused by monsters. The plan to gather more intel is approved, and the team prepares for further investigation. Kosuke and his companions head toward the northwest tower, observing the vast sky and surroundings. During their journey, Kosuke is amazed by the control over the wind from high towers. Convinced of the northwest tower's potential, Kosuke anticipates it will be similar in size to others. With a divine stone from Amamiya in hand, Kosuke plans to test it in another tower. After the 25th floor, high-class monsters like griffins begin appearing, challenging the group's progress. Eventually they reach the 30th floor of the Northwest Tower, having dealt with numerous obstacles. Kosuke observes the wind manipulation abilities of creatures, admiring the strength required for such control. With the Northwest Tower conquered, Kosuke plans to test the Divine Stone and its mysterious abilities. Realizing the Divine Stone's powers are locked, they decide to return to Amamiya for further investigation. After testing, they discover that the Divine Stones installed in different towers show no change. Kosuke concludes that further tests are necessary, wondering why some systems are functioning while others aren't. After reaching the 30th floor, they notice that Divine Stones are installed in each conquered tower. The team considers the possibility that there's another condition required to activate the Divine Stone's powers. Realizing that unique objects might be needed, they decide to gather items from other towers. The group discusses whether bringing objects from other towers would compromise the individuality of each tower. After reflecting on past experiences, they realize that the towers accepted changes easily, reinforcing their theory. They decide to move forward, agreeing to introduce new objects to the towers and test their impact. Kosuke prepares to conquer the final tower, with his focus now on the last obstacle. Finally, they arrive at the Southwest Tower, marveling at its imposing presence and scenic view. Kosuke reaches the Southwest Tower, encountering volcanoes and seas of lava, a fire-themed environment. As expected, monsters here are either resistant to fire or have abilities to control it. A fierce battle ensues against the fire-resistant monsters, testing their abilities and strategic moves. After overcoming the challenges, they successfully conquer the final floor of the Southwest Tower. Just when they think it's over, something unexpected happens, surprising everyone, especially Kosuke. After conquering all the towers, the process of registering as the continent's conqueror begins. Staring at the notification, Kosuke is taken aback as the Southwest Tower is conquered. The shock intensifies with another message revealing the Southeast Towers fall under Amamiya's rule. Reflecting on his earlier conquest of Amamiya, Kosuke never imagined such a turn of events. Back then, it was only him and two companions, setting up their base with humble intentions. Kosuke chuckles softly, realizing how much attention this will draw, as new alerts start appearing. Kosuke looks at the notification in confusion. The Southwest Tower is now under Amamiya's control. The system shows that the Southwest Tower is now capable of sending divine power to Amamiya. Kosuke considers the new ability, but doubts he'll use it. Preferring to relieve Colette's burden, he debates the idea, pondering how the South Tower could benefit if it gains this feature. Returning to Amamiya, Kosuke is greeted by a familiar voice, marking the end of his journey. Shrain casually greets Kosuke, finishing a puzzle. Her speed surprises him, but she remains calm. She explains that while managing the North Tower, she received a notification about the Southwest Tower. As Kosuke returns, the group wonders about the sudden shifts in tower control and dominion. Kosuke, now seated with the group, hears that all towers received the same unexpected notification. He admits uncertainty about the events, revealing only that Amamiya's feature activated after conquering all towers. Shrain decides to check the North Tower for similar notifications, curious if others received them. Kosuke, in the meantime, suggests looking for other changes while Shrain investigates the North Tower. Shrain returns, confirming that the North Tower also received the same message as the others. Kosuke gathers everyone to discuss the changes. The group prepares to analyze the situation together. He explains Amamiya's new ability to collect divine power from the other 6 towers, detailing percentages. The system panel shows divine power collection, with percentages ranging from 10% to 90%. Shrain points out that conquering any of the 6 surrounding towers doesn't allow control. The stakes shift. If Amamiya is conquered, the 6 towers will fall under another's rule. Kosuke explains that, while the control panel can monitor movements, no one can easily access it. The newly activated transfer gate in Amamiya's control room enables travel between all tower gates. Kosuke explains that it's possible to merge the other tower control rooms with Amamiya's system. The group watches in awe as the merging process activates, revealing glowing data streams from above. They observe that the control panels of all towers have appeared in Amamiya's control room. Excited by the new feature, Kosuke appreciates the ease it will bring to managing the towers. Kosuke entrusts Floria with overseeing the Southwest Tower, leaving her to handle its operations. Floria hesitates, worried about managing the tower alone, but Kosuke reassures her with his trust. Kosuke expresses his confidence in Floria, and she nervously acknowledges her significant role in tower management. Kosuke reveals his plan to leave the Northwest Tower alone for now, curious about the outcome. While observing the oceans, Kosuke reflects on his recent success conquering all the towers. Kosuke assigns the other towers to the group, preparing to check on Izanagi's progress. Exhausted from the long work session, Izanagi suggests taking a break while managing a difficult project. The production demand increases, with the staff under pressure as Kosuke juggles multiple responsibilities. Kosuke explains the limits of the current model, considering changes before increasing production for Lila Amamiya. The team discusses the critical power source issue, emphasizing the rarity of those capable of controlling it. Kosuke and Izanagi brainstorm a possible solution, planning to tackle the next challenge ahead together. Kosuke and Izanagi test a new feature for the divine skill printing machine, hoping it works. An unexpected reaction occurs when Izanagi tries activating it, leading to an explosive result. Despite initial failure, the machine outputs something new, a printed card with an unexpected outcome. After analyzing the result, Izanagi realizes the divine power cost to print a card decreased. Kosuke reflects on improving his eye skill, which helped analyze people's statuses more efficiently. Kosuke explains the device's success, reducing the divine power consumption by excluding irrelevant information during processing. Curious, Izanagi asks about excluded data. Kosuke shares that emotional details are filtered out for efficiency. Kosuke reveals his newfound godlike abilities, which help him better understand the feature's functions. Izanagi acknowledges the conversion device's usefulness, making divine power more accessible without relying on specific people. Everyone is ready to finalize the improvements, knowing the conversion device has eased their work considerably. A few days later, the group gathers to see the new divine skill printing machine in action. Kosuke explains that the new machine now uses holy and magic power, eliminating the divine power requirement. The team asks about charging the device, and Kosuke assures them it won't interfere with their work. Kosuke plans to make 2 more devices, which will be ready for use soon. The previous model's fate is questioned, and Kosuke suggests the new machines will replace it effectively. Kosuke plans to destroy the previous model of the divine skill printing machine due to inefficiency. He emphasizes that the new model is user-friendly, and it's safe for anyone to use. After confirming the new device works well, they plan to introduce it and replace the old one. Kosuke orders Izanagi to take action, though he remains unsure about why he was summoned. New prints are revealed, showing successful operation of the latest device, confirming its functionality. A simplified version of the divine skill printing machine is introduced, capable of issuing temporary guild cards. These cards only include essential data, like magic power wavelength, and the user's basic information. Once the user registers, their data is saved, enabling them to easily print full status later. Concerns arise about the temporary cards, with questions on their purpose after formal registration. Kosuke explains the necessity of the new system, apologizing while emphasizing the importance of progress. Kosuke is asked about plans to expand, as others discuss establishing branches outside the tower. Monsters flooding highways were the catalyst for Kosuke's idea, sparking the need for expansion. Opening new branches would allow adventurers to register without traveling to the tower's main location. Some worry about the purpose of new branches in towns with existing transfer gates, questioning efficiency. Kosuke outlines his strategy, relying on Schmidt's business expertise and Alex's political perspective to guide decisions. The group discusses the possibility of establishing new branches, focusing on the 4 great towns. The 4 great towns are strategically located at the continent's cardinal points, central to all regions. Kosuke realizes that establishing branches in certain towns could help adventurers avoid the tower's congestion. Alec questions why no transfer gates were installed in these towns, prompting a revealing discussion. The influence of Lila Mamiya and the tower's material trade has drastically impacted the continent's economy. The simplified model will allow guild cards to be issued quickly, even if temporary. Alex suggests establishing new branches quickly, sensing the urgency of expanding their presence across towns. The towns will likely oppose the idea, fearing the influence of Lila Amamiya on their businesses. Kosuke considers the logistics of transporting goods between the tower and the new branches. Adventurers arriving at the new branches will likely choose to stay and take on local quests. Alec offers advice, suggesting that establishing all 4 branches simultaneously would be the best move. Kosuke agrees, understanding the risks of giving preferential treatment to one branch over the others. As the discussion progresses, they plan the personnel and capital needed to launch the branches. However, not enough space is available in the 4 great towns to build a new guild. Kosuke boldly declares his intention to expand Leela Amamiya's territory across the continent. Moving forward, Kosuke and his companions arrive at a sacred shrine, where a familiar figure greets them warmly. The girl, her ears twitching, reveals her plan to create an artifact for connecting with Spica. Kosuke recalls past events, confirming the shrine's connection to Spica and leading them inside. Inside the shrine, preparations begin. Kosuke asks Floria if she's ready for the ritual to begin. As the ritual progresses, Floria unexpectedly finds herself in an unfamiliar place, questioning her surroundings. For the first time, Floria meets Spica, feeling both familiar and distant as they exchange glances. Spica notices Floria's unease, questioning her about settling into her new surroundings, seeking answers. Floria apologizes deeply for past mistakes, admitting that her selfishness caused significant trouble for others. With a calm expression, Spica touches Floria's face, offering comfort and assuring her that all is forgiven. Reflecting on her journey, Floria realizes her growth and the relationships she's begun to rebuild. Floria hesitates before speaking, revealing her belief that past events were necessary for her growth. Spica listens intently, reassuring Floria that her past was part of her journey toward maturity. The conversation shifts as Floria questions Spica's decision to send her to Amamiya, seeking clarity. Spica smiles softly, revealing that she trusted Kosuke to look after Floria during her training. As time runs short, Spica urges Floria to remain focused, reminding her of the training ahead. Kosuke looks at Floria with concern, noticing her distress and calling out to make sure she's okay. With a smile, Kosuke hands her the divine communication artifact, explaining its purpose and importance. Floria's eyes light up as she gazes at the artifact, thrilled to finally receive it. She holds the ring carefully, quietly promising herself to protect and value this special gift. Kosuke, sensing her unease, inquires with worry if something is troubling her, his gaze soft. After performing a divine communication, the group decides to take a break at the shrine, resting. A few days pass, and Kosuke is greeted by someone discussing the need for further planning. The man emphasizes the importance of careful groundwork for establishing new branches across different towns. Kosuke learns that discussions with the 4 great towns may no longer be necessary soon. As the meeting progresses, Kosuke focuses on selecting the right team members for the new branches. Kosuke and his team discuss the risks of hiring local people, wary of possible infiltration. The team faces a dilemma, knowing that exposing spies requires resources, but avoiding new hires isn't ideal. The team agrees to monitor new employees closely, despite the challenges and costs involved. Floria suggests using their old members for the branches, but Kosuke questions its practicality. A new idea arises: affiliating with the 4 great towns' governments could provide a solution. Kosuke considers the idea of installing transfer gates, but worries about the influx of people. The team discusses the risks involved, including difficulties, but agrees to install transfer gates for staff. Kosuke realizes that towns may soon request gates for themselves, creating a potential for conflict. To avoid complications, he suggests limiting the number of gates to 4, as previously established. Meanwhile, a surprise revelation occurs: Kosuke entrusted the Southwest Tower's management to someone else without informing others. Kosuke looks out of the window, pondering the significant challenge ahead of managing a tower. The conversation reveals that towers are usually royal properties, with only one exception: the Amamiya Tower. Towers are officially owned by the king, but their management is often entrusted to others. Kosuke acknowledges the difficulty of managing all towers after conquering them, but remains committed to his mission. As they discuss trust and growth, more managers, including the daughter, step forward to support Kosuke. Kosuke shares that the Spica god requested a divine communication artifact, which he gave to Floria. Discussing Floria's deep involvement with the gods, they note she's becoming akin to a priestess. Kosuke expresses his support, agreeing that Floria's happiness matters most, regardless of her divine connections. Kosuke prepares to continue his plans, sending others on their way to manage new branches. On the 46th floor, a character named Ranka is spotted, creating urgency and tension within the group. Kosuke discusses how the number of Seiwa and Saran Luans has increased significantly since their arrival. Though many Luans are evolving, none have surpassed their current skills, which limits their potential. Despite their progress, some Luans, like Ranka, haven't experienced significant skill development, causing some concern. Kosuke ponders sending the Luans to high-level floors, like the 80% first, to stimulate their growth. However, a discussion with Floria leads them to decide that leaving the Luans as they are seems best. The group notices that the Fire Fairy Stone hasn't changed much since they last left it. Kosuke recalls the Fire Fairy Stone's ability to summon a fire fairy, piquing their curiosity. Though the stone radiates spiritual power, they remain unsure of its full potential, uncertain about its effects. As they discuss the stone, they notice that the gathered spirit power might lead to something significant. Upon further observation, Kosuke identifies the object as an egg, recognizing its importance in the process. Kosuke observes that the Fire Fairy Stone might be doing more than just gathering spirit power. The group speculates that some kind of trigger is needed to break the stone's shell. As Kosuke places his hand on the stone, a sudden crack is heard from within. The crack spreads, and the group watches in awe as two fire fairies are born. The unexpected appearance of the fairies takes everyone by surprise, especially Kosuke and his companions. The two fire fairies fly around Kosuke and his companions, leaving them in stunned disbelief. Kosuke notices the fairies speaking in a language only he understands, prompting the group's confusion. He learns that the condition to trigger the stone's power was for him to touch it. The fairies explain that Kosuke's divine power caused the shell to break, confirming their suspicion. Kosuke ponders if his status as a living god allowed the stone to activate properly. The fire fairies ask Kosuke for a favor, thanking the Luans for protecting the stone. Kosuke agrees to help and offers to ask the fire fairies how they'd like to thank them. Upon communication, it's revealed that the fire fairies are grateful for the protection the Luans provided. The fairies' gratitude leads to a surprising revelation. A mystical aura surrounds the phoenixes. With awe, Kosuke and his team witness two powerful phoenixes, fire-holy beasts, emerging together. After the evolution, the fire fairies approach, requesting a favor, asking for a way to thank the Luans for their protection. The Luans continue their conversation with Kosuke. He agrees to help without any issues, offering assistance. Upon closer inspection, Kosuke discovers the stone fragment holds some leftover spirit power, hinting at its possible use. Kosuke takes the fragment to the workshop, hoping it may be useful for creating magic tools. At the control room, he finds that the Fire Fairy Stone has mysteriously disappeared, leaving a new one in its place. Installing fairy stones on the 46th floor could evolve the monsters into phoenixes. Points are limited. Still unsure about water and earth stones, a wind stone may have been installed elsewhere. The Earth Fairy Stone will be placed in the 81st floor. The points are scarce. On the 80th floor, dragons gathered, amazed at the sight of their growing numbers. Dragons have multiplied on the 80th floor, showing greater loyalty and intelligence than before. Kosuke, feeling pleased, watches as his creations evolve, now demonstrating intelligence beyond previous expectations. Examining the rocky terrain, Kosuke senses something intriguing. A glimmer of spirit power calls to him. By infusing divine power, he triggers a reaction. The stone cracks, revealing more than expected. A wind fairy bursts forth, shocking everyone. It's a surprising, powerful evolution of the stones. A wind fairy appears before them, leaving a shimmering trail. Kosuke watches, intrigued but cautious. The group now stands in a vast open area. Kosuke listens, noting similarities with past encounters. Confusion arises. The fairy's words are unlike others, prompting a discussion about draconic influences. Kosuke struggles to understand, as the language of spirits and fairies remains a mystery to him. A suspicion grows. The fairy seems to desire something from Kosuke. A hidden connection is suspected. Kosuke questions his actions, explaining he didn't have time for any extra tasks on this floor. A realization dawns as they recall someone capable of communicating better with fairies than they can. A fairy addresses Kosuke directly, asking what's troubling him, signaling a deeper connection or misunderstanding. Kosuke apologizes for summoning a fairy, asking if they can understand her words. Suspicion lingers. It becomes clear the wind fairy seeks Kosuke's divine power, but the language is complex. Kosuke is willing to give the divine power, though unsure what the fairy will do with it. The fairy receives guidance on how to take the power. Kosuke hesitates but complies. A powerful light radiates, as Kosuke's divine energy is transferred to the fairy, creating a spectacle. After the process, the fairy appears transformed, and the group now understands her true name, Sylph. Sylph reacts joyously to her name. Her excitement surprises the group, showing her deep connection. Sylph eagerly asks for more divine power, but the group grows wary of potential consequences. Kosuke realizes that Sylph is bound by an unspoken contract, her allegiance now tied to him. With newfound strength, Sylph joyfully embraces her higher status, relishing the power Kosuke has granted. Though empowered, Sylph is reminded to remain humble, understanding that her power stems from Kosuke's gift. They discuss her origins, with Sylph's true home revealed to be connected to the sacred world tree. Kosuke, surprised by Sylph's attachment, is caught off guard as she insists on staying by his side. Sylph's newly gained freedom is evident, though she's still unsure of what to do without Kosuke. Asena suggests that Sylph should be allowed to live with everyone at the management layer. Sylph expresses gratitude for the advice, eagerly accepting the suggestion. Excited about learning more, Kosuke watches Asena and Sylph, reflecting how they remind him of the sibling gods, Eris and Jal. Sylph is now bound by a contract, becoming a spirit that Kosuke can summon at will. Colette, curious, asks about the experience of being a contract fairy, seeking insight into Sylph's life. Kosuke recalls that spirits and fairies, like Sylph, are highly ranked beings in this world. The conversation shifts to how contracts with spirits were once mere fairy tales told by people. Amid discussions, Kosuke reflects on his evolving existence, likening it to that of a living god. Everyone admires the food, with Sylph excited about the beautifully decorated plate of delicious-looking food. A conversation arises about fairies' need for food, with some unsure if they actually eat. Kosuke listens, realizing that fairies can survive off his divine power, needing food only occasionally. Floria discusses the necessity of using divine power, while others reflect on their own unique abilities. A tense moment arises when Sylph reveals her knowledge of everyone's personal matters, causing a stir. Kosuke remains silent as he's questioned by the others, but the playful teasing grows stronger, intensifying the tension. A bad feeling lingers as Floria expresses her frustration. Kosuke feels something amiss, growing uneasy. After a relaxing bath, Kosuke steps out, only to find his thoughts clouded by the earlier discomfort. Floria waits in the bedroom, her gaze filled with uncertainty. Kosuke's return only deepens the awkward atmosphere. Kosuke tries to calm the situation, though the air is thick with confusion and hesitation. Floria's words are soft but carry weight. Realizing she's the only one not involved, Floria feels conflicted, her uncertainty growing by the second. Kosuke, still unsure, watches Floria's response. She reassures him, stating her actions are independent of Sylph. Stepping out of the bath, Kosuke's thoughts are distracted, the unease from earlier lingering in his mind. Floria greets him hesitantly, her body language tense. The awkward atmosphere grows as he enters the room. As they move closer, the quiet tension builds. Both seem uncertain but drawn to each other. Kosuke's hands wander as Floria's body shifts beneath him, both seemingly caught in the growing tension. Floria's words reflect her internal struggle. Kosuke looks shocked, realizing the change in their dynamic. Their movements intensify, with both struggling to control the situation. Floria's expression shifts as emotions surface. Kosuke's restraint falters as Floria reacts to the moment. Tension fills the room, unspoken words hang heavy. Caught between vulnerability and pride, Floria tries to cover herself, her embarrassment palpable in the room. Floria, with a quiet sigh, reflects on the tasks before her, unaware of the gaze watching. Startled, Floria looks up at her friends, unsure of their playful teasing, her confusion clear. The conversation shifts to the topic of the fairy stones, revealing a frustrating challenge ahead. A plan emerges. Focus on the earth fairy stone while awaiting resources for the fire fairy stone. Suddenly chaos erupts as a swarm of excited creatures surrounds Kosuke, leaving him confused and overwhelmed. Floria and her ally are searching for Nana, unsure if she's patrolling the earth level. Kosuke's confusion grows as the wolves surround him, their sudden attention overwhelming him unexpectedly. The conversation shifts, revealing that the wolves have evolved. Their leader, AR, now leads the pack. They approach the Earth Fairy Stone, observing it closely. It overflows with spirit power, awaiting changes. He tries to channel divine power into the stone, but something mysterious seems to block the flow. Kosuke and his ally are puzzled by the lack of precedence in fairy stone installations, both uncertain. They discuss the whimsical nature of spirits, wondering if fairies follow the same unpredictable patterns. Kosuke plans to use divine power once the stone is installed, but he feels unsure of timing. He suggests Asena take over the watch, as he's tasked with overseeing the southern tower now. Asena appears eagerly, responding to Kosuke's query, and assures him it's fine to trust her. The fairy offers to be summoned at any time, ensuring Kosuke that everything remains under control. With a grateful nod, Kosuke asks Asena to stay alert for any changes in the fairy stone. They prepare to explore more floors, but Kosuke wonders about the mysterious creatures below. As they reach the wolf summoning area, Kosuke notices an unsettling surge of young wolves. Concerned about the growing wolf population, Kosuke reflects on the balance of the tower's ecosystem. Despite their strength, the demons summoned in lower layers are weaker than those on higher levels. As Kosuke and Asena walk, they are interrupted by a sudden appearance of an unexpected figure. Kosuke and his companions react to the unexpected appearance of a large wolf, bursting into action. The wolves rush forward, causing chaos, but Kosuke smiles and enjoys the playful interaction with them. Laughter fills the air as Kosuke embraces the wolf pups, unaware of the approaching danger. Kosuke is reminded by a new voice that wolves should not rush at those they like. Days pass and Kosuke finds himself approaching the 8th floor. A new destination awaits. Suddenly, a mysterious girl appears before Kosuke, asking about a potential threat or disturbance. Kosuke encounters multiple figures, unsure if they're new residents or the recruits sent by Wahid. A woman named Yuri introduces herself, apologizing for any misunderstandings while revealing her true intentions. Introductions are made as Kosuke is introduced to the new faces Saki, Miki, and Eri. The group reacts with shock and awe, calling Kosuke-sama, remembering his overwhelming presence. Yuri acknowledges the arrival of new staff, confirming their readiness and marking the start of a change. Kosuke is informed that 2 of the new staff members are prepared and waiting for orders. 2 familiar figures greet Kosuke with enthusiasm, having returned after a long time apart. Kosuke, surrounded by the women, shifts the conversation to important matters before they leave the room. Alisa and Cici express their gratitude to Kosuke, acknowledging how much they've grown under his guidance. Reflecting on their progress, Kosuke notes how Alisa and Cecil's talent for spirit magic blossomed. As the shrine expands, the workload increases, and more helpers are needed to assist. Curious about Wanli's whereabouts, Kosuke asks if she might be available for a quick discussion. The shrine's stability improves, allowing Kosuke to use divine power to communicate and control the area. Yuri explains her ability to ward off monsters by using the shrine's accumulating divine power. Despite the power's potential, Yuri admits that she hasn't had to use it extensively yet. Kosuke comments on the practicality of summoning Wanli when needed, though limited to the shrine area. An idea strikes Kosuke, prompting him to suggest joining Wanli on a hunt to observe progress. Kosuke commands wind spirits to unleash an assault, a powerful force charging at their enemies. Cecil summons an earth wall, protecting her allies from the incoming barrage of energy attacks. Kosuke urgently warns Cecil as a massive threat approaches, moments before the danger strikes. Mitsuki faces a fierce beast head-on, preparing to strike in a desperate attempt to save the group. The impact of the battle erupts as Mitsuki delivers a powerful blow, scattering their enemies. Kosuke sighs in relief, noticing the situation has calmed after the fierce battle. Cecil and her companions apologize, feeling the weight of their delayed magic casting during the fight. The group discusses their training under Yuri-sama, questioning whether they are receiving enough guidance. Kosuke suggests asking Gazaran, the renowned adventurer, for assistance in facing future challenges. The group debates the risks of leaving their shrine to pursue other missions, unsure of their contracts. They agrees that gathering monster materials in the field will help them gain experience. Wanli is asked for a moment alone, as someone has a specific request to make. Cecil considers preparing a fairy stone, seeking approval for the necessary task from Kosuke. Kosuke plans to deploy a water fairy stone, having gathered the divine power needed for it. The group decides on the 8th floor to place the stone, ensuring safety from any potential effects. Arriving on the 48th floor, Kosuke and his group are surrounded by friendly fox-like creatures. Cecil mentions her instructions to the foxes, telling them to wait before greeting Kosuke. Kosuke reassures them, expressing that he's fine with the foxes being affectionate and playful. The foxes immediately rush forward, showing their affection by surrounding Kosuke in playful chaos. Finally, the group arrives at the water fairy stone, which Kosuke recognizes as an important discovery. Kosuke and Cecil contemplate activating the water fairy stone, unsure if it's the right time. Cecil is impressed by the immense power of the stone. Sensing its overwhelming energy, they discuss divine protection, pondering if it's the reason they can feel the stone's power. Kosuke attempts to send divine power into the stone but quickly realizes it has no effect. After the failed attempt, Kosuke reflects on the results, acknowledging that his expectations weren't met. Kosuke concludes that activating the fairy stone isn't as simple as just pouring divine power. The group decides to observe the stone for a while, hoping to learn more about it. Cecil and others comment on their observations, pondering if divine protection is affecting their experience. Kosuke sends divine power into the stone again, but still, no noticeable reaction occurs. The group discusses their findings, with Kosuke noting that more investigation is needed before proceeding further. They consider activating the spirit stone but aren't certain about its outcome just yet. The stone's overwhelming power is evident as they try to gauge its true potential. Divine protection could be the reason, though others also sense the stone's power differently. Visiting might bring more trouble, so they hesitate, not wanting to cause additional issues. Despite their doubts, the group reassures each other, though teasing persists over their reluctance. Nana-chan appears unexpectedly, delighting everyone. The wolf eagerly greets her with a loud bark. She often visits to request more wolves, ensuring proper management of her territory. Proudly, the group shows off Nana's designated seat, a special area just for her. Nana confidently states that she doesn't need to increase her pack. All are capable. The group enjoys the moment, laughing as the wolf tickles Nana with its playful gestures. Kosuke reflects on Wanli's progress in managing her domain, hoping she bonds with everyone soon. Kennelson is a prosperous town, known for its fertile land and abundance of resources. He has been expanding its operations due to abundant crops, but food security remains threatened. The surplus of food from Kennelson is vital for the central continent's stability and growth. A shift is coming. Changes to the food supply in the central continent are imminent. A council meeting begins, with the leader addressing the assembled members about the upcoming plans. Members of the council discuss the gathered intelligence, confirming the situation is as expected. Reports confirm everything is progressing as anticipated. Their plans seem to be falling into place. A new character, Schmidt, once a simple peddler, now holds significant connections within a powerful organization. The discussion shifts to the Amamiya problem, a growing issue that demands immediate attention. Kennelson's produce is being bought by Lila Amamiya, raising concerns about the growing control. Initially, small purchases were made, but Lila Amamiya now dominates the market with substantial buys. A man behind Lila Amamiya, Schmidt, has strengthened ties and established a trade network. The council is considering limiting trades with Lila Amamiya, but the backlash could be significant. One member proposes replacing workers who break rules, suggesting evicting them and employing outsiders. The leaders discuss how Kennelson's land, a vital resource, could be turned into a weapon. Vast farming lands are discovered, making the region highly suitable for agricultural expansion and growth. Knowledge and technology from foreign immigrants could amplify the land's power, further threatening the leaders. Despite Kennelson's short history, dangerous monsters keep them from expanding, limiting the region's growth. A new plan is suggested, purchasing land in Amamiya to solve the looming crisis. An incident during the church inauguration has severely damaged their relationship with the tower. One of the leaders proposes affiliating with the tower to remedy the strained connection. Tensions rise as they recall past conflicts, worrying that external influences may disrupt their plans. The council's decisions hold immense weight, with past actions shaping the future of Kennelson. Joining Amamiya would undermine their power, leaving the leaders vulnerable and potentially disbanded. Lately, a troublesome member has stirred up issues, leading some to suggest his exclusion from discussions. To improve relations, an affiliation with Amamiya is proposed, potentially securing a stronger position. One leader questions whether their decisions align with the original values that the group holds dear. The situation is complicated as the group faces many difficulties, with no clear solutions in sight. After much deliberation, the group agrees that returning to their founding principles is the best course. The leader initiates the discussion, signaling that a crucial decision needs to be made soon. They debate whether restricting trade to the central continent will help preserve their foundation. The magnificent building, known as Mixin, stands tall, a gateway to untold power and secrets. Inside, a tense atmosphere hangs as they discuss something crucial, questioning the gravity of the matter. The Pope from the Church of Spica declares Kosuke as a living god, stirring surprise. Recognizing their connection to Kosuke, they reflect on their position in the current hierarchy. The discussion turns to Kosuke's growing influence. People are starting to worship him as a god. Concerns arise about the recent events, questioning why everything is happening at this critical time. The crowd looks at the announcement. The 6 controlling lords of Kennelson bow to the crown. Lila Amamiya's control over food circulation is recognized. This power can potentially lead to prosperity for them. They discuss strategies, considering how churches worldwide may react to their movements and new god worship. The tension rises as past events resurface, making one question whether the plan will succeed. A gods manifest before the crowd, signaling the start of a new era for their world. The extraordinary event, once thought impossible, becomes a reality that priests could only dream of. News of the manifestation spreads rapidly, reaching the world through oracles, causing widespread disbelief and awe. Acknowledging Kosuke as a living god, the people recognize Amamiya Tower's divine protection over their lives. Internal matters have been adjusted in accordance with the new belief system. No opposition remains. An official statement is required confirming Kosuke's recognition as a living god by the church. Time is running out. Delays could result in missing their once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to act. Could this situation truly reflect the will of the gods? Doubts linger, but they must move forward. The Church of Shitemiyou must declare its position by the end of the day, no exceptions. On this fateful day, the three influential churches in Mixin agree on one important conclusion. Laurel seems concerned, wondering how Kosuke's recognition as a living god could have become such a spectacle. In a meeting, the members of the council remain calm, accepting that the situation is beyond their control. The focus shifts to the issue regarding the 6 lords of Kennelson, stirring further concern. The statement about food exportation raises suspicions, hinting at a deeper, potentially hidden agenda. Rumors from merchants regarding the Central Continent's lordship ideology suggest the situation may be more complex. Kosuke considers the situation carefully, thinking it unlikely that their long-standing allies would deceive them. Despite the reassurance, they acknowledge the unexpected developments, realizing some matters remain beyond their control. As they discuss the 6 lords of Kennelson, suspicions arise about potential hidden motives behind their actions. The content of the statement regarding food restrictions raises red flags, hinting at something more complex. Concerns about the location of negotiations arise, worrying they might be set up for failure. Lila Amiya's rapid growth raises suspicions, but the procedure of careful observation is standard everywhere. Concerns about betrayal linger as the group debates controlling their workforce, but distrust simmers beneath. Wahid expresses frustration, explaining the necessity of maintaining the crown's standard amidst rising public interest. Kosuke, now recognized as a living god, witnesses his organization grow in power and reputation. The gathered villagers present a new challenge, but their loyalty and skill make them valuable allies. The discussion revolves around restructuring production lines, while awaiting Felkia's approval to proceed with plans. A new branch for agriculture is proposed to streamline operations, but manpower issues remain unresolved. Teen is proposed for the role due to his experience. As organization and relocation become manageable, Teen agrees to take on the responsibility, accepting the role enthusiastically while others observe his decision. The group faces a decision regarding leadership for the branch, with the suggestion of appointing a new face. Production will be managed on the 5th floor, with people stationed to facilitate smooth operations. Initially, there was chaos when news broke, but now the situation with villagers has settled. The lords are using their influence to prevent issues, ensuring everything proceeds without disturbance. The goal is improving the food situation across the continent, ensuring resources are more efficiently distributed. Mixin's progress is swift, as the Defuria family provides updates, demonstrating their effectiveness and speed. Mixin citizens have not experienced much change, though a slight shift has been noticed. The Crown Card's popularity is growing, with adventurers displaying their status sheets for verification. There is a limit on card production, as demand exceeds capacity despite having multiple stamping machines. Kosuke and Wahid agree to observe how the system develops before deciding on broader circulation. The 5th floor village is progressing smoothly, with new arrivals from Kennelson contributing to its growth. Food supply management is crucial as the village expands, with direct oversight ensuring enough provisions. Craftsmen are in high demand due to the growing construction needs, employing outside guild specialists. Adventurers rank second in demand, naturally joining guilds, with no need for explicit recruitment efforts. Adventurers help stimulate the economy by hunting and collecting materials, while contributing to the town's safety. New adventurers patrol outskirts, defeating monsters, while veterans handle dungeon requests and sell acquired loot. No party has reached the 70th floor yet, as challenges continue to delay their progress. The 71st and 72nd floors are filled with advanced-grade monsters, proving a challenge for adventurers. The latter half of the dungeon is filled with advanced-grade monsters, and few can conquer them. Considering progress, it will take time before a party can fully conquer the dungeon. No safe areas exist from floor 72 onward, signaling increasing dangers in the dungeon's depths. Kosuke and his companion, after hours of work, share a moment of satisfaction over the task completed. As the night deepens, Kosuke savors the fragrance of an exotic drink, the quiet calm before change. A figure enters, noting the unusual sight of Kosuke drinking alone, piquing curiosity with a gentle smile. Offering him a drink, the woman shares that Schmidt had gifted her a rare mysterious bottle. Together, they taste the drink, the smoothness setting a new quiet intimacy between them, unspoken yet palpable. Kosuke and the woman share a quiet moment, the tension between them building with each sip. As they sit close, she notices his distracted thoughts, prompting her to ask what's on his mind. He explains, revealing that this is the first time he shared a drink with her. The conversation shifts to others, as she reflects on those who've also partaken in the rare drink. A hint of discomfort arises as they discuss how others in the tower view the drink's effects. Kosuke continues to reflect on the past, revealing that alcohol was once viewed merely as a tool. Sensing his earlier distraction, Kosuke reassures her that his thoughts were about future events concerning the tower. She expresses relief, sensing that his worries are more about the challenges ahead, not personal matters. As Kosuke is offered a refill, the tension lingers between them, though words remain unspoken for now. In the following moment, the mood shifts unexpectedly, catching Kosuke off guard as she draws closer. As they grow closer, Kosuke senses her deepening emotions, feeling the shift in their connection. She playfully teases, drawing attention to their physical proximity, heightening the tension between them. Kosuke, now more aware of the situation, tries to focus but can't escape her allure. She confidently asserts her presence, noticing his growing interest while preparing to push the boundaries further. With heightened anticipation, the atmosphere shifts, and the two share an intimate moment, fully aware of the stakes. After intense moments, she feels exhausted, longing for rest as the night's energy builds further. On the 10th floor, Kosuke and his companions arrive at a new, challenging level of the tower. The creatures of the floor, led by King Shinahanzaki, confront the group with growing hostility. King Shinahanzaki roars in fury, signaling an all-out attack on Kosuke and his companions. Kosuke and his allies spring into action, determined to defeat the king and his minions. In a climactic moment, King Shinahanzaki launches an explosive counterattack, creating chaos across the battlefield. Kosuke's allies charge, ready to engage. As the battle intensifies with their fierce determination, the battlefield erupts as King Shinahanzaki's forces retaliate with explosive force, shaking the ground. Observing from afar, a strategist notes the rise in monster power and prepares for the future. The group, now aware of increasing danger, plans their next move to tackle stronger foes. As monsters continue to adapt, the group discusses their strategy to overcome the mounting threat. As the monsters evolve, the group recognizes the challenges growing exponentially, requiring more strategic planning. Questions arise about the potential cause of the monster's evolution. Speculating on the summoning circle's role, research confirms that monsters are evolving naturally, though the exact cause remains uncertain, demanding further investigation. The situation intensifies as summoned monsters gain power, resembling what was previously seen with the wraiths. A grave concern emerges, wondering about the unknown consequences for monsters outside the tower and their transformation. As the group discusses monster reproduction, questions arise about how different species evolve and multiply. A new theory surfaces, suggesting that no traces of summoning remain, challenging their initial assumptions. The realization grows that the monster's origins may not be linked to traditional summoning rituals. Kosuke contemplates the deeper mysteries, suggesting that the changes could simply be how the world operates. After careful thought, the group acknowledges that summoning may not be the true explanation for these occurrences. Kosuke, now with updated information, is ready to conclude the ongoing experiment with new insights. Kosuke grants permission to summon more foxes, preparing to bolster their ranks for the challenges ahead. Acknowledging the additional work required, Kosuke remains unfazed, recognizing the necessity of strengthening their numbers. With a thoughtful expression, Kosuke decides to gradually increase their strength, planning for future confrontations. Kosuke reflects on their research, confirming that summoned monsters of the same rank appear in droves. A test run of their summoning method is set up, though immediate success remains uncertain for now. After the experiment, they summon forest-loving monsters to clear out the floor's existing threats. Kosuke explains his plan, creating a self-sustaining loop where summoned monsters hunt and thrive naturally. The group considers the efficiency of divine power, weighing the costs of summoning versus benefits. Kosuke stresses the need for multiple viewpoints to fully understand the impact on monster behavior. The team decides to experiment with a new method, despite the concerns about draining divine power. They begin summoning monsters to eliminate those residing on the floors while keeping their strategy clear. The leader proposes a more complex plan where summoned monsters hunt others, creating a self-sustaining loop. As they continue their experimentation, there's a realization that this may not be as simple as expected. A new tool is introduced. A magic bracelet designed to create barriers, providing new possibilities for their tests. Kosuke presents a new device aimed at simplifying monster counting. Though it still requires manual confirmation, the group discusses strategies for dealing with monsters, relying on Sylvia and a shrine maiden. Testing a powerful barrier, they ponder its effectiveness against monsters above the intermediate level. Kosuke confidently explains the barrier's strength, claiming it ranks among the highest in defense quality. Concerns rise about the potential deactivation or failure of the barrier. Despite Kosuke's assurance of safety, Kosuke discusses safety measures, confirming preparations in case the system fails, but testing still continues. A surprise occurs when the bracelet activates unexpectedly, shrinking before their eyes, leaving everyone shocked. The group marvels as Kosuke awkwardly explains the unexpected outcome, revealing his attempt to solve sizing issues. Kosuke's accidental creation of a device capable of altering dimensions catches everyone off guard, sparking curiosity. A new challenge arises when someone suggests using offensive magic like fireballs, shifting their focus to attack. Kosuke defends his idea, explaining that his solution isn't generic and fits common travel needs. The group discusses how magic tools are crafted with care and skill, each unique in quality. Kosuke realizes that high-quality magic tools are rarely affordable, offering little value in standard markets. Plans emerge to consult with others before circulating any new magical items, carefully considering their effects. After delays, Kosuke asks for assistance with his experiment. The team agreeing to move forward, Kosuke surveys the 6 towers surrounding Amamiya, noting the varying sizes of each structure. Reflecting on the unoccupied northwest tower, Kosuke wonders whether to leave it untouched or intervene. The decision to connect the tower properly weighs on him, knowing he can't delay forever. Over coffee, Kosuke shares his thoughts about increasing the number of tower managers for better efficiency. Considering the importance of choosing suitable managers, Kosuke and his companion discuss the challenge of selection. Kosuke worries that seeking someone without revealing their names might cause problems for everyone involved. Although there are many talented people, the challenge lies in finding the right person. The option of summoning someone like Shrine or Riston becomes a possible solution to the problem. Kosuke cautions that summoning can result in powerful beings, who may follow orders without question. Despite his status as a living god, Kosuke still hesitates to summon beings, fearing the risks. Kosuke acknowledges how much he's been taken care of, but knows it also highlights his weakness. He ponders consulting others, especially since the task at hand involves divine matters and gods. A suggestion arises to consult the other gods, making Kosuke consider the implications of this approach. After a brief reflection, Kosuke agrees, though he remains apprehensive about meeting other gods just yet. Meanwhile, in a distant place, a divine figure begins her summoning, preparing for what's next. Kosuke jokes about his infrequent visits, suggesting he should come more often without troubling anyone. The conversation shifts as the other character explains the cooldown timer for teleporting between planes. Teasing him, the other character encourages Kosuke, then asks if he has something important to discuss. Kosuke admits his uncertainty about expanding tower management and sought advice, leading to this visit. Reassurance follows as the other character confirms Kosuke is free to expand and live as desired. Kosuke reflects on his newfound status as a living god, unsure of his limits yet. The woman teases him about his power and explains how teleportation has a cooldown timer. Playfully, she hints at her control over him, but Kosuke denies being the type to abuse power. Kosuke reassures her, expressing that he doesn't feel the need to worry with her guidance. As the door opens, the conversation shifts to preparations, and Kosuke's attention moves toward Eris. Jamie-sama excitedly addresses the crowd, asking how they're feeling. While revealing her enthusiasm, the crowd responds passionately, urging the goddesses to show energy, and Jamie-sama encourages them. Jamie-sama enthusiastically announces a grand event, asking everyone if they want to descend to Asgardi. She introduces the main guest, the living god Kosuke, but Kosuke is flustered by the attention. Kosuke, the living god, is introduced to the crowd, greeted with overwhelming applause and excitement. Discussions arise about an upcoming handshake event, with Spika's personality posing potential challenges for its success. Eris warns Kosuke of eager fans waiting for him, leading to his nervous realization of their expectations. A girl expresses her gratitude to Kosuke for the meeting, though he awkwardly insists he should thank her. As the event progresses, Kosuke reluctantly shakes hands, only to be interrupted by a timeout announcement. Kosuke feels surrounded by women during the event, as they eagerly watch him interact with others. One woman eagerly shakes Kosuke's hand, her excitement clear. While others observe the interaction closely, the event concludes, and Kosuke reflects on his overwhelming experience with the beautiful women around him. Kosuke admits he was happy, but the constant questioning and attention became hard to endure. After the event, a serious conversation reveals that the situation might create bigger problems for Kosuke. Kosuke, intrigued by the nature of goddesses, wonders how many exist at any given time. The reply reveals that goddesses appear and disappear frequently, some born or vanishing even now. In the aftermath of the event, Kosuke feels exhausted. Yet a new question arises. Reflecting on the handshake event, Kosuke wonders if it was truly the main objective. As others discuss the event, they realize they haven't asked Kosuke how he truly felt. Kosuke is praised for his hard work during the event, but he remains puzzled by the praise. Kosuke, exhausted, reflects on the tiring nature of the event and his difficult task. Eris reassures Kosuke, explaining her intent behind the event, while Jal nervously explains himself. The conversation shifts as Eris asks for Kosuke's cooperation, while he seems hesitant and confused. Eris points out a group of believers, revealing that the event's deeper goal was connecting people. Eris hints at a secret plan, asking for discretion until everything is ready for execution. Kosuke is curious about the secret, but Eris diverts his attention, and he agrees. Eris prepares for the next stage of the event, calling on her assistant, while Kosuke watches. After a brief rest, Kosuke is informed by Eris that the second round of the event begins. In front of an eager crowd, Kosuke realizes that the second round involves a discussion with the goddesses. Kosuke faces a crowd of eager fans asking him personal questions, leaving him uneasy and flustered. After a brief laugh, Kosuke admits the questions were too personal, causing a bit of embarrassment. The event continues with Kosuke explaining, but some goddesses seem to take the opportunity to shine. Kosuke, tired from the event, receives praise for his effort, but he's completely exhausted. Eris remarks on the ongoing buzz about the event, keen to learn more from Kosuke. Kosuke is surprised by the attention he's receiving, unsure if his behavior is the cause. Eris informs him that many goddesses are still eager to talk, raising his curiosity. After a brief conversation, Eris explains the next event, where the group will have a standing meal. Kosuke learns about the standing party event planned after Asura-sama's errand is completed. Feeling puzzled, the group quickly moves to the meeting place, as time is running out before the next event. Kosuke notices the unusual behavior of his companions. The mood remains tense, as questions arise. A solution is proposed for the situation. Kosuke listens, uncertain of what is to come next. An unexpected proposal catches Kosuke off guard. The atmosphere grows even more awkward and tense. Kosuke is left flustered. The conversation intensifies, revealing misunderstandings and growing confusion. A misunderstanding escalates further. Kosuke struggles to clarify, but the situation remains awkward and full of tension. A proposal is made to merge divine power with Kosuke's essence, creating a new soul. To bring the soul to life, a suitable vessel must be prepared, raising new questions. Kosuke wonders about the future of the soul. What role will it play in their world? A delicate decision is requested from Kosuke. His approval is needed to proceed with the plan. A new companion will emerge from this creation, someone connected to Kosuke, destined to be by his side. A proposal to create a new being arises, merging Kosuke's power with divine energy, intriguing everyone. Kosuke considers the offer. After brief hesitation, he finally accepts, agreeing to the uncertain creation. The moment has come. Kosuke is asked to participate physically, linking their energies through hand contact. As their hands connect, the atmosphere intensifies, initiating the mystical process of creation before their eyes. A swirling sphere forms. Kosuke realizes it's the vessel for the soul, a step closer to creation. Kosuke is instructed to circulate divine energy, carefully pouring it into the vessel for creation. A sense of surprise fills the room. Sister Eris and others react to the unexpected development. With steady control, Kosuke channels the divine power. The vessel starts to take shape before them. As the process continues, Eris notes the ease with which Kosuke handles the divine power. Eris reveals the truth. The vessel now holds the archetype of all life's souls, visualized. Kosuke learns the soul cannot exist without a body. The vessel now holds the essence of life. The danger of the process becomes clearer. Kosuke reflects on the risks of the creation. Kosuke questions Eris about the soul's body, wondering who prepared it for the mysterious creation. The conversation turns to Spika's involvement. Kosuke is reassured, though uncertainty about the result lingers. Final steps are clear. Kosuke only needs to place the archetype in the prepared vessel to finish. He, exhausted, reluctantly agrees to attend a party. A companion offers to help prepare him. Kosuke is playfully rejected multiple times, but he resigns himself to his situation, smiling. Before the banquet, one character requests to use the bathroom, explaining her tiring day of work. Kosuke, tired from the day's activities, decides to relax in the bath and think about events. In the bath, others are seen, and Kosuke reflects on the strange, overwhelming circumstances he faces. Then a surprised character tries to cover herself, realizing someone is nearby. Kosuke, in a mix of confusion and embarrassment, watches the situation unfold. Quickly stepping back, another character enters the scene, also in a bathrobe, apologizing for the awkward encounter. He, now slightly embarrassed, tries to explain, while the other characters seem amused by the situation. The tension grows as more characters enter, suggesting an unexpected and playful invitation for Kosuke to join. Kosuke hesitates as the woman assures him, preparing to clean, while others watch the scene. Embarrassed and overwhelmed, Kosuke quickly escapes, unsure of how to handle the situation. Sitting exhausted, Kosuke mutters about the overwhelming encounter, still unsure of the chaos he faced. Clara, the mountain goddess, introduces herself to Kosuke, apologizing for the awkward incident in the bathhouse. Relieved, Clara assures Kosuke there's no issue, expressing gratitude for his understanding amidst the grand banquet. As Kosuke reflects, Spika approaches him with a snack, noticing his discomfort and asking about it. Curious about the gods' schedules, Kosuke learns from Spika that Jal is overseeing the handshake event. Spika explains the party's limitations, revealing that those who attended the handshake event couldn't join this gathering. Kosuke informs Spika about the goddess's desire to establish a connection with Asgard through him. He contemplates the gods' estranged connections, wondering how long it has been since they were severed. Spika reveals that numerous gods have lost their bonds, their identities erased, and forgotten by the world. When gods lose their ties, she explains, they end up existing aimlessly, devoid of purpose or duty. Clara interjects, stating that gods can only continue to exist if they persist in their responsibilities. Clara suggests that Kosuke's existence is not unlike that of a goddess, leaving him confused. She explains that gods live for long periods, and with time Kosuke will understand better. Kosuke, unsure about his future, wonders aloud how long his life as a god will last. Spika reassures him, noting that as a god he will outlive even the high elves. Despite the reassurance, Kosuke feels uneasy, troubled by the unknowns of his prolonged existence. Clara apologizes to Kosuke, feeling she's talked too long, though the conversation doesn't bother him. Kosuke is reminded of the handshake event, where his efforts to connect were greatly appreciated. Grateful, Kosuke reflects on his actions, feeling reassured that his efforts to help were valued. Kosuke, now more at ease, suggests interacting more with the other goddesses at the banquet. Walking alone by the window, Kosuke contemplates the vastness of the world and his place in it. Eris tells Kosuke that she won't return to the tower today, suggesting he relax for now. Kosuke smiles, recalling the confusion earlier but feeling relieved everything turned out well in the end. Eris requests his help for setting up another banquet tomorrow, stressing the significance of the event. Kosuke agrees readily, eager to contribute and assist in whatever way is necessary. Grateful, Eris thanks him and reassures that she will handle the remaining details of the event. Kosuke hears Eris mention that those not selected are eager to know when the next chance arrives. Eris expresses confidence that everyone will appreciate Kosuke's kindness and efforts. Acknowledging his contributions, Kosuke walks through the garden, taking in the surroundings before focusing on preparations for the banquet. As Kosuke leaves, others encourage him to return, offering warm words of thanks and goodwill. She waves as Kosuke departs, expressing their gratitude and inviting him to visit once more. A figure emerged from the shadows, standing tall, their presence commanding attention from everyone in the room. The air grew heavy as the figure's immense power surged, unsettling the onlookers who could only watch. Determined, the woman spoke, urging the others to pull themselves together and focus on the upcoming task. Although hesitant, the group understood the urgency of the situation and reluctantly moved forward with their duties. A new idea emerged: could they possibly request his assistance? It seemed unlikely, but they had no choice. After a brief silence, a plan started to take shape. Communication was possible, and action was required. The group faced the decision. They could wait, but the consequences of delay were clear. She stood firm, urging them to refocus on their mission. The work must continue. Despite her frustration, a shift in mood settled in, and they prepared to clear the path. With the work done, they discussed the future. Could they rely on his support again? Kosuke and his companions returned to the place where their journey began, memories flooding back. A colossal dragon appeared, its massive wings casting a shadow over the group below. The dragon's arrival was met with both surprise and understanding. It was no mere coincidence. Kosuke, intrigued, stared at the dragon. Its gaze seemed to hold knowledge beyond comprehension. In a moment of laughter, Kosuke reached out to the creature, touching its mighty form. Kosuke and his companions discussed the dragon's behavior. It seemed oddly affectionate despite their differences. He felt an unexpected calmness as the dragon's intense gaze fixed on him, intriguing and unsettling. The dragon's powerful presence lingered, but Kosuke began to feel a strange attachment, almost comforting. As the creature's gaze intensified, Kosuke reached out, intrigued by the unexpected connection forming between them. With a light laugh, Kosuke gently touched the dragon's nose, feeling an undeniable bond forming. Kosuke was stunned when the child suddenly called him daddy, clearly filled with joy and excitement. Kosuke, unsure, awkwardly questioned the child's familiarity. The child eagerly confirmed their newfound connection. The child revealed they had no name and eagerly requested Kosuke to give them one. Kosuke, thinking for a moment, hesitated, but then agreed to name the child. How about Haku? With delight, the child accepted the name Haku, expressing pure happiness and gratitude toward Kosuke. Haku held tightly to Kosuke, her excitement clear, while others worried about his well-being. Eagerly, Haku confirmed their bond, calling Kosuke father, though he was still caught off guard. Kosuke, surprised, asked for Haku's name, but the child admitted they had none yet. After a brief pause, Kosuke offered a name. Haku, he said, and the child smiled brightly. Back at the tower, Haku proudly introduced themselves, eager to embrace their new identity. In the first image, Kosuke is stunned by the unexpected revelation that Haku is his daughter. The girls seem confused as they question who Haku could belong to, expressing their shock. Haku continues to ask about her origins, drawing more attention and confusion from those around her. Amidst the chaos, Haku clings to her newfound father, while everyone tries to understand the situation. The scene settles with everyone agreeing after a lengthy explanation, as Haku happily enjoys her new family. Kosuke listens intently as his father addresses him, with Haku standing by, focused yet uncertain. His resolve strengthens. He agrees to protect everyone and faces the potential dangers ahead. An order is given for Kosuke to learn tower management, while his duties to protect persist. Kosuke accepts the responsibility with confidence, promising his father that he'll fulfill his mission diligently. The night arrives and Kosuke rests, surrounded by his new companions, ready for the challenges ahead. She prays earnestly, asking if Erismil can hear her, holding on to hope in the quiet night. A voice responds, but there's an odd tone, making Sylvia wonder what's changed today. Lying in bed, Sylvia reflects on the impossible question about children, unsure of the answer. Erismil's response seems mysterious. Fate may be at play, but Sylvia struggles to understand fully. She eyes widen as Erismil hints at seeking answers from an old, hidden part of her past. A realization dawns on Sylvia as she begins to comprehend the cryptic message, deep in thought. The atmosphere shifts abruptly, and a sense of anticipation fills the air as Sylvia reflects. Walking through unfamiliar corridors, she ponders the meaning of the child of God, troubled yet curious. Amid discussions, important figures deliberate over plans regarding the city's future within the tower. As time passes, various individuals, each with their own motives, converge, focusing on their ambitious goals. The surveyors discuss the fifth floor's findings. All attention is on the newly discovered blueprint. Acknowledging the map's precision, they realize it was designed to prevent monster attacks during development. Despite the precision, some dismiss the research, thinking adventurer source data is not a big deal. Experts stress the importance of gathering data from adventurers who encounter dangers others never face. Discussing the map's sensitive nature, they reveal its military classification, explaining its rarity in public circulation. Possessing the map can lead to arrest, as it's often treated as highly classified information. Upon seeing the land, its potential as farmland becomes undeniable, standing out as an ideal spot. With the town's rapid growth, the infrastructure struggles to keep pace with the influx of people. Currently, the fifth-floor town has over 10,000 permanent residents, not including transient adventurers. Managing the teleportation gate's entrance and exit becomes crucial, ensuring full control over its operations. The old advisor suggests focusing first on the development area, clarifying the importance of narrowing down choices. Looking at the map, they consider expanding farmland in the opposite direction, away from uncertainty. A disagreement arises, with one suggesting the town should expand northeast instead of focusing on farmland. The idea of drawing up a blueprint for the town excites everyone, bringing fresh perspective. With the plan laid out, they start discussing specific goals, including the target population of 100,000. Ensuring enough food is available for the growing population is deemed crucial for the town's success. However, concerns arise regarding the rate of farm production. Balancing speed with sustainability is challenging. With the farmers' efforts increasing, the town will be able to feed up to 200,000 people. Yet, adventurers pose a unique problem, requiring careful consideration of how to manage their presence. The idea of using Kennelson's resources is explored to support the growing population and economy. The meeting concludes, with everyone relieved that a clear direction for the project is decided. Walking through the southeast tower area, the mysterious monuments spark curiosity in the young woman. As Haku notices the incoming threat, her fighting ability becomes evident. Securing the area quickly, the sound of combat intensifies as Haku effortlessly destroys the monsters, protecting her companions from danger. Concerned for her sister Sylvia, Haku rushes to check, showing her protective nature towards others. Haku's bond with everyone was immediate, opening hearts with her warm presence and natural charm. Laughing together, Haku and the dragon hung clothes, their friendship growing stronger under the bright sky. As Kosuke wandered through the expansive library, a familiar voice whispered, "Father," echoing in his thoughts. Uncertainty clouded Kosuke's mind as he reflected on the conditions for summoning fairies, still elusive. Kosuke's certainty about divinity grew, and just as he spoke, a sudden flash revealed a truth. Kosuke analyzes the tower's progress. While Amamiya's remains stagnant, other towers are making notable advances. Seeking a solution, Kosuke considers increasing the number of levels to boost experience under consistent conditions. He recalls the followers from each tower: goblins in the southwest, wraiths in the northeast, slimes elsewhere. Floria returns from her administrative work, warmly greeting everyone. She brings vital updates about the tower's statuses. Kosuke explains the southwest's difficulties. Controlling the hierarchy rate is challenging, especially with higher levels. Floria questions the feasibility of an experiment with a barrier. Natural monsters cannot be suppressed easily. The goblins have evolved into ogres, gaining strength and forming a new, powerful individual among them. Summoned monsters and goblins now hunt with purpose. They follow commands, no longer hunting blindly for food. Kosuke wonders if avoiding unnecessary summons is possible. He contemplates the balance between efficiency and resources. Floria agrees but insists the goblins cannot hunt endlessly. They must be managed to avoid overuse. Uncontrolled evolution transforms goblins into terrifying killing machines. Their unchecked power becomes a serious threat. The goblins now communicate better, understanding human speech. A change begins within their monstrous ranks. Floria and Kosuke discuss moving evolved goblins to other floors. New challenges arise from their growth. They question the value of letting evolved monsters roam freely. Their potential might soon be realized. Floria reviews the status of the tower, considering the impact of middle-class monster subjugation for divine power. Kosuke and Floria discuss the slimes in the southeast tower, realizing the difficulty in eliminating them. Despite their efforts, suppressing naturally occurring monsters proves impossible. Their unpredictability continues to challenge their strategy. They discuss the risks of exterminating low-level familiar monsters. A stronger monster might soon appear. Considering the current tower situation, they plan to be cautious with summoning and monster management. Kosuke acknowledges that the situation may change if levels rise. For now, things remain stable. He enjoys a meal while overlooking Vamalinia Castle. The northern tower looms in the distance. Shireen and Colette manage the north and south towers, each focusing on their responsibilities. The focus shifts to the lack of divine power in the other towers. Solutions are sought. Floria proposes setting up a floor for elementary monsters, planning to summon them sequentially. Kosuke agrees, intrigued by Floria's suggestion. They consider the requirements for summoning demons as followers. The evolution rate of monsters varies between towers. Some creatures evolve slower than others, creating uncertainty. Kosuke and the others debate whether the number of subjugations directly impacts the monster's evolution speed. As they enjoy their meal, concerns arise about the different rates of evolution across the towers. The evolution of monsters outside the tower is discussed, bringing up fears of battles with evolved creatures. They continue speculating, wondering if summoned demons might evolve too, potentially complicating the situation further. The bunnies suggest that defeating summoned demons might grant more experience points than battling regular ones. Kosuke, unsure, struggles to explain the concept of experience and wonders how to clarify it. The conversation shifts to the tower's levels, where doubts arise about how strength is distributed among them. When the Tower of Amamiya was conquered, its lower layers contained only weaker demons compared to higher levels. They discuss the mystery of the tower's management, realizing no one knew how it was controlled before its capture. The tower's function is revealed to adjust automatically, ensuring characters match similar levels for better balance. Discussion turns to the tower's functionality, suggesting it moved automatically when it was captured earlier. Curiosity arises about the two towers' levels, with the south tower being a significant point. As the lower layers decrease in monster numbers, the exchange system adjusts based on level requirements. A strategy is formed to summon various elementary demons at the same level for investigation purposes. Kosuke agrees to observe the situation, showing interest in trying something new without rushing. While walking, they discuss the food served at Schlein's castle, which was unexpectedly superb. Kosuke is handed the master's mantle, and there's a sudden realization that Mitsuki has been contacted. As the tension rises, they find themselves in an unexpected and private situation, leading to confusion. Later, Kosuke is questioned about his actions with the sudden appearance of a child earlier. Colette urges Kosuke to better understand a woman's feelings, leading to an awkward yet charged moment. Kosuke, caught off guard, asks about their intentions as tension builds, leaving him confused. In the room, the situation escalates as Colette and another figure assert their intentions clearly. The tension increases as boundaries are tested, leaving Kosuke feeling both overwhelmed and unsure. Finally, amidst the situation, another voice enters, questioning Kosuke's reactions, further complicating his understanding. Kosuke is confronted by the women, who express their anxiety over his actions involving another. They declare their intentions to keep Kosuke at the castle, ensuring he doesn't leave. At the castle, others begin to question whether Kosuke has returned, sensing his restlessness. A conversation begins about the concerns surrounding Kosuke's arrival, especially after bringing a child home. As they gather to discuss, they bring up the myth of children born from a god. Kosuke and others discuss how races originate from a divine entity, beyond human limits. Schlein emphasizes how the church dismisses such origins, even though it contradicts their teachings. Consequences of ignoring race origins could lead to upheaval, shaking the foundation of established beliefs. The group realizes the church's dismissal of gods leaves many races unacknowledged, complicating their situation. Floria recalls the rumors of divine children, unsure if they hold any truth, yet intrigued. Floria reflects on her childhood, recalling bits of information she gathered while trapped in the castle. Unable to recall much, they decide to seek out someone who knew her better as a child. The group visits the institution, where they introduce themselves and ask for assistance with their inquiry. Their discussion turns to the church, and a conversation about a divine child unfolds between them. A memory stirs as they mention folklore. Someone had once collected such tales and published them. The author compiled an extensive collection of folklore, resulting in dozens of books circulating worldwide. A few years after visiting the castle, the author passed away, but his works endured. They wonder if finding the author is crucial now, given that his works still exist. While the author may be gone, his books remain, containing invaluable knowledge for their quest. Upon learning the book titles, one catches their attention: Gods and Their Children, intriguing them. Kosuke and his team discuss who might help them find the elusive books, suggesting Schmidt as a lead. In another tower, the situation with Amamiya is addressed, revealing a stagnation compared to other towers. As the investigation continues, they decide to leave certain things untouched, unsure of the long-term effects. The group plans their next steps, including increasing summoned beasts for further exploration of the tower's floors. He reflects on the challenges ahead, noting that managing the vast tower will require careful consideration. Kosuke is greeted by a cheerful figure, who warmly calls him Oni-sama, catching his attention. While walking, Kosuke ponders whether increasing the number of summoned beasts in the tower is wise. The idea of summoning beasts raises concerns about management, yet the group moves forward with their plan. Kosuke asks about the feasibility of increasing summoned beasts and managing them, with mixed reactions from others. Nana-chan explains the patrol task isn't strenuous. It's more about visibility and reassuring others in the tower. Nana and Wanli patrol their areas, ensuring their presence is known to maintain control. In the past, Nana helped the pack with hunting, but now she maintains a hands-off approach. Her current role involves simple trips between her packs, preventing them from becoming too unruly. Kosuke considers the increasing summoned beasts and the challenge of maintaining control over them. He reflects on the possible complications, worried about managing the expanding territory and packs. Kosuke realizes the problem after talking with Wanli. They decide their next step together. He suggests installing summoning circles for hunting. It's the key to making everything work. They too plan the next steps. They wonder if their idea will succeed. The team discusses the challenge of managing their packs. Kosuke considers how best to handle it. During dinner, everyone is calm. However, there's a hint of unease about their situation. Sitting together, Kosuke enjoys his meal, as the women talk about their father locking himself away. Worry about the father's health arises, yet they confidently assure Kosuke that others will handle his meals. The conversation shifts to the father's childish nature. The women express amusement, though their tone suggests concern. Kosuke ponders deeply while standing alone, anticipating the father's next move. He remains uncertain about the future, his thoughts clouded. Kosuke struggles to find clarity. The pressure weighs on him as he faces his dilemma. To maintain their familiars, they discuss utilizing natural monsters and summoning circles, but there's a limit. Kosuke considers the possibilities. In theory, summoning circles could provide an unlimited number of familiars. He, with others, reflects on time constraints. Summoning circles require manual installation and constant feeding of familiars. As others take charge of towers, Kosuke feels pressured. He can't delegate summoning tasks indefinitely. Kosuke contemplates involving Kuhi and Mitsuki, but he realizes this solution wouldn't fix the core problem. If they could automate the summoning circle and feeding processes, many of their problems would be solved. Kosuke is interrupted by a new arrival. A woman, eager to assist, asks what's wrong. After checking the control panel, they realize it can't automatically install the systems, leaving them confused. Faced with few options, Kosuke and the woman brainstorm, considering creating golems or using slaves. Kosuke dismisses the idea of using slaves. He prefers creating golems, leaving two remaining choices. A golem, once made, can handle multiple tasks. Versatility is its key strength, requiring minimal effort. Kosuke considers the challenge. A versatile golem demands significant time, effort, and resources to create. The plan is set. Kosuke asks if Isani can help make golems. She agrees but hesitates. Curious, Kosuke wonders why Isani suddenly wants to help with golem creation, especially a maid. Mitsuki offers her assistance, but Kosuke is unsure, contemplating the implications of making a maid golem. Kosuke and the others discuss the idea of making golems with human-like forms, leading to confusion. He reconsiders the plan. He was thinking of a different kind of golem entirely. The group agrees to proceed with creating a golem. Everyone is on board with the idea. They head to the control room to gather the necessary materials and study golem-making manuals. The first challenge becomes clear. Gathering materials for the golem proves more difficult than anticipated. Some materials are available within the tower, but for others, they must rely on Schmidt. With the necessary resources gathered, the group gears up for trial and error in manufacturing. Kosuke and the others begin assembling the golem, each part crafted with careful attention. After more than 10 days of work, the golem finally starts to take shape, sparking hope. The group assembles, watching eagerly as their efforts begin to bear fruit with the golem. The golem stands proudly, seemingly completing its creation, capturing everyone's attention with a strong, energetic pose. A group admires the golem's appearance, unsure of its actual capabilities, but impressed nonetheless. Despite the group's excitement, one member, Floria, is visibly uncomfortable, questioning the golem's purpose. Floria's disbelief grows, realizing the time required to create such a golem, while others remain optimistic. A realization dawns as the team compares their progress to a previous much faster construction effort. A strange scene unfolds in the room. Discomfort rises as Kosuke faces awkward tension with others. Kosuke adjusts the mechanical golem, focusing intently as it stands in front of him. The golem's systems activate with a bright flash, its glowing sensors responding to the command. Everyone watches, their reactions mixed, nervous, curious as the golem begins to move unexpectedly. The golem stands proudly, its activation successful, bringing a sense of uneasy anticipation to the group. Kosuke's creation surprises the group, as the golem skillfully delivers tea with voice commands. Kosuke and others marvel as the golem swiftly serves tea, accomplishing in days what took years. Floria, feeling uneasy, expresses that something about the golem's behavior doesn't seem quite right. The group discusses the golem's creation process, explaining the long and complex steps involved. Kosuke realizes that dividing the labor sped up the process, allowing for quicker results. Mitsuki and Kosuke explain their roles, highlighting their efforts in the golem's rapid creation. Floria, unsure, questions whether this golem is truly simple. Kosuke tries to ease her doubts. Mitsuki remains critical, stressing that despite the reasoning, the situation remains quite abnormal. Floria reflects on the rapid creation, realizing it was completed in just 10 days, astounding her. Panicked, Floria suddenly realizes that a team of amateurs made this extraordinary golem in record time. Mitsuki challenges Kosuke, questioning how long it would take to refine the golem's precision. Kosuke proposes a month's timeline for their next complex project, causing Floria to express doubt. Kosuke reveals plans to rebuild the golem, while Floria inquires about its future purpose. Floria, intrigued, considers the complexities of the golem's creation process and how to improve it. The group discusses how each team member's understanding of golem making has evolved since the start. Kosuke and the team eagerly anticipate building more sophisticated golems, excited for the upcoming challenges. In the storage room, a mysterious sound grabs the attention of the person working there. A woman named Peach arrives, engaging in a conversation while delivering the requested items to Kosuke. The books, piled high, reveal their significance. Kosuke seems impressed by the unexpected delivery. Peach teases Kosuke, hinting at his possible knowledge of her secret without needing explicit details. Kosuke, intrigued by Peach's smile, realizes the complexity behind her intentions, leaving him curious. Kosuke decides not to dwell on worries, knowing that carrying the books will be his responsibility. Peach notices the weight of the books and offers help, but Kosuke prefers to handle them himself. She then reveals a strange ring, hinting at its magical properties that can aid in their task. With a flick of her wrist, the ring activates, and the books are swiftly rearranged by unseen forces. Kosuke's surprise deepens when he learns that one of the ingredients needed for the task is dragon skin. Kosuke and Peach discuss the difficulty of obtaining dragon materials, but alternatives are being researched. Meanwhile, a different scene unfolds as a woman reads in her cozy room, feeling relaxed. She's deeply immersed in the mythology, pondering stories she finds fascinating while sipping tea. Colette arrives, breaking the silence, curious about the woman's progress in finding what they need. Despite her efforts, the woman admits finding nothing of importance, making their task more challenging. The two women decide to gather everyone to compare their findings and make further progress. Meanwhile, Izanami reads a book while Kosuke rests nearby, appearing peaceful and relaxed. A playful interruption occurs when a small dog jumps, surprising Kosuke while Mitsuki remains calm. The dog's sudden change catches Kosuke off guard, but he quickly reacts in amusement. Kosuke picks up the dog, commenting on its smaller size and playfully complimenting it as cute. The playful interaction between Kosuke and the small dog continues, with laughter and cheerful moments. Later, the scene changes as Kosuke and Izanami relax on the couch with the dog. The peaceful moment is interrupted when two massive wolves enter, shocking Kosuke with their presence. Kosuke is astonished by the change in the wolves' forms, now displaying royal titles. Realizing the transformation, Kosuke contemplates the implications of their newfound roles as White Wolf King and Queen. Kosuke considers using divine communication to understand the wolves' true origins, wondering if they're connected to gods. He hesitates to ask about it, sensing that using divine communication may lead to trouble. Mitsuki, confident, decides to trust her instincts and assess the situation without rushing into answers. Colette arrives and questions the wolves, learning that one of them is Nana, the transformed familiar. The group gathers, and Kosuke begins explaining, but some unfortunate circumstances complicate their investigation. The spirits discuss how Kosuke's abilities are growing sharper, possibly due to his evolving intuition. Surprised, the wind and earth spirits question Kosuke's sharpness, wondering if it's more than instinct. Mitsuki ponders Kosuke's growing power, speculating it might stem from his status as a living god. The spirits grow frustrated, realizing they cannot influence Kosuke's decisions directly and must wait. She suggests the spirits should intervene independently, but the earth spirit argues it would spoil everything. The spirits express frustration as they realize that things didn't go as planned with Kosuke. After parting ways with Kosuke, the spirits head out, reflecting on their unfulfilled mission. Relieved, one of the spirits thanks the gods for a quiet day, but worries about Kosuke's unpredictability. Kosuke playfully interacts with Nana, pondering the challenges that await, but he's still unsure. They discusses the next steps, considering a plan to manage the new pack. Kosuke wonders if separating the king and queen would cause more harm than good, despite their titles. After some thought, the group agrees to investigate further, planning to confirm their suspicions with Nana. Reflecting on his recent visit to the sanctuary, Kosuke realizes the timing of this event seems convenient. The conversation shifts to the top-ranking spirits, the wind and earth gods, revered by elves and others alike. Kosuke remembers meeting powerful gods at the sanctuary, but their true intentions remain unclear. Kosuke considers the consequences of the familiars gaining goddess-related titles, wondering about the risks involved. He admits that while familiars growing stronger is welcome, there are concerns regarding their titles. Kosuke worries about the inevitable discovery of familiars' titles, fearing the outside world's reaction. The situation grows more complicated as Kosuke reflects on other tower managers who may be watching. As more floors are cleared, he anticipates a growing number of eyes watching the familiars closely. Kosuke realizes preventing the inevitable consequences of the familiars' titles would be a difficult task. His allies agree the familiars' titles are necessary to maintain connections, but the situation remains complicated. Sylvia suggests revealing the divine titles openly, likening the situation to how the church operates. The church's power grows through divine protection, as seen with its practice of gathering believers. Kosuke understands the importance of comfort for people, though he remains cautious of their methods. Kosuke considers the potential power of familiars with God's names, knowing temples may soon be built. Sylvia believes it's all about how they use their power, leaving Kosuke to ponder the risks. They discuss the purity of title holders, who are free from sin due to their titles. Kosuke worries about the unwanted attention their power will attract, but his allies agree on caution. She reminds him of the truth: he's already a living god, a reality he'd overlooked. Realizing the truth, Kosuke acknowledges his responsibility, understanding the weight of his new role. He makes a firm resolution to act for the good of everyone, regardless of challenges. As the group walks, Kosuke's resolve is evident, but his companions remain uncertain about his decision. Kosuke knows the consequences of his decision are inevitable, but he stands firm in his choice. His companions observe from a distance, aware that Kosuke has made his resolution clear. They all gather around, sensing a turning point. With Kosuke's resolve, they no longer hesitate. The group discusses the stories they've found, noting surprising common themes and unexpected connections between them. One of the members points out that many stories focus on the child, not the father. Sylvia wonders how the divine nature of the mother and child might impact their fate. A different member expresses concern over the lack of stories about the father in the legends. They all consider the possibility that the father figure might have been deliberately excluded from the tales. Sylvia suggests that if the child of a god existed, it would have been documented immediately. The group debates whether the church erased memories or manipulated the story to conceal details. Sylvia speculates that the father's role might have been obscured due to church interference. They discuss the possibility that the father might have been deliberately excluded from all records. She concludes that the father's actions could have been hidden to avoid drawing attention from the church. The child of the god cleverly avoids the church's interference, using their status to their advantage. Discussing the mystery, they question the lack of legend surrounding the child's father's identity. With limited information about the father, they focus on uncovering the god and child's story. Research leads them to believe studying the gods' relationships could reveal details about the child's origins. Peach suggests that by investigating the gods' ceremonies, they might discover vital information about the child's birth. Sylvia confidently steps forward, ready to take charge of the situation ahead. Among scattered papers, she focuses on identifying the gods' names in each ancient tale. She begins outlining the search. First, find the human father in the stories mentioned. As they discuss, the question arises about how to investigate the child's unique traits. Realizing the importance of the mother's powers, they decide to uncover the child's potential abilities. She enthusiastically dives into a new chapter, excited to explore deeper layers of the story. A group gathers around, discussing their plans, some showing eagerness and joy for their mission. As they continue, the exhaustion starts to show, their energy fading from hours of work. Sylvia expresses frustration over the difficulty of the task, questioning if they missed something crucial. Eris, noticing Sylvia's discomfort, raises concern and realizes something important might have been overlooked. Despite the ongoing confusion, one of them offers a clue to help uncover the truth. Sylvia, surprised by the sudden change in tone, is left wondering what the hint means. A shift in their approach becomes clear as they realize a new strategy is needed. Fourth image, the group now considers the child of a human or demi-human, a lead they can't ignore. Discussions about ancient gods unfold, shedding light on the past, but some remain puzzled. Realizing the connection, they begin to consider gods of the surface as the crucial link. With a new theory forming, they examine Kosuke's connection, believing he might be a surface god. Discussions turn to comparing celestial and terrestrial gods, as the search for clues intensifies. They push forward, understanding the importance of distinguishing between two distinct types of gods. A sudden interruption occurs. A new revelation about a god's title stirs the group's attention. A playful atmosphere fills the room as everyone laughs, teasing one another after a mistake. Kosuke, with some embarrassment, requests to meet the sisters, eager to understand more. The sisters enter, stunning the group with their unexpected transformation into human forms, capturing everyone's attention. After explaining their transformation, the sisters mention a mysterious oracle, adding more intrigue to the situation. Kosuke listens closely, piecing together the puzzle, and confidently confirms his understanding of the situation. Kirika and Fuli's attributes are revealed, showing their divine connections and elemental affiliations. Kosuke connects the dots, realizing the sisters represent elemental gods water and fire linked to him. In surprise, Kosuke is stunned by the realization while the sisters continue their playful demeanor. Memories rush in as Kosuke recalls the goddess's request for divine protection, linking their actions. Panicked, Kosuke believes he's made a mistake, fearing the consequences of his actions with the goddesses. Kosuke wonders if the fox girls can talk yet. He realizes they still need time. He reaches out to the fox girls. They hesitate but approach him with curiosity. Kosuke pats their heads gently. Both fox girls respond with joy, pleased by the affection. With a smile, Kosuke encourages them. They giggle and snuggle up together, warming the room. Meanwhile, the others look on. Kosuke enjoys the peaceful moment as laughter fills the space. A group gathers on the couch, discussing Kosuke's decisions. The pressure to choose intensifies. Wanli is unsure about making decisions, but reassures Kosuke not to overthink things. The conversation shifts, suggesting that Kosuke seek advice from his older sisters for help. Encouragement arises from the group, offering support and reassurance to Kosuke in his journey. The situation becomes more playful as everyone crowds around Kosuke, making light-hearted remarks. A knowing smile crosses the young man's face as the girl stands puzzled, questioning his intentions. Feeling embarrassed, the girl reacts, while others seem to offer comfort, unsure how to proceed. In the office, the workload piles up, leaving the woman at her desk, overwhelmed by responsibility. Her assistant approaches with more papers, causing her to sigh deeply, burdened by the never-ending tasks. Surrounded by a mountain of paperwork, she struggles to keep up, while others attempt to help her. Kosuke's reckless actions have caused chaos, leading to an explosion that shocks everyone in the tower. Amid the confusion, people gather in the library, questioning what happened to the missing Jal. Two women discuss the overwhelming task Jal took on after Kosuke's declaration, feeling her burden. The conversation shifts to Jal's responsibilities, as the divine title-granting task falls squarely on her shoulders. With a solemn tone, they explain that granting divine protection has always been a long-held tradition. Jal's task is to carefully assess requests, ensuring they meet the goddess's requirements before granting blessings. She rarely blesses someone unless a strong connection with Kosuke is established, making the process rare. Despite the unusual circumstances, the women cannot voice complaints due to Kosuke's approval of the actions. One woman is overwhelmed with the work, pleading for assistance as the documents pile up. The other woman, smirking, warns that avoiding work won't end well, yet still has a playful attitude. Faces the daunting task of reviewing piles of documents, leading to some frustration. One of them, resigned to her duty, explains that she had no choice but to stay. Despite needing a break, she remains focused, and a playful remark signals her desire for relief. Meanwhile, a trump card is introduced as a last resort to handle the situation, but unexpected events unfold.